as y'all can see my bed. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. Alright. You are kinda low. I'm kinda low. Hold on. Hold on. Why am I so low? Hold on. Ooh. Yo, what? Yo, what? Hello. Yo. It's not usually this low. Hold on. Properties. Hello. See, why is it? Usually, like, the bass is, like, way, what's it called? Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Is it still low? Hold on. What the heck? Let me see filters. What filters apply? Hold on, am I still low? It's a little better now. I think most of it was, oh, okay. Alright, alright, y'all. Hold on, let me send out, you know what I'm saying? I'm live right now. I'm live right now. Yeah, hold on. So what should we do until we get some more people? Cause I have a game to play. You feel me? I got a game to play, but you know what I'm saying. I want everybody to be able to view it for real. I don't really want to start it early in the stream. You feel me? So hold on. Oh, hold on. YouTube. Any ideas while we sit here and you know what I'm saying? Wait until you know what I'm saying. 1 second. My dad left home. What? Okay, hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. Gotta get this technology right. You feel me? One second. How do I? Hold on. One second, y'all. Apologies for the you know what I'm saying, the inconvenience. Okay, how do I? Golly, bro. I need a new laptop, bro. Alright, bro. So until we get some more people up in here, you know what I'm saying? Hold on. I'm taking suggestions, you feel me? Any suggestions y'all got? You know what I'm saying? Is what we got going on. You feel me? Um, Speed X80. Hold on, wait. RDC World Drop. RDC World Drop. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta get to those. You gotta get to those.
Stream 85 plus live channels.
We gotta
with
get to
no hidden
those.
fees. YouTube TV. Try it free.
Hey yo, who all in here? Who all in here? Yo? I swear, bro. This what's it called? I be getting hit with them double ads like crazy. And you can't even skip them on computer. Like you can't press the button or whatever. Alright, y'all. Oh, I do have to get y'all opinion on something. What's it called? Do y'all think that I should upload like full stream videos? Like stream clips, but like in the form of videos, or just keep doing like the little short clips? Like, what y'all thinking? What y'all thinking? I haven't checked TikTok in a minute. Hold on. What y'all thinking? Alex, you still in her? Yo. Yo, Alex. Dang, is Alex not here no more? Alright, so nobody got an opinion? Nobody got an opinion? Y'all don't got no thoughts? You know what I'm saying? Ooh, hold on 1 second. I'm here. Okay, Alex, I have a question. So do you think... Hold on a second. Let me go into studio mode real quick. Alright, so Alex, do you think that I should like... What's it called? Do you think that I should like upload like full-length videos? Or like keep doing it how I'm doing? Or like... I mean, not full-length videos, like... What's it called? Like... Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know, like stream clips, but like actually like post on the YouTube, like full like 10 minute to 10. You know what I'm saying? What you thinking, my boy? Where is it? Media source, ad source, browse. Upload some full length and say TikTok for clip. Alright, bet. Is this my intro? Nah. Okay, I bet. Alright, hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. I need to send something to my computer. Advertise the TikTok on your yeah, for sure. Alright, hold on. 1 second, y'all. Video. I'm finna give y'all a preview of this. Well, I'm finna record a video right now. Okay, is this it? This is the one. Alright, bet. Send it to myself. Email. 1 second. But bear with me, y'all. I'm gonna use both. Bear with me, y'all. Hold on, y'all. That's what he's saying. Can I send an attachment? Alright, y'all. Okay, 1 second, y'all. We about to get right into the video. I was about to say, I was like, who sent me a message? It was myself, because I just emailed my intro to myself, you feel me? Alright, click to download. Check your downloads folder. Alright, you finna stream while recording? It's like, what's it called? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? This wait. Intro. Then I'm gonna add source. Media source. Add source. Add source. Browse. See, y'all finna see this. Okay, now let me. Alright. I said, hold on, one second, 1, 2. Hold on, let me set my hotkeys. I don't got my hotkey set for that. Hold on. I don't got my hotkey set for that. I'm gonna make that's gonna be. I think that's 6 hotkeys. Scenes. Intro. Switch the scene. 6. And then sleep. 5. Alright, done. Alright, bet. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Yes. Okay, you know what I'm saying? We got this RDC world, you feel me? Watch this, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I said we just testing things, you feel me? We just testing, you feel me? Oh, one second. Let me pull up the stream on my phone so I can see chat while I'm in, what's it called? In this. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see the intro though. You see? You know what I'm saying? Let's get into this though.
I got a chick.
Whoa, bro. See, why does it do that, bro? Why? Just why? You know what I'm saying? I swear I need a new computer, bro. See, there we go. Can my Wi-Fi not handle it, bro? Okay.
I got a chick. Got a chick. I get bitches like I'm Hitch. That's Will Smith for you kids that don't know. And I'm rich though. With my click though. Hey, try that one. Run that back.
No, bro. That's not it. That's not the one.
Hey, goddamn, I've been trying for 2 months. I can't get no fucking hit.
Oh, they said how?
Shit, I'm starting to think I can't rap or something, man. Can I rap? Nah, bro. Oh my
They said nah, bro.
What is this?
Play my,
Me,
bro. I have a play. I gotta play.
Bro, Drake said he'll hop on a song with me. What? Drake! Hey, you wanna change? You gotta change. We can say the number 1 hit. That's the number 1 hit.
Hold on. Wait, it's 3 minutes. Hold on.
Shouldn't you record your verse first, though? Man, ain't nobody worried about what I gotta say. Drake about to get on the song, he gonna change the beat, and he gonna flow, and everybody gonna be like, oh, it's Drake. And then they gonna cut the song off. They ain't worried about me, and then we got a hit. Look, change, new car.
But you still gotta be on the song, though. At least it's your song.
I don't care about that. That's one thing. Hey, look, okay, I'm gonna just say anything. 8 a.m. Wake up. Brush my teeth. Go back to sleep. I'm a bum, nigga. Drake, come save me. Drake, go. Drake, blow.
Bro, I ain't even gonna lie. Drake could take a trash and play my. Bro, I got you. I'm finna do it. Give me like 20 minutes. You feel me? Give me like 20 minutes. You feel me? Come back in 20 minutes, and I'm finna be on my car. But I ain't gonna lie, bro. What's it called? You could take, like, Drake. God, I can't speak English, bro. Drake could take I'll be back on at 9. Is that what they say? I'll come back at 9. What time is it now? 8:30. I bet. What's it called though? Drake could take a song that's like absolutely garbage and then make people like it. Hold on 1 second. Let me move the chat though. Let me move this. Yeah.
What's
up, y'all? It's Desmond here, and today our video is sponsored by Raycon.
Oh, okay.
Now,
no, you know what I'm saying? No free promo. You know what I'm saying? That's a 3-minute video, you feel me? Alright, what y'all trying to get into next, you feel me? What y'all trying to get into next, you feel me? Oh, let me get on here real quick. Hold on, I think I could really go, like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I could become like an actual rapper. Like, all I really need to all I really need to do, you feel me? All I really need to do is get Drake on a song, and then next thing you know, I'm a rapper for real, you feel me? You know what I mean? So, like, if you really think about it like for real. I think about it like for real. I could become a rapper. We got 6 people. I think this about time, you know what I'm saying, for us to play the game, you feel me? It's about time. Hold on 1 second, y'all. What's it called? Lollipop. Ooh. Okay. TakeThisLollipop.com. It's not even gonna be that scary. My friend said it's scary. I don't even think it's scary for real. Let's see. Hold on, me. Alright, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I'm proud of what I've created. Is there sound? Take this lollipop. Lollipop is an interactive. Oh, hold on. Let me get my, what's it called? Purchase ticket. Dang, I gotta purchase a ticket. Dance coming off tomorrow. Dream coming out. What? Braces coming out tomorrow. Yes, sir. Join this class. Hold on. Orion webcam. Hold on, let me get my card, y'all. Hold on, let me get my card. I didn't even know you had to pay. Your boy didn't even know. Kylie Rand, what's good with you? Alright, y'all. Let me open the webcam app. You feel me? Alright. Yeah. Just making sure y'all can hear me. Yeah. Alright, bet. Waiting for a connection. Alright. Sorry, I wasn't in stream yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. I was tired, you feel me? Alright, let me buy this game real quick. I thought it was free. Let's take it. Okay. don't even like that, you know what I'm saying? Okay, well, my first name is Evan. Why you asking? You feel me? What's the stream for that? Oh, that's cool, it's cool. By the way, y'all boys not even in here. Hey yo, get out there and chat if you're here, so I know if I should start or not. I'm gonna end that video and I'm gonna restart after. Who all in here though? Should I wait until? I don't know if I should wait or not though. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Okay, we got 6 people up in here. I'm finna start. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna start this over. You feel me? I'm gonna start this over. You know what I'm saying? So slight, you feel me? Let's get into this though. My name is not Evan 2. My name is just Evan. You feel me? Alright, I agree. Let me read this because it's a scary game. So I gotta make sure that I'm not gonna get, you know what I'm saying? But I can't record. They gonna record me. Record a display images to you. Will not save your video. Oh, okay. Enable your webcam. Allow. Okay, hold on. Scoot this over. Alright, y'all. Yeah. Error, no face found. Hello? In a well-lit area. Okay. Connecting you. Hold tight.
Connecting.
Yo? Hello?
Hi.
What's cracking? Yo?
Whoa. Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah?
She kind of
I
bad,
can
though.
hear you. I can't hear you, though. Hey.
You can't hear me?
Hey. This is weird.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting this at all.
Hey, Evan, you're
What do you
audible?
think I'm supposed to do?
Try unmuting?
Oh god, I don't know if I can do this, guys.
Do what?
So, please.
I just got a text of a picture of me from my webcam.
Hope you can hear us, Evan.
How would they have gotten my number?
Oh my god. Did you,
Whoa,
type
whoa.
in?
Lollipop stalker. Bro.
There's something moving behind you.
Yeah.
Is that just me? Or can
Behind you. Turn around. What are you doing? Look at the camera. What the camera gonna do for you? Oh, sorry for laughing. Hold on.
Come on. That's so fake.
that didn't look fake to me.
No, it's visual effects. Sure. Okay, so is your computer spazzing out too?
Is yours?
Whoa, I'm not controlling. I'm not. Whoa. What's going on?
Definitely controlling it.
Whoa. Hashtag lollipop.
So I am out of here. See you later.
You can't leave yet, Sam.
Okay.
Can I leave?
What's going on?
Well, it's not letting me on my computer, and
How did his...
Are you okay?
Bro. No.
not my phone.
There was some... I can't... Was someone... I'll type too slow. Behind you. I thought it froze. Why you keep smiling? You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be. How the f... Who is this old man? Yo. Whoa. Whoa. What is all these numbers that they putting on the screen? Hold on.
Connecting.
Bro, what? Yo.
What is this?
Hello?
My name is Alex.
No, my name is not Alex.
Play lollipop.
Disconnecting.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Hold on, bro. Alex, bro. You got some explaining to do. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. You got some explaining to do. Why it say? You got some explaining to do, my boy. My name is Alex. Oh, I mean, technically your name isn't Alex, but your name is technically Alex, bro. How the Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. My heart racing right now. See, this is how I play scary games, bro. This is how I play scary. I can't, bro. Bro, how did they do that? Hold on, I need to watch that back. Hold on. Let me go to downloads. Actually, it probably won't be in download. How do you do that, though? I need to check my room, you know what I'm saying? I was literally joking about one of your favorites come through the door, you get scared. Bro. Then they put some in. How did they control my mouth? Pause. Check. You right. Check under the bed, bro. Gotta check under there. Hold on. Let me get my flashlight. Actually, let me get my heavy duty boy. Hold on. I can't even find the heavy duty flashlight. Hold on. cooling. I think, hold on, let me check my closet. Let me check my closet. Alright, bro, I think we chilling. I think we chilling. I think we chilling. I think we chilling. I think we chilling, bro. I think, oh God. That don't make no sense. I didn't know they could do that. Like, is that legal? Is that illegal to tap into my camera? I mean, I did give them permissions to my camera. I ain't even gonna lie, I did give them permission, so I guess, like, legally, I guess, like, they can't get, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It says downloadable version. Oh, hold on. Hold on, Evan. 1 second, yeah. 3, 4, 5. .com. Oh, let me see. It says next, but I can't press next. You feel me? It says next, but I can't press next. I ain't even gonna lie. My friend told me that Joe said he's scared. Do a guess your age challenge? What? A guess your age challenge? What does that even mean? A guess your age? Let me look it up. Guess your age challenge. I guess your age challenge. Can we guess her age? No, guess my age. Can we guess your age, BuzzFeed? Alright. Hold on, it's not 9 yet. Hold on. It's not 9 yet. Hold on. Okay, if you don't get this, cause what's animals? Dog. Actually, nah, octopus. Yeah. How many pairs of shoes have you bought this year? 1. Which one of these smells the best? Gasoline. And which one of these smell is the worst smell? Vomit. What time do you typically wake up? 5 a.m. Yeah. Pick a cheesy food or a chocolatey food. What? Brownies. What's the first vowel in your last name? D-E-E. If you had to be a bug, what kind would you be? A ladybug. Finish the sentence. I would appreciate my. I wish people would appreciate my generosity. Lastly, here are some very common fears. Dogs isn't here. Heights, I guess. Whoa, bro. Hold on, bro. There's something they ain't telling me, bro. There's something they ain't telling me. This Alex, bro, what? That makes no sense, bro. That need. Yo. What? Yo, Alex, what you got me? This man can't. I can read, bro. I can read, bro. You know what I'm saying? I was just struggling a little bit. It was the words, they were so similar. But swear, 15. That's how old I am. That's literally. This is my age, bro. I'm 15 years old. This makes 0 sense, bro. Hold on. Real, bro. I can read, bro. I swear I can read. Swaggery. I finna get into this Minecraft just for you, Langston. Just for you, you feel me? Let me change my headphones from the game. See, how is it picking up the goddamn sound? No, I don't even got my headphones plugged in. We finna get on this, you know what I'm saying? Show you. I'm a professional Minecraft player for real, bro. I do this, you know what I'm saying? I'm a professional Minecraft player. You ain't never heard that before. Hold on. I really spent $1.79 for 6 minutes. I ain't gonna lie. I bought my $1.79 back, bro. I mean, yeah, it was scary, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how they did too much, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Alright, bro, let's get to it. Yeah. Uncle Swoo is going live with Swoo Liddy. Let me go through this. real quick. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me check something real quick. Oh, thank God, bro. Thank God, bro. I thought they leaked my credit card, bro. I thought that game leaked my credit card. That's a completely different number. Oh, thank God, bro. I was about to get scared, bro. I was about to have to end the stream and delete that video, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. If the game did that, bro, that's foul. I ain't even gonna lie. That's foul. That's some foul. That's some foul, bro. I ain't even gonna lie. Alright. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get that music playing. Oh yeah, I forgot about my, you know what I'm saying? So here's my farm, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? Here's the crib, you feel me? Something slight. You know what I'm saying? Something slight. You say we got the farm, you feel me? What's your crib? Hey, nah, for a friend. You tripping. Hey, nah. I don't have a credit card, you know what I'm saying? I'm broke. I swear. So I don't even got no money, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't even got no money. So, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not even really valuable, for real. You feel me? Alright. So, here's how my crops in. You know what I'm saying? I'll take it. Look at this. Had to do this real quick. You know what I'm saying? Ooh. Alright. So I'm gonna harvest some food. Now let me check on the village. GTA. Golly, bro. Why you had to be so aggressive? You feel me? You know what I'm saying? You should start an OnlyFans. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I should start a what? Nah, I don't even know what that is for real. I never even heard of no. You said only what? Nah, I ain't. Nah. Whoa. Alright. What is this horse doing? So retarded. I had to do it, you feel me? It was right. Cause he was suffering. And I didn't want to see him suffer no more. Oh, this village is abandoned. I forgot. This is the abandoned village. Exclusive content. Booty black man forgot you streaming, got caught. Why would you say that? Why? Yo. What's so wrong with you? What is that sound? See, how did the horses get the squeak? Bro. Oh, no. Oh, nah. Oh, nah, bro. Oh, okay, I'm chilling. Alright, so I'm gonna harvest some of this wheat, you know what I'm saying, so I can feed my horses. I mean, my cows. You know what I'm saying? Beat meat, bro. It's so raw with y'all. Alright, what should I drop? Black wool. Because we don't mess with black around here. I'm playing. You know what I'm saying? Oops. That boy Kenyatta. Ooh. Ooh. I just gotta cause harm to every single animal I see in this game. You feel me? Man. Little nigga dead. Bro, why is there so many zombies here? Or zombie villages? Ooh. Hold on. Let me get all these apples, you feel me? Is that a monkey? Is that a monkey, bro? What you trying to say? What you trying to say, you feel me? I feel like, you know what I'm saying? I'm being called a racial slur. You know what I mean? Boom, boom. Okay, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let's get to it though. Let's get to it though. Alright, yes sir. Yes sir. I already see it panning. I'm finna have a mansion. I'm finna have a mansion in goddamn Minecraft. See, this is humble beginnings, you feel me? This is humble beginnings. This is humble beginnings. See, look at my house. It look beautiful. It's multicolored because I ran out of... Oh, I'm not even close. Am I close enough to my mic? Am I close enough to my mic? What's it called? It's multicolored because I ran out of certain types of wood and stuff like that. But that's okay. You feel me? That's okay. It's getting a little bit dark. You know what I'm saying? I be saying, you know what I'm saying, too much. But it's a habit at this point. Alright, I got food for y'all boys. Y'all make me another kid, you feel me? You grow up, first of all. Okay, first, let me get some more. Actually, let me go to sleep. Let me go to sleep, and then I gotta get some more, what's it called? I can feel your breath. I thought I was too far. Okay. Alright, what am I doing? Oh. Hold on. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I ran out. I don't even need these for real. Boom, boom. Alright, bet. Boom, boom. Okay, you know what I'm saying? My wheat farm is going good, you feel me? Alright. Y'all eat and make love. You feel me? Okay, there's the little man. Now you grow up. And now, where's the other one, little man? You know what I'm saying? Now you grow up, right? This is, y'all don't understand how smart I am for real. You feel me? Where's the other? There's a new little man. Okay. Boom. Boom. Now you gotta grow up. You feel me? Now you gotta do the nasty with one of these guys. My cows. That Fire Empire. What's good with you? My cows. What do you mean by that? Alright, bro. Who else wants to get to? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Doing the nasty. I think they full. I ain't even gonna lie. I think they full. I think they full. I don't think they can eat no. Okay. Somebody just ate some of my food. So who was it? And why aren't y'all making kids? Y'all better get making kids. Where the kid at? There we go. Alright now. Alright, you make another baby. Where's the baby at? Where's the Alright. Alright. Now who else wants to make love? Who else wants to make love here? Okay, you want to make love, make love, make love, make love, make love. Make another kid for me. Make another kid for me so I can eat. Everybody got to eat, you feel me? Ooh. Well, I'm almost out. That's cool, though. You a big boy now. Who else want to eat? I just need somebody to make love. Okay. I think that's the last one I can do for right now. You feel me? Okay, there's a little cow. Let me use the rest of this week. Where is the cow? There you go. Yo, eat, bro. Dang. There you go. Eat. Now get big. Boom. Alright, I think this is alright. Meat to meat, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Alright. Whole lot of insects. What you mean? I don't got roaches, right? Ain't gotta be scared. Alright, now. Why is my neck throbbing? Okay, pause. That's not what it sounds like, you feel me? Boom, 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 boom. I bet. Now let me get my, you know what I'm saying? We got to go mining, you feel me? Hop on GTA, bro. Hold on one second. Let me just tend to my Minecraft. You know what I'm saying? Alright, boom. What is this? Did y'all just hear that? This is Minecraft. Where am I? Okay. This is what is that supposed? Was that a? I don't even know, bro. You know what I'm saying? Alright. Oh! I ain't even scared of y'all about to run. Okay, you hit me. You gotta hit in. Yeah, that's cool though. Cause you sleep now. Ain't nothing good in here, bro. What is this? See, now I just lost light, bro. That's all that did. Alright. We go this way. See what they got going on up here. Is this my own light? How the Alright, bro. I think I'm gonna wrap this little segment up. You know what I'm saying? Ain't really nothing to do it. Who's making all that noise? You know what I'm saying? You see the whole mine system, you feel me? Oh, I'm hungry. My guy hungry. Eat an apple. No, not a beetroot, an apple. I'm finna hop on GT after this though. Alright, y'all, we finna hop on the GTA. You feel me? Golly, that's loud. Hold on, put in the disc. Whole lot of red. Yes, I see it. Hold on a second, Mason. Are you in a party? seconds. Come on, load. Then we go to devices. You feel me? I'm just showing y'all how to really get down for real. Hold on. Audio devices. You know what I'm saying? Input device. Microphone on PlayStation camera. You know what I'm saying? Alright, let's get to it. Okay. Yeah, I'm playing. I just. Golly, bro. Later. Join party. Yeah, baby. 17. No. I forgot how to go. Yo. Hello? See, why is my PS4 acting like this, bro? It's probably because it's trying to boot up GTA at the same time as... Yeah, my junk just froze. My PS4 just froze, bro. Swear. Yo, my PS4 just froze. Yo, my PS4 just froze, y'all. PS4 this. I didn't even know it could do that, bro. Yo, what? Okay. Turned off. Okay. Let's pray. I swear, if my PS4 done this glitched in this, I swear I'm finna be hot, bro. Alright, it's booting up. Mike Budenholzer. I like tennis. And I go, why you on a mission? Why you on a bitch? They didn't have no dollar. We need dead. I put it on your daughter. It turns. You're all that. You deserve it. You like it. You cow. You dead. Get up, bang. Put it in the grave. I don't even know what he's saying in that song, y'all. There are new events for Grand Theft. Oh, I need to change my hair. Even though I don't even got hair. They added new hairstyles. You know what I'm saying? Boom. Boom. You know what I'm saying? You ain't game chat. Whoa, hold on. Let me let the game boot up and I'm gonna join your party. Because the last time I think it glitched because it was trying to load in GTA while being on the home screen. I think that's the reason it glitched. I moved the chat this way. Wait, no. Booty fly. Jeep. I got why you have a mission? I got them bottles. Get the horses. Meat to meat. Meat to meat. Meat to meat. Meat to meat. Oh, take that rubber off. Meat to meat. Meat to meat. Meat to meat. Meat to meat. listen, listen, listen. I'm not a rapper, but I be spitting. I ain't say spitting where. I be spitting in dudes' underwear. Who can't spit? I was like, okay, let me stop. See, why does it have to take so long? See, like, look. I'm at 60%, and it's gonna get to 90, right? It's gonna get to 90, and then it's just gonna stop for no reason at all. Hey, oh, my ankle, ooh, that just itchy. I'm saying, you know when that itch just hit out of nowhere? Swear, twin. I hate that. It's so funny, but it's like so good at the same time. Judy Flop, name trip. Battle tennis. Just play. What you mean just play? I'm waiting for it to. Yuan Dima. Yuan. That's, you know what I'm saying? I have to wait for the game to load. Should I sub? Yes, you should. I mean, there's no reason to subscribe, but you know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion, people that subscribe end up having better life outcomes. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? When you subscribe, you know what I'm saying? Your life gets expanded by 20 years. So if you're supposed to live to 70, you live to 90s. Crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. Okay, I'm finna join your party now, Mason. Oh wait. Let's play. You got PlayStation? Join the party, man. If you got PlayStation, you can join. Hello? Hello? Devices. Oh yeah, device. I got PS5. I bet. Yeah.
Using game chat, dumbass.
I ain't know that. Hold on, this dude wants to play Yuan Demagawaka. Dima.
Wants to play GTA?
Yeah. I can't read.
When he told us today when he had practice tomorrow, boy.
Bro,
but we're full pass next week.
What's it called? I was so happy, bro. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. What's it called?
Why?
We was at practice, right? And we already had our helmets on. We was ready or whatever. And then they said go to the team room for film. I was like, I was like, cause I ain't gonna lie.
Practice?
Yeah, well, I mean, we still worked out. Did
really this whole week?
agility.
We just watched film in the max this whole week. Like I ain't touched we didn't touch the field at all. But it rained us out too the other days.
Hold on 1 second.
Y'all ever get rained out this week?
How do you get rained out?
Like it rained and he just said go home.
Play GTA around, so.
It was like The weather's not the best, so just go home.
You said what?
He was like, the weather's not the best right now, so y'all could just go home. And they gave us gloves today too.
They gave you gloves?
3 pairs of gloves, all different colors.
What color?
Light blue, dark blue, and red.
Wait, is that your
Under
school
Armour.
colors?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ooh. See, I can't drive in this game, bro.
I just bought a truck.
Hold
Yeah,
on,
I had a Tesla.
join my world.
Alright.
How do
I had a Tesla and a Hellcat, and I just bought a truck.
How you get a Tesla? What's a Tesla?
It's called a Raiden.
A
But it
Raiden?
costs a good- Yeah, it would cost a good amount. I don't remember how much it cost.
Dang, how do you even land the stunt jumps, bro?
You appearing offline?
Oh, yeah.
That's why I can't join you.
Okay, how do I change that? I forgot how I started that.
What's it called? Like hold.
Oh,
you know
set
how to pull up
online
the quick menu?
status? Online.
Yeah.
Alright, bet. Yeah. Alright, bet. I'm online now.
Alright, man.
I'm about to say. See, why is this the Turismo? This junk is so weak.
What is it?
It's a car. It's like it looks like a Lamborghini. But the back always comes off. Everybody suck, yes sir. What the heck? There's no way I got stuck, bro. There's no way I got stuck right here. Okay, we chilling. Weasel.
Change my drip. Nah, forget my drip. What are you wearing?
What you mean? I'm dripped out. You see the drip? You see the
just
drip?
crashed out, bro.
You see the drip?
A mask with Tim's.
You see the drip though?
No shirt.
Hey, you
baggy-
want to see the pausing? You want to see the pausing? Hold on. Body
Hey, dude,
seats.
bruh, you just slumped at me.
You gotta hit the pausing. Hold on. Gotta hit the pausing. Hold on. You gotta go. Oh,
They
I
put me
missed.
in a queue.
They put
They
you
put
in
me in
a
a
queue.
queue for your session.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna customize my truck.
Yo, who is Brucey? And why is his name Brucey?
Who?
Some dude in the goddamn. Ooh. He's a kid. Oh, I forgot the police is like, should I unsubscribe? Nah. Why is he? I don't know. What's it called? This dude funny.
I feel bad though. They gave a kid on the team he plays DB. They gave him. I mean, he was a receiver, and they gave him 94.
94?
Yes.
Are you serious? That's so disrespectful, bro. You basically calling
I
that
got
man
some.
trash. You got a receiver wearing
I
number
got
94?
20. I got 25 at least, bro.
Are you playing receiver?
Nah.
Richard Sherman. Who's another? The
The
CJ.
first number I wore in football was 25.
Yeah. Did Chris Harris wear number 25? I think so.
Yeah.
What's another person that wears number 25? What's another?
Next year I'm gonna get 3. 'Cause the person who wears 3 this year is leaving. He's a
Ah.
senior.
What position does the person who wears number 3 play?
Receiver.
Ah.
But there was a receiver
Ah.
today, and they moved, like, we were watching film, and he was talking, and then, like, we watched film, like, we don't watch the whole team, we watch offense, and then defense, and he told a kid to leave, because they switched him from receiver to linebacker, 'cause it said his hands weren't right.
That's such
I
a.
couldn't go for that.
They moved him from receiver to linebacker.
Yeah.
Was he a big dude? Kill
No.
player. Huh?
He's not big at all. Pause.
crime has occurred at Richards Majestic. Go
No, it's like 145.
You're like 145 or he's like 145?
No, he is.
How much you weigh?
And I don't even know. We weigh in on Monday. We weigh in on Monday. Cause that's when the season starts. Full pads. I mean, we practice at 4, bro.
You said
All
what?
next week. All next week we practice at 4.
At 4 in the morning or in the afternoon?
Night. In the afternoon.
Oh, I'm about to say. I ain't even mean to hit him, bro. I ain't even mean to hit him. Slide.
Dang, bro. These folks can't run.
I'm really bad at driving. I ain't even gonna lie in this game. Oh, I'm pretty bad at driving in general. Cause I don't really
Fire
know.
got his permit yesterday, right?
Wait.
He turned 16 today.
He just got his permit?
Yeah, he's not driving till senior year.
I won't be driving till senior year. You know what I'm saying?
Right, so we were supposed to spend the night at Chris's house. But now he's talking about he wants to go to the what's it called? The belt line. What is there? What are you gonna do at the belt line, bro?
I don't know. I don't live in Atlanta.
He said we were gonna walk around and eat. What?
Hold on. Okay, there's a crime scene. Let me investigate this crime. Cause I'm for sure like a police officer type build. You know what I'm saying?
No.
You don't think I'm like a police officer type build?
No.
Okay. Recover the stolen movie pot to earn cash and RP.
Dang! This man just hit my new truck, bro. Like, come on, bro.
Can I hit him?
And right when I was about to go into the... Where you at?
I'm in the
What is
game.
that? No, like... What room is it even?
I don't even know. So do I leave out? Exit Solomon's office. Should my friends sub? Of course your friends should sub. You know what I'm saying? If your friends aren't sub, they not your real friends. I'll check it. Nah.
I might get a matte black.
Nah, but they for sure should. Wait, what you said the Tesla was called again?
Raiden. But it's like R-A-I-D-E-N.
Is it at Legendary?
To be honest, I don't even know. It might be.
Is it in alphabetical order? I don't sort by
I have no clue.
Man, they need to make it better to find vehicles, cause I don't feel like scrolling. Yeah, baby. Stop and sing. Alright. Hey, look, baby girl, you're so fine though. Okay, how much did it cost?
I don't even know. I bought it a while ago. I bought it not in my old house. So.
Alright, I'm finna dip out of here. Getting antsy, you wanna do the casino job or not? I don't have enough money. What's his name? What they got going on? Yo,
I can get dark
what?
smoke windows.
I'm finna fold him, bro. Oh, he got hands. But no, he don't got enough hands though. I just jumped a dude in the goddamn. Oh, I didn't even need to shoot you. I promise. But you gotta go now. Alright. Alright, I'm up out of here. Oh! I didn't even mean to kill her for real, bro. I was trying to, you know what I'm saying, finish off dude. If you know what I mean.
Huh?
Huh? What happened? Ooh. I just crashed into a trailer. See, that makes 0 sense, bro. I should bust through that. Dang, this car kind of slide. I ain't even gonna lie.
I'm still in the queue to join the session.
Are you for real?
I'm finna, yeah, I'm finna, but try to join mine, cause a lot of folks just left.
Alright.
I'm finna put on my truck and pull out the Hellcat, bro.
Friends. That boy Pickett always on the game, bro. How that says that you're not online. You're not appearing online.
You can do it through GTA. That's why I did it.
How do you do it?
You know when it's like hit options and it pulls up the map and online and friends and stuff. Go to the one that says friends.
It says TXC Polar is the only one that's in.
Oh, let me appear online. Let me appear online then. Alright.
Why does it say that y'all are ops?
I don't know.
It's let's party. I don't think English is his first language, cause he didn't use party correctly in that sentence. Join game.
I just ready, bro.
I
think I had Jordan. He's playing Brawlhalla.
Yo, my. Ooh.
I appeared online.
Yeah, I joined. Bro, my shoulders hurt. Yeah.
Alright, man, I'm gonna get that Hellcat. But I had dang near like what they call a mansion in the game. And I traded it in for a house because it had a pool. And like, you know, like how those dirty apartments look?
I have an apartment.
The house is
I don't have a mansion. I just have the apartment that they gave me.
You gotta get a house.
Man, that's really expensive. I don't even need to live. Living is unimportant. It's about getting this bread.
I just use money that I got from the heist because Javon would just do that. Like, Javon knows heist glitch. And we would just keep doing it.
I've never even done a heist. I just be running around robbing stores.
Yeah, I don't really do heists for real. Unless I got 4 people on. Most of the time I either got less than 4 on or more than 4 on, so.
You know what I'm saying?
The Tesla car is fast though too.
Why is it okay?
These missiles. Yeah.
Where's the? Let me call my mechanic.
You need me to pick you up, bro?
Nah, bro. I just need to. I just want my bike. Wait, no. I need to call my Moore's Mutual first.
Your dirt bike?
Nah, my Where is my dirt bike?
Bro.
Where is my dirt bike?
You wanna pull out?
My junk is
a bicycle, bro?
You said what?
You wanna pull out your bicycle, bro?
I don't even have a bicycle.
What's me your bike?
My motorcycle or my 4-wheeler.
Why didn't you just say that, bro?
Well, it's the same thing, you know what I'm saying? Oh, there's my 4-wheeler. It appeared right before I left. Alright, where are you at?
My house.
Where's your house at?
I'm gonna just put on some shorts up there. See where I am? Go left. Go left. No, like up the map and then left.
This?
No, not left. Right above, right there.
Alright, bet. Vroom, vroom.
I traded in a mansion for this place, bro. I should have never did that.
Is it bad?
Yes, I just wanted it because it had a pool.
How did you trade it?
If the other house costs more, you can trade it, so you'll get some money back.
Vroom, vroom. Oh. Yo, he just.
I gotta get some. What's it called? Some clothes for school, bro.
0 subscribers. Dang, that's unfortunate, bro.
What?
He just typed in the chat. I have 0 subscribers. Like, dang, bro.
I gotta get some clothes for school, bro. Like,
oh yeah, you gotta wear clothes every single. I can't do that. I ain't even gonna lie. I can't.
look, that's why I like wearing uniform, bro.
Cause you don't even. I
And
know what
now
I'm finna
folks
wear.
be talking about your drip.
How you gonna run out of clothes and you got a uniform? You just nasty if you ain't washing your clothes and you run. Like, what do you do? Imagine running out of clothes and you wear a uniform.
Now folks will talk about your drip.
I just clean this. You know what I'm saying? Get you 5 shirts. You only really need like 3 pants and just wash them.
For real. But last year, I wore the same 3 pair of pants to school every day because I'm going to school 3 days a week.
Bro, I remember, what's it called? I ruined a lot of my pants, so I only had 2 more pairs left.
How, bro?
I don't even know. But then I got my brother's clothes too. Since he graduated.
Are you at my house?
Nah. I was all the way at the bottom of the map when I left. Ooh. Golly, my car is all the way messed up. It was nice and clean when I left.
Ooh. Yeah.
Lil Pump. Golly.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yo.
Okay.
Yo.
Hey, little sexy.
Hello?
What?
Yes.
Oh, you can hear us? Alright.
Yeah.
Bro,
I
I'm
mean,
not going to the
that
bell
one
line,
you
bro.
said.
Ooh.
Alright,
Yeah,
man. I'm not going to the bell line, bro.
Oh yeah, Mason, we going to main event for my birthday.
Oh, yeah, my mom told me I'm definitely sliding. That's the day before I had school, bro.
Dang. That boy.
They're tripping.
When y'all go back to school?
The 2nd of August.
Yo, you bugging.
My birthday is the Friday before, bro.
Bro, I
Oh,
don't.
amazing. I go back August 2nd, August 12th.
Yeah, I go
Bro.
back August 11th.
At Landmark going back the 11th, bro. Chris School is forcing. We better get out early, bro.
Preston
I get out May
Garage.
7th.
You get out when?
May 7th.
Ain't no
I requested access to your garage.
Dang.
Bro, you only
Alright.
got 9, 11, 10. You only got 12 days until school starts for you.
For real?
Yes. That's less than 2 weeks.
Wait, ain't no way.
Because today's the 21st. 9, you know what I'm saying? 10 to 31 plus 2, 12.
Wait, count again?
No, you gotta listen. So it's the 21st, right? Plus 9, that's
Yeah.
30. And there's 31 days in July, right?
Yeah.
And then so plus 10, plus 2, 12.
I couldn't invite you, man.
Yo, I just dropped my phone. Like, I ain't drop it. Like, I lost grip of it, and then I like tried to pull it back, and it just hit my TV. My whole TV went like colored. Who is this? Why are you? That don't even look like.
Huh?
You look Mexican with dreads.
I gotta, what's it called, change my pants.
This
Oh yeah, bro. Me and Mason used to literally just play this game and go around and kill it.
For real.
Mason,
These are Rob's.
whose clothes are
What?
these?
I don't know. That's why I wish I didn't trade in for this house. Bro.
Hold on, wait. So the house came with clothes?
Yeah.
That's so stupid. Who does that?
No, bro. You just put my saved outfits.
Oh, you got whiskey? Let me get some of these. You feel me?
Alright, we're gonna pull up to the Binko clothing because I can't afford no good clothes. So.
Binko. Oh. But let me just get a little. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, can you see me?
Yeah. Bro,
Well,
do you have
just keep
boxers
looking at me.
on?
Look at my character, bro.
Bro, why do you look like that, bro? Alright, I'm gonna stop drinking. Make sure I don't get drunk. You feel me? Should I change?
I'm fucking with cancer sticks.
Should I put on the drip? Can I? Hold on 1 second. Can I use your closet?
Sure, bro.
Hold on, I don't think it works.
You walked into the restroom.
Hold on, I don't think I can use your closet.
Yeah, you can't.
Alright, hold on. Slide to my crib. We gonna slide to my crib, my humble abode.
Let me change my pants real quick.
You didn't have pants on. God, look, that boy got them baggies.
Wait, man, so you lost all your clothes?
Nah, I had them, but I just had on underwear.
I just really, bro, it seems like all the pants are so tight.
Yeah, they are.
Them's is the skinny jeans I used to be wearing.
These are sweatpants, bro.
I wish they added regular, like, you know, RP.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro, they got drip, bro.
Exactly.
Evan, you should get that, though. Wait, do you have a monitor?
I mean, I do, but, like, it's dookie. And it can't really run game.
Is that gonna blow up?
Hey, Mason, let me just take a nap real quick.
Bruh.
Let me take a nap on your crib, in your bed real quick.
Like, at least they can add replicas, bruh. GTA 6 better have something. Like,
GTA 6.
Dip,
Hold on a second.
Bruh, GTA 6 better
How's that boy got practice tomorrow?
Nah, they canceled mine.
Yes, sir. You got practice at it?
You said what?
I know you got practice.
Oh, yeah, you already know I got practice. Aha. Aha.
Which car should I take, Evan?
Boy, awesome.
Oh, is this the Tesla?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take that one.
Alright.
Wait, nah. This one hard.
Bro, Mason.
Yeah.
Next time I see Chris, I'm gonna make me some nuggets.
Bro. Bro, his brother
He
came to
works
my
at
house.
the dwarf house, Chick-fil-A.
His brother came to my house.
Oh.
But Chris couldn't come because he had to work.
Exactly, bro. That joke was funny, bro.
That's so awkward, Mason.
He had work.
Bro, like, it was other
11.
people here too. Other people.
Bro, this man
Yeah,
Chandler was
11.
This man Chandler was walking around the back of the house.
Yeah,
He was
but
lurking.
he had to work till 11, but Chick-fil-A closes at 10.
That's crazy.
They got that boy doing janitor work.
That's slavery.
Cleaning.
That's racist.
That was cleaning. And
Alright.
Chandler
Wait,
said,
You see my car?
Evan, why are the cops on us, bro?
What did I even do?
I'm gonna call Lester. I think
What did
Chris
Chandler
was
say?
Chandler was like, Chris gets mad when people call him Sandwich Head.
Oh yeah, he got so bad, bro.
Wait,
Because
why?
he told me the reason he gets mad is because he hates when people Jonah just said. Because one time he was at Six Flags or something with his friend, some random dude said his head looked like a titty.
Yo. Some random dude he ain't even know?
Mark your house, Evan.
No, it was a track meet. It was a track meet.
Okay, let me mark my house.
It was a track meet.
It's right here. My humble abode.
If somebody said that to me, bro, I don't care how big you are, we're gonna have to scrap.
I'll take my L. If I have to lose, I have to lose, bro.
Facts, bro. At least I go out with something like big.
Exactly.
Like that.
Yeah, baby. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Yesterday, I mean, this morning for practice, I woke up at 4:30, but I didn't actually get out the bed until like 5:10. I remember I kept telling myself, I'm gonna get up after this, and I realized I actually had to get up.
But I set my alarm for 5:15, and I woke up, and I was like, I'm gonna sit in the bed until 5:20, and I woke up and it was 6.
Wait, why'd they cancel your practice, Nathan?
Because he was like, yeah, I had a good week of summer practice, so we're gonna cancel it tomorrow. But on Monday, we're coming hard because we go full pads on Monday.
Dang.
Hopefully, when we go full pads, I can switch to defense because I'm not trying to get hit by those linebackers. So. I'm gonna park outside. Yeah.
Alright, let's get it, you know what I'm saying? Here's my crib, you know what I mean?
Allow me to go in, my boy.
Hold on, how do I do that? Into it.
Hold on, I didn't buzz first. Yeah.
You said what?
I didn't buzz.
What do you mean?
Buzz into your apartment, bruh.
Huh? You said I ain't buzz yet.
Buzz into your apartment. B-U-Z-Z.
Oh, buzz. Okay, wait, are you in?
Yeah, I just buzzed.
See, let me put on the drip though. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, let me in, bro.
Hold on, wait.
Dang, bro. What? Let me see the crib, bro.
Hold
It
on,
better not be no small holes in the walls.
What you
Stains on the couch.
What you talking
You
about?
had a big old, you had a plane, right, bruh, bruh.
This a nice
The
crib,
floor
right?
has dark. The floor has dark stains.
It don't even matter, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? This is my humble
Man, you know
apartment.
that crib that I got with like the, I forgot, like the new one I just got?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fine.
Bro, why
Alright.
is there smoke in the air, but you don't smoke?
Don't worry about it. You think I should go with the Navy regular fit?
Take those off right now.
You have a chain, Evan?
A chain?
Yes, he
Yes,
does.
sir. You know what I'm saying?
Take those off, bro.
We put on the
I
black
thought Chris said we
fitted
just want to go to his house, bro.
tops.
Bro, Evan, look at your sink.
Bro, this not drip?
I'm finna hit your bong.
What you gonna hit my bum?
Yo, bong.
Hey, yo. Yo,
Your
son,
bong.
We got the drip on. Mask. Cry. Purple face.
So they said in Madden 22 they're adding where you could play like mud squads or normal teams. That's gonna be
Mud
so
squads to normal team, like with actual like NFL teams.
fun. NFL teams. Yeah.
Oh, so just online?
Yeah.
Well, you can't already do
I
that.
just- No.
No.
I just hit your like you can play against but not with. I got high off one hit.
That boy. Hold on, is this a cigarette?
You know you can wear the fitted with no mask.
Yeah. How?
There's a glitch. Bro, you remember the glitch, Jordan? I forgot.
What's the?
Oh, okay.
It's a certain
Don't you? This man used to say, "Don't you have practice for it?" Indeed. Indeed. Word.
Who said he going?
Huh? I'm going.
Who said he going?
What you mean, my boy?
Alright, so what you gotta do is... Dang, I forgot to be honest, but let's pull up to the clothing store.
Alright. You see the drip though, right? You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
do. It's actually better than what you had on earlier.
I think what I had on earlier was better. I ain't gonna lie, cause I was really
You were
dripped out
half
with
dressed.
that.
And my screen is green and it's buzzing.
What? I think.
The bong got him messed up.
Oh. I thought you hit your screen, bro. I was like, you gotta get that. You gotta get that fixed.
Bro, you know what I got back mission? 2K.
Which one?
21.
What are you doing?
I've been thinking about getting that one back too, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
Dang, I don't got no
That's your
ammunition.
I can't lie to you. All the sweats aren't anymore.
Oh, I ain't even mean to
Shit, bro.
shoot you. I ain't even mean to shoot you. I ain't even
I'm
mean
not
to.
getting 21 back, bro. I'm not gonna spend money on it.
Oh, the police is after us. Oh, nah, bro.
Why are you shooting out?
I'm trying to shoot the police.
Why? Call Lester, bro.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Call Lester, bro.
Oh, you want me to call Lester?
I'll call him, bro. I can't even see.
Well, I don't even think I can do that, cause I. Hold on. Let me call Lester. I think if I call Lester, then he what's it called? He talks about the
I
mission.
just called Lester for 1,000, bro.
Okay, my friend.
Dang.
I'll take care of the LSPD. Leave it to me.
Los Santos police. Lester the molester. Did you see Langston in the chat, bro?
Like I'm in the stream, but I'm like watching you, not the chat right now.
Oh, I forgot about shooting.
Why are you shooting, nigga?
Bro, I forgot.
I mean, be part like a normal person, you know what I mean?
Let's see that parallel parking skills. Okay. You're a little bit off center. Okay. Your front or you know what I'm saying, it's coming off.
Cause you, bruh.
How is that cause of me?
Hey, look my player, look my player. Where you at? Where you at, bruh?
I'm right here. What you smoking cigarettes for? And how you even do that?
You gotta buy them from the gas station.
Oh. Where's Bingo?
What? Ain't no way you just said that, bro.
Where is it? Hold
There's
on.
no store in this game named Bingo.
What's it called?
Bingo.
Oh.
It's suburban, bro.
Suburban dude. I'm a suburban dude. Okay.
Let me browse the shoes, bro. I hope they added some new clothes with that update. I'm like,
Yeah. Okay, they do have stars. Let me see what they got on boots. Let me see what
People were
boots they
talking
got.
about they finally added black haircuts. They added one haircut.
Exactly. They added a
Alright,
tint
what do
fade.
you have,
And
It's
everybody and
ugly,
their
bruh.
mama. And everybody and their mama try to get a tint fade by a white barber. Ain't no black barber doing nobody like that, bro.
Bro, the haircut is ugly, bro.
I don't think they got no good boots. Okay, white high
Why do
top
you want
sneakers.
boots?
Okay, look at the drip though. Look at the white high top, dual high top sneakers. Okay, okay, okay. Ice high top sneakers.
What?
Okay, I might have to cop me some high top sneakers. Skate shoes, navy skate
Saying it
shoes.
like that, jit. High top sneakers.
That's not how y'all say it.
But yeah, bro,
No.
I'm gonna go to. I think we could leave Chris and Fire and go to Whitewater, bro.
Bro, nah, the people I know people that went there, bro.
Why are my
They said it
toes
was
so
nasty.
nasty? Bro, they said that the wave pool doesn't even go back to like 10 feet no more.
Yeah,
What
and
you
they said it
mean?
was really nasty. Cause it's probably cause somebody like almost
Dude,
drowned.
that motherfucker.
Dang. Imagine going to somewhere and you know you can't swim.
Like, so what
You
they
did
say
that.
about it?
Oh yeah, I did do that, huh?
So what they say about Whitewater?
But they said it was just really nasty. The slides were nasty.
Ooh. Sports
I might go
shoes.
skating then.
Bro, they got mountain climbing shoes and
I went to
stuff.
Six Flags, bro. Like I've been to Six Flags like 3 times the past week, bro. That shit is
I
fun.
haven't been all summer because Chris don't want to do nothing.
You could have came with me. I was with my teammates.
Yeah, baby.
I would win. I'd rather go with them when kids off the football team, cause
Okay, hold on. We got some Vans. Why are my feet so
No,
nasty?
bro, this man Chris really wanted me to go to the board, whatever. What is it called? The brake line? Something
The
I
belt
don't even know
line?
it's a belt line.
like that? Belt line.
Yo, where are you, Mason?
I don't even know those people.
I'm
Oh,
in
there
the
you
clothing
are.
store.
And
I
Mason,
barely
you
know
see the
them. I'm
drip
not
on my
gonna
feet?
I can't see because I'm looking at my player trying to get these clothes right.
You see the drip on my feet? Ask him about
They
the
said I can't
glitch.
see.
What glitch?
What glitch?
Yeah, so.
He's talking about the money glitch.
Oh, you gotta ask Vaughn, not me.
Man, this man Lester stay calling my phone. I don't have the money to buy the casino or the whatever it's called.
Y'all boys trying to play some Fortnite in a minute?
I ain't played.
I'll get on Fortnite.
What's it called? When I played, I was playing against robots. I'm pretty sure. Cause they ain't seem like robots. ROBOTS. Wait.
Nigga, they got two O's.
RO.
What did you say?
Hey, nah. We don't even
No,
got
bro.
this.
Evan, one time I was in the chat, I was like, there's no other country, no other state in
Oh, I remember that, bro.
in the U.S.
Oh,
There's no
that's-
other state in the U.S. that starts with a K besides Kentucky. And you were naming countries, bro. You started naming Korea.
I forgot.
I was almost like agree with you and not thought about Kansas, bro.
I think
Oh yeah, you did say that too.
Bro, this man Mason said, glitching these nuts, bro. Glitching these nuts.
What's wrong with him? Does he even have a console?
Why you do that boy like that?
I was just asking. Like,
Yeah,
did
he
he steal it or
do.
give it away?
He do. I remember I was playing, what's it called, Rocket League with him and Pickett.
Pickett need to get off the game and go to practice.
Bro, Pickett ain't, bro. Where Pickett at, bro? Pickett need to come to practice, bro. It's about
He hasn't been to practice?
No, bro. I remember he went to the
How many
competition.
weeks, bro?
How many weeks?
Yeah, like, how's he not been?
The whole summer.
Oh my god.
He's been to like.
People really don't take that football team seriously, man.
He's been
Nah,
there for like.
they don't take him. They don't even like. This man gets paid to play football.
Waste of height.
I'm saying.
Bro, what's it called? He don't go to workouts. I mean, he said, I was like, why didn't you go to workouts? He said, what's it called? I have track, and it's at like 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So he
doesn't run.
Oh yeah, he does the field of.
That's what Reggie said. I think they on the same team or something. He is like,
Yeah,
bro, we
they are.
run. Y'all just stole the whole time.
Yeah, he does the field of. He's actually good though. I can't lie. He went to nothing.
Bro, he went to the what's it called?
The Junior Olympics.
No, I'm talking about for football. We had like a 7-on-7 lineman competition at Trinity. He won all his individual events and then didn't come back to practice the next day.
He's a bomb.
He's like 6'5", bro. He could if he really like worked hard, he could low-key get like a hell of offers.
I'm saying, bro.
What about you? Like these
He
purple
could have an
canvas
offer
shoes?
He could have an offer after this year, bro.
Bro, what you got on, Mason?
I'm just trying stuff. Calm down.
What's
Booty
you-
warrior.
Booty warrior. Huh?
Long slong. Donkey Kong.
come eat the lead. Yeah, I'm a good.
It's like he don't want a ring. He may say for throwing it, says that's good enough. I want a ring. A ring would be nice. You know what I'm saying?
Is your team good?
What team?
Landmark.
Oh,
You're slow, bro.
we haven't played it. Well, I mean, we won our spring game.
And y'all,
your
ain't y'all
quarterback
beat
good?
Creekside?
Hmm?
In the 7-on-7. Ain't y'all beat Creekside in the 7-on-7?
I didn't go to that one. That's the one where Tobias was fighting, bro. That joke was funny.
Bro.
I was watching the film and I had to see somebody start throwing heads. I'm finna put on some smart shoes.
Short night.
Boom.
Bro, I remember like.
Dang, I ain't even mean to
2018,
buy those.
2017, bro, people used to be so. I used to be so excited to get on the game during Christmas, bro.
Oh, me, bro. I just like not
Especially-
even wanna. Like my parents used to ask
Yeah,
me,
we
"Do you
beat
want to
them.
go out?" And I don't say no, dude.
Langston
You
said
know,
we beat Creekside.
Yeah.
Arena wear shoes. What the heck?
Whatever one.
They call me. But we like deep everywhere.
What?
Pause. That's not what I
What are you
meant.
talking about?
Like, I'm talking about football.
Oh.
You know what I'm
You're
saying?
talking about football. No.
Talking about he's deep inside of everyone.
No. Nah, but like we just need our linemen to come to practice, cause I don't even know how many linemen we have. Like,
Man, how do you pick it a step up, bro? If Pickett
Bro,
gets, if
I can
Pickett
get so far, bro.
pancakes one person, I might pay him, bro.
you said what?
I might pay Pickett if he pancakes somebody. No cap. I might pay him.
baby.
They allow it, bro. I'm gonna go to one of your games
If they allow it, what do you mean?
because of COVID.
Yeah, during bye weeks, I'm gonna go to y'all's games.
Man, COVID ain't even serious no more. I got my vaccine. I'm vaccinated.
There's a second
We
strand.
out. There's a second who? I wish I had Pickett size. Okay, if I was Pickett size, I'd be in the NBA. I swear. Pause. If I was 6'5", 205, something like that.
Hey, bro,
I'd
that's
be in the-
thick, bro.
How you get that?
Facts, bro. I'm showing everything, and I'd have an offer from Alabama by now.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
Like, bro, I just.
If like Pickett was like fast or like he had a little bit of speed, he might be able to carry the ball, bro.
Hey, no. Let's.
Like who knocked my
Langston
phone
said,
out,
"Come
bro?
to the Mount Pisgah scrimmage." Oh.
Oh yeah, 'cause I have a game on Saturday, and y'all have that game on Friday, so I could come to that game. Why are you, nigga,
Bro?
Get out of my car, bro.
Bro, let me stay, please, bro. Let me stay, bro, please. Bro, let me stay, bro.
Hey Mason, rob that nigga.
Bro, let me
Bro,
stay,
yeah,
bro.
almost all my windows smashed out.
Bro, let me stay,
Call
bro.
Lester, bro.
Call Lester?
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't try to tell me that, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, is he in my phone? Okay, Lester.
Yes, she's in your phone, bro.
I don't think.
Hey, it's Lester. I don't listen to my messages, but I probably listen to yours. Do with that as you will.
I went to voicemail.
Oh, let me call him, bro.
That way he
Look
didn't
at
even
my
pick up my
car.
call. Bro, your car chilling. You know what I'm saying? What's it called?
Like,
The
Pickett
Bravo?
fell on my car.
Hey, now.
Hey, what's going on? I take it this isn't purely a social call. Of course not. You're in trouble and you need my help. No problem.
It's like Pickett fell on my car, bro.
What you got going on, my boy? Hey, wait, are you not on your? Are you on the map or something?
No.
Why were you swerving out of control? What are you doing?
I'm driving.
Bro, what's wrong with you? Yeah, my stomach's starting to hurt.
From me driving?
Yeah, I'm getting dizzy. I'm gonna go first person.
I'm gonna pull up to the beach. Nah, bro.
Where you going?
Get out the car. Get out the car.
Huh?
Look, bro. Look, get out the car.
I missed.
He's dead. Get out the driver's seat, bro.
What?
Get out the driver's seat, bro. Get out the
said
driver's seat. Yeah.
I don't even know. It just automatically slipped
Hold
into
up,
the
come here,
driver's
bro.
seat.
Come stand right in front of me, bro.
Uh-huh.
Stand, get. I said stand in front of me, bro.
Uh-huh. Hey.
Chill. Chill. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Chill, bro.
Hey, let me in the whip. Let me in the whip, boy. Mount Pisgah scrimmage, 15 tackles, 100 yards for me.
15 tackles, 100 yards.
He said 15 plus. Wait, no, he said 15 tackles and then 100 plus yards. How much Lester be charging?
I don't even know, bro, but just call him.
Remember, he goes to voicemail for me. Because I ain't did his mission yet. I think that's why.
Yeah, you have to
Oh! Respawn. I mean, at least you can get a new car.
I can't. I'm gonna get the same car.
I mean, not a new car, but like the same car, but like, yo, who is this? Bro, they trying to 9 out. Oh, that's the wrong person. Wrong person. How do I have a star? What did I do? Get the. Whoa, they shooting. They shooting. This man keep making Mason spend money. I'm
Who said that?
Langston.
I'm saying, bro. I got 1,000 plus already.
I'm gonna have to end you. Hey. Ain't no.
Slump. Look, you're floating away, bro. How I get 1 star, bro?
I don't even know. You kind of killed me.
How I go underwater?
No, I'm coming for that booty, Mason.
How do I go underwater? I haven't played this game in a minute. Oh, there it is.
I think you press square. Or triangle. Or circle. Or, how do you go underwater?
It's R1. How he shoot me when I'm underwater?
How do you... Oh, okay.
Forever roll.
How you die? Your body just floating, bro.
Bruh, I might...
Where
we
your
should go
body
skating
go?
on Saturday, bro. Huh?
What you said?
We should go skating on Saturday.
He just Bryce Hall him. That boy
I'm
Bryce
not
Hall was
gonna
getting
go
slumped.
no
Yeah,
more.
that boy Cat just got in the live, boy. Bro, you missed this one game we played, bro. It was called Lollipopper. Take this lollipop.
Does Kevin know how to skate, bro?
Kevin, you know how to skate? I feel like Kevin might know how to skate.
This is Morse Mutual Insurance. Okay.
Wait, is
Kevin know
that
how to
coming?
skate?
Wait, do you have your phone noise coming out of your controller?
Yeah.
Ah.
We should get on Fortnite with Jordan. I haven't played Fortnite in a minute.
That is true. Goon
But
Squad.
Kevin, do you know how to skate, bro? Oh, we was at practice today, and the senior, like, I went into the locker room to get my practice jersey for next week, and then I walk out, and a senior has a freshman in the air by his legs and slams him.
Wait, were they beefing?
Were you
Or
laughing?
was it a joke?
Like, it was a joke, but like, he got slammed for real, cause like the freshman, he's either a freshman or a sophomore, and he was just sitting in his locker.
This man Kevin
and the kid
said,
walks
"Nah,
up.
I was homeschooled." What does that even mean? The question was, have you ever skated?
And the kid Kevin's dumb as shit. And the kid just sitting there. He's either a freshman or a sophomore, I don't know. But and then the senior walks up and just grabs him and slams him.
That's not
And
bad.
the coach is standing right there. And like, we didn't have to run this whole week. And we were about to go home, and he was like, y'all can go home, no practice tomorrow. Y'all had a great summer. And then as soon as it happens, he tells like the kid who slammed him, he was like, go run. And he told the coach, run him, and he's not done until he throws up. And then he made the kid who got slammed run too.
Are you for real? That is foul. That is foul. That is so
The kid
foul.
who got slammed run.
Bro got assaulted and had to do.
They have no remorse, bro.
Bro got dropped.
Bro got dropped and then had to win. I
Were you
quit.
laughing? Like, what happened?
Huh?
This man Kevin
you
still
laughing? What
ain't
happened?
answered the question.
I wasn't laughing because like I didn't see it, but I heard it. Cause like the ground is like stone.
Imagine he
Yeah,
made
he hit
you
his
run for
head.
laughing.
He hit his back.
Bro, y'all.
It was loud. I would have quit, bruh. On me.
Y'all
That would
remember-
have been my last day as a Sandy Creek foot patriot, bruh.
That boy went right back to landmark.
That
On
boy,
me, bruh.
that boy Kevin don't know how to skate.
Y'all
He
Fortnite?
told them.
He told them have a good summer. Come back.
Just tell me when y'all get on Fortnite.
He
He
told them
don't
how.
listen, bruh.
That is true.
Langston doesn't listen, bruh. He said we had a good summer of workouts. Y'all get y'all get Thursday off, but we're gonna be going hard next week because we're in full pads.
Oh, I thought he said have a good summer.
Next week, I still have next week off.
Bro, he really.
I was gonna Fortnite, bro.
You really
I
got
bet.
12 days until you start school, bro. You
Drop.
finna get on Fortnite?
And I gotta buy clothes, bruh.
I got 22 days before I start school.
Bruh, and knowing me, I'm just gonna wear athletic shorts and an athletic shirt.
Facts. This man Chris was talking about, I'm finna get all my drip. He's trying to wear it every day.
Hey, I'm finna wear reps. I'm finna wear.
Out with nothing.
Hey, you should buy reps for school.
No.
Are you, bro? You can wear reps at Landmark and get away with it.
Yeah, fact.
August 1st finna be lit than the moon.
But you already on stream.
You said what?
You already said it on stream.
Said what?
That you might get reps. So if you show up with any night,
so Kevin, we just skipping July 30th. I see what it is.
You have bad if you wear reps. What if you don't know they reps?
Shut up, Langston. Just cause you can take your parents' cars, use their money.
Yeah, baby.
Forever, woman.
Song in my mom.
Standing on the
You said
block.
you said what?
Oh
That boy
God.
said song in my mom.
Wait, what, Evan?
What did you just say?
Made you think I give a fuck?
Standing on the block.
I ain't even expect that.
God.
I will know.
Kobe.
Imagine you get checked in school, bro. Somebody's like, "Oh, let me check your shoes real quick."
What if they pull up on StockX, zoom in, and start looking for features, bro?
Imagine they put your shoes on that check-in app where they check your. That's crazy. That's OD, bro.
Bruh.
Kevin said, "What is reps? Reps is fake shoes."
Kevin slow. Some kids on the team were like, "You gotta date like a grade down because the girls in 11th grade. Like you gotta date a 10th grader because the girls in 11th grade ran through." But Chris told me that the girls in our grade are so bad. So I don't know what's going on in his head.
Yo, I forgot I have the default character. Who is this?
What?
Bro, who is this ugly? Yo, look at the stream.
It's default, bro. I just seen it.
Bro is ugly, bro. Alright, who's on? Add friends. Oh, set your friend request.
Kevin, bro, just pull up the skating, bro. It don't matter if you can't. They have to.
What day are you going, Mason?
I'm gonna go Saturday. 'Cause I get my braces off tomorrow. Yeah.
You gonna join the Date Up, Not Down? Of course, Kevin would say that.
I invited you, Evan. I invited you.
Alright.
What did Kevin say?
He said Date Up, Not Down.
Oh,
No.
you got lucky, bro.
See, only thing about that is that means.
Wait, Mason. Who is that? Who is that kid that I caught dating like an 8th grader?
If it's at Cascade, I'm not going. Cascade.
We're not going to Cascade, bro.
What you mean,
I'm
bro?
not going to Cascade.
Cascade
I'm
the best
embarrassed
one.
at Cascade.
Cascade is the best one.
You gonna end up getting posted on that fit? Ain't nothing.
Hey, oh, you saw, bro? They got Ryder, bro. They got Ryder on there.
I seen it, bro.
I was like, bro, where he had the stacked jeans that was like stacked.
I'm not gonna cap. They were kind of tight though. I'm not gonna lie.
You saw that? I sent you that one girl where she was basically buttoning. her whole chest was out, bro.
Fit 8 and 9, bro.
Wait, Mason, you finna join?
Yeah.
Are you sub hype beast?
So out bad.
Oh, a kid in my school was put on that. His name is Josiah.
Imagine getting. You have to. I ain't gonna lie. You got to be down bad to get put on that.
He wore his dad's fitted, so like, you know, when that fitted's too big, you can see the space on the outside.
Hold on.
It was like that.
Hold on, I'm finna put on a fitted that's too big. Hold on.
Like Peyton? Is he in the stream, bro?
Yes, bro.
Like these.
Hold on, let me go to stream and see.
You know what I'm saying? This is my dad's.
Bro, why does your dad have a fitted?
You know what I'm saying? Let's go fight.
Like, you know how there's so much space on the side?
Yeah, but that man Karen said, you said Peyton?
Let's go Saturday and Friday. No, Saturday.
Why you have to say daddy at the end? Trios, that's a game mode? Shoot, say less. Get ready, y'all. I'm finna drop 50 kills.
Oh,
Evan, you suck.
I'm
I
the
ain't
greatest.
this game.
I'm the greatest
I haven't played
Fortnite
this
player
game
of
in a
all
minute.
time. Can't nobody touch me. You said.
right here.
Who's she calling? Dang,
I forgot how to ready up.
And make her turn around. I'm playing. I'm joking.
Bro, why do people say they're mad at Space Jam because they they nerfed Lola? Like,
Y'all weird, bro.
Oh, that's
People are
weird,
gay.
bro. People really simping over a cartoon character.
I watched it on HBO Max and it was pretty good.
It was trash.
I mean, what's it called? It was like, it's a children's movie at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that is true.
Like, what's it called? I think the reason that Space Jam 1 was so good is because we were kids. I haven't watched it in like years. Is that YoungBoy playing?
I think so.
Yeah.
Bro, they doing the gritty?
Yes. I need to get that emoji.
Bro, since when did they put the actual songs in the game?
They've been did it.
Since when did they put the... Man...
Alright, boys. Where we landing at? Where we landing
I'm
at?
finna drop 300,000 kills. I don't even know the
I'll
map.
play this game in a minute. Bro.
I don't even know the map, bro. You ain't seen
She look like 200.
Hey, Mom, make me a beat real quick, my boy.
She used to be so bad.
Hey, yo, we should make a song. We should make the song.
Hey, bro,
Yeah,
put
we
me in the
should.
studio. Put me in the studio. I'm spitting heat. Promise.
Facts,
But let's go to Tobias' house and make a song, bro.
Y'all live kind of far away. I ain't even gonna lie. Y'all about 45
like-
minute away.
Rapping on the beat.
Oh, you see my
live at home.
umbrella?
Beat.
I got this W umbrella. Cause I was playing against robots.
No, cause when Chris was like, y'all, we can go. I'm gonna see if I can go to my house. I was thinking we finna do Omega and stuff, and this man says, I wanna go to the Beltline.
What do you even do at the Beltline other than put
You
your
walk
life
around.
in danger?
You walk around and
Really?
ride bikes.
Ride bikes. I can ride a bike
It's a
at
bike
home.
trail. It's a bike trail.
I can ride bikes at home. Why do I need to ride bikes at the Beltline?
Exactly,
Yo,
bro. We
what is
was
that
riding-
sound, bro?
What?
It's probably
It's like a chicken and...
a chicken noise.
Like we was riding bikes in the neighborhood, Evan.
Osei gonna break you off tomorrow, Evan. You better go to sleep. Bro, it's
Ivan, come here, bro.
10:20. We chilling.
I would Osei break Evan off.
Look at this.
Nice
How are
to
you?
hear,
What
up.
the? Is that a chicken?
Yes, bro. Pick it up. Come here. Smoke.
Damn, we done killed the
Eat that
chicken.
meat. Eat that
Ooh.
meat.
How'd I
Rub
eat
on
it?
that meat, Eddie.
Oh,
Rub
health
on
is
that
already
meat.
full. My health is
Beat
already
on it.
full. You said what? Drop item.
That's all you gotta eat it. You gotta
So
beat
y'all
it.
not
Oh,
gonna.
off on me.
Yo, you
It's
hear?
like it's like
Yo,
those,
you-
it's like those bot things down there,
Come here,
bro.
bro. We smoking them.
Bro,
Bot.
did y'all see what Tobias said?
What'd he say? What'd he say?
He said, so y'all not gonna twerk or nothing?
On me, on me, on me.
How do I get
He
out?
said what?
He said, so
He
y'all
said
not
what?
gonna twerk or nothing.
He said
Oh,
not gonna
heck
what?
no, basically.
Bro,
Not
I'm
gonna
stuck.
what?
I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Where am I?
Evan, bro. He said we're not gonna what, Evan?
Oh, break this.
Evan,
He
what
said,
did
so y'all
Tobias
not
say,
gonna.
bro?
Who is this?
Are you gonna say what he said?
Hold on. Are these NPCs?
Yes, bro.
Bro,
Yeah,
he is
smoke, boy.
missing. How is he missing?
Are you gonna tell me what Tobias said or not?
Dang,
Oh.
Evan just got jumped, Gabe.
Ain't no way. Are we all down?
Nah.
Yeah, we're all dead.
Yo, Mason, save us. Got no aim. L aim. Is that me? Oh, John, you can carry me? Carry me,
I
babe.
almost walked right back into him, bro. Ah, junk.
Heal me.
I'm gonna throw you.
Why
in there.
you throw me? Oh, there's a chest right
I gotta
here.
get Jordan.
I'd be killed by a bot, bro. They got W. Who is this? Oh, no, he about to finish me, Mason. Mason, get in here. Please. He walked in like the Undertaker. Who is this?
Trying to take that out and keep talking, my boy.
Who is this?
I finna come for you, bro.
You finna do what for me? Nah, bro.
You might be dead,
Bro, I'm about to die, bro. I'm done, bro.
I'm coming, bro. I'm coming, bro.
Nah, bro, it's over, bro. Hey, don't come in here.
We can get your. I'm gonna get you a boot card, bro.
Man.
Your reboot card.
There's something wrong with you. See, y'all different, bro. Y'all some different individuals.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Are you frozen?
I got all the clothes out of my closet.
You already know we wrecked them all, but
Mason character so fine. Yo, Kevin, you different. You a different individual.
how does he have a girlfriend, bro?
I need some Tobias in my life.
Who said that, bro?
Why don't we leave? That's what Mason said. I mean, Langston said.
How does Kevin have a girlfriend?
Cuz that boy got the Riz for real.
He got the what?
W Riz. I'm finna fart. Ooh.
W who?
Riz. That's what you be watching Ka?
Bruh, Loki, she was kinda bad.
I ain't
And
even
dude
gonna
just
lie.
lost.
Dude,
Hey,
he
dude
seemed
so,
untrustworthy. I ain't even gonna lie.
You
Bro
could
was
tell
like,
she was cheating, bro.
she's cheating. But then he checked her, and then he was for sure deleting stuff out his camera roll. When what's it called? He was like, all right, we gonna handle some phones, bro.
When they're like you had other girls' butt as your wallpaper, I was like,
nah,
brother.
he wild.
My brother.
And bro said he be having other girls. He's like, I like booty. He said W Riz, no W Riz, R-I-Z. I'm gonna put y'all on my death note. No sir, you don't know my full name, Kevin Jackson. Why did Kevin just say his name? Oh, for the death. Kevin wanna die. Kevin wanna die. Kevin do not want to be on Earth no more. That boy done gave him his name. Hey, you can't forget the middle name. Go to bed. Maybe you grow. Hey, you ain't even have to say that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, you keep talking, bro. I will walk to your house right now, bro.
You ain't even have to say Riz. Yeah. No, with 2 Z's, I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
R-I-Z-Z.
Yeah. R-I-Z-Z. We out this bitch.
Just watch Kai Cenat. Dr. Cenat.
What is
Wait,
this?
where we going? Where we going?
I already left.
What you mean you left?
It means like game.
Dr. Cenat.
It means like you
What?
can spit game. I'm talking to Kevin. Kevin, when you wake up and remind yourself that you when you look at your mama, say my mama. Oh, I forgot they got fall damage in this game. I'm in a minigun.
What's all these NPCs, bro?
And there's NPCs in here?
Yes. Bro, of course I got a sniper.
I don't even got a gun, bro.
And there's a real person, bro.
You said this is a real person?
No, there's a real person, and I only have a sniper.
Bro, I don't even got a gun. I'm finna hit him with this pickaxe.
Oh, there's like
you don't
3
have
steps
a
back here.
It says Kevin when you
The
wake
only
up.
snipers and grenade launchers. Well, wait, are we playing a special mode, bro?
I don't even know. We playing trios.
So then why you got all snipers and grenade launchers?
I knocked
Are
him
these not
down.
grenade launchers?
I knocked him down.
Ain't no way that they're not. These are storm circles. They're not grenade launchers. Wait, what are these, bro?
You know what I'm saying? You see me. You see me. I'm out here killing all the guards with my car. Knocked down 10 guards. I knocked them down and I killed them.
I just killed a real person, you feel me? You feel me? Now come feel me.
They got cars now? Exactly. They got
Are
cars
real
in
people,
there.
bro? Hey, man, there's real people, bro.
I
They're
bet.
Playing with cars.
I got them. Watch this. I just killed all these guards with this car. Hold on, let me get some of these guns.
I just got a kill.
Alright, let me get back in my whip. You feel me? This is a Tesla. Alright, bro. I'm finna go to the circle. Y'all coming? Y'all coming?
Yeah,
I'm gonna play with you. Yeah, that's licks the screen. Yo, there's something wrong with Tobias, bro.
What do you say?
That's what I said. Dang, that's tough. Licks the screen.
Yeah, that
Is
it's
there
something
enough-
about them Florida kids, bro.
Alright, bet. We going.
I'm back.
Alright.
How did you get in the car if you were going?
See, bro, Micah doesn't act like this.
Imagine, what if it was Micah on his phone?
He said, "Oh, my Addy on Portal links."
Okay, my idea. Hey,
Wait, why is there a llama?
why
jumping?
did you join out?
peeped
Jump
that,
out.
right?
You said what?
There's a llama jumping. There's a llama jumping up and down. Like it's running. It's running away, bruh.
I blow fuel? There's fuel?
The llama is running away, bro.
Alright, bro, get in. I'm finna run out of fuel. Bet L driver. I'm the best driver, bro.
Nah, bro, get in, bro.
Alright, we gone. Oh! Okay, we gone. We out of here. We out of here. What time is it? 10:28. I got time.
I'm not going to bed until about 4 o'clock.
I ain't even go to bed until like 12 yesterday because I was watching, you know what I'm saying, Giannis win the finals.
I didn't watch a single game of the playoffs or the finals. Oh, for real? I didn't watch a single game of the finals.
Gather the entire squad around the cosmic chest to activate it? Oh, I ran out of fuel.
Oh, that Optimus Prime.
Hey, y'all pick me up. Y'all pick me up.
What does this thing even do?
Yeah, what is that?
I don't even know.
Is that that? Yo, can I get in?
Jump on the back.
Wait. I'm not on. Yo.
I know you weren't, bro. Can you not jump on the back?
Oh, what's it mean?
Alright, bro, we're just gonna have to leave the car.
Okay, there you go.
Swear to God out, bro. Forget it, bro.
Oh.
It's almost out of fuel anyway. Bro, what are you doing?
I'm trying. It said, yo, girlfriend, right?
Bro.
Kevin sweet. Slide whenever. Tobias is so cute.
Tobias so cute.
Bro, that's so wrong.
Can I have a weapon?
A weapon? You need a weapon?
Give him a weapon.
Give him a weapon. So you need some bandages?
Hilarious, I forgot to last.
Dang, bro.
Truck just ran through a tree.
Oops.
That boy had a fuel game.
Ooh, there's a boat. Bro. There's a boat in the
I'm out of fuel, bro.
Hop in.
Hop in the
boat. I got
boat.
mini shield for anybody who wants it.
I like that mini shield.
I just dropped the mini shield.
Is that a... Bro, that boy don't put a monkey, bro. That boy don't put a monkey.
Who?
Mace, a Langston.
You one of the darkest ones in the chat. You're top 3.
Who is that?
Yo.
A bot. Chill.
Golly, what you doing going on land?
Alright, there's guys up here. We're shooting at them.
Alright, bet. Park.
Hey, where they at? Oh, there they are.
Oh,
that's a bot too, bro.
Wait, how?
Yes, sir. Come on, somebody shoot.
Right,
His gun has unlimited ammo, bro. You can have this AR.
Can I get a weapon? Can I get a weapon?
You can have this AR and all the ammo for it.
Oh yeah, you know, okay, I'm finna fly this.
Oh, look at this gun on Evan.
Yes, sir.
Wait, Evan, let me get that.
Let me get
that. Oh, because I have the gun for it, Evan. I have the gun for it.
I bet.
Go.
Yeah.
We in the air.
Yo.
What is really win the game like this. Go, Evan, what are you doing?
I was just seeing what
Evan,
it can do.
R3. Evan, press R3.
Oh man. Oh yeah, we finna win this. This ain't even Fortnite no more. He said they got booty. He said this man did bust it. He said this ain't even Fortnite no more. They got spaceships in this.
Bro, tell Tobias to make me a beat, bro.
You said what?
Tell Tobias to make me a beat, bro.
Hey, Tobias, that boy Mason want a beat. He want to beat the meat. You know what I'm saying? What? He was playing Star Wars Battlefront. Oh! Yo, I got hit.
How you die, bro?
He just looked at the middle of the ground. It's crazy.
Blast off.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way you left me. Yo.
Oh, I have to pick you up?
Bro, I'm dead.
No, you're not, bro. You're in the air with
Hicks
me.
first. What is he? That boy, no, I'm not though. I'm still losing health.
But you're in that air with me. Wait, how do you get out of this?
Save me, bro.
I have a mini shield.
Save me, twin. Hey, I think Tobias is gonna make you a beat. He just said picks first.
Like, you want a picture of my shoulder pads, my helmet?
Nah, I don't think that's what you want.
Hey, get the minis, Evan. Get the minis.
1 second, let me drink this. I mean, eat this. I mean, do this.
Top of my meat. Yeah.
Whoa, what you leaving for?
I'm not leaving, bro.
Bro, let me get the shields. Let me get the shield.
Well,
I can't move. I can't move. Undo the thing. Undo the thing. Yo, let me get the shields. Golly, bro. Oh wait, I threw it.
Hurry up, bro.
Papa Perky. I'm off the pill, Mr. Petty Officer. I'm off the pill, Mr. Petty Officer.
Dude, don't sit down. I'm gonna just hold you.
Alright, bet.
Hold up, stop moving, bro.
Tobias route running makes me Yo! What is wrong with you, Langston?
Oh,
I'm off the pill. I'm off the pill, Mr. Petty Officer. Alright, I'm gonna leave now. But I hop on the chat, Mason.
He made him leave, bro. What did he say?
He said,
alright, bro, I'm leaving out. I'll hop on the track, Mason, if you hop on. Oh yeah, Kevin. Bro, when next time you going to somebody's house?
Oh! Oh, I thought I was gonna get killed, bro.
When the next time you going to somebody's house, bro? Cause we can really make a beat, bro. You don't have meat,
Let me get on, bro.
Sit down on it.
Night, I have workouts in the morning. We all got workouts.
I don't have workouts.
Except Mason.
Yes, sir. Big ghost status.
Me, Kev. Hey, Kevin, you gonna be on time today?
Bro, Austin Swing just got online, bro.
Hop on me, bro. Y'all are different, bro.
What happened?
That man said hop on meat. What'd you just do? Mason!
What? You can't die, bro.
I was about to say.
I'm following Evan!
You cooling?
Evan!
Hold on, I got you.
I didn't have that one thing on. You don't got me.
I tried to get you, bro. Oh, I sent the wrong thing. Hold on. I got you, Mason. Let me descend.
Bro, I'm messing my knee, bro. We was doing max squats. And I was going down.
Whoa, you gotta hop on me first. We can talk. It said, I'm gonna show your GF this.
Whose girlfriend, Kevin?
Yeah.
Bro, like, we was doing max squat, and I was going down, and I couldn't get up, and my knee, all I heard was a crunch.
Oh. Bro, we was doing, what's it called? Front squat. I be going so low, bro. I be feel like I put it forward, bro. I be going like
I like front squat better than normal squat.
I be going booty to knee, bro. I mean, booty to the squat.
Yo, the fact that there's 12 people left, we can actually win this.
Oh,
exactly.
Get on the spaceship, bro.
I'm on.
Who got bandit? Who got bandages, bro? I'm at 30 health.
Wait,
y'all get on
some
this.
heavy ammo next to you?
Like sniper?
You're not lying at all. Come get you some
Right,
crunchy
28.
boy.
I dropped shotgun on accident. I don't need that back.
Hey, y'all get on.
What?
Y'all get on my spaceship.
I dropped shotgun on accident.
Here. Oh wait, I dropped all of it.
I need to take a dookie.
I'll drop you some.
Somebody's sniping at us, by the way.
Alright, then let's get the flying. Get in the air.
Go.
Goodbye.
Brrr. Pooh Shiesty, that's my dog. But Pooh, you know I'm really shiesty.
Hey, fly back over to him, Evan. Fly over to him. And like go down to him. I could probably hit him.
Where he at?
Right there.
Yo, we on your ass.
Evan, you're flying over him. You're in the way, bro. Evan, back up some, bro.
Boom.
Oh.
Oh, I almost crashed.
All right, dip, Evan, dip.
Yeah. Bro,
You got
already
shot
did.
again. Oh, junk. We left Jordan. Go back down, Evan. Go for Jordan, bro. Go back down, Evan.
alright.
Yo, look what's on my head.
What?
What the Yo!
What is it? What is it?
It's a squid.
Alright, we got you. Oh.
Oh, give me Evan.
Drop me, Evan,
Nice.
drop me.
Alright.
Evan, come back down, bro. Come back down, Evan.
Alright, y'all get on. We got 7
Make it
people
over
left
here,
and we're
hold
3
up.
of them. Good night, Dad. Bro.
How do I get this thing off of me?
We got low battery. Should we leave it before we crash?
No. Bro, let me get on, bro.
Yo.
Fly up.
Oh.
Carry me.
Now what?
Pick me up, bro.
Oh, they got
Pick me
me.
up. You just standing there.
I was reviving you.
You should have carried me, bro. What is on your head?
Dang, you looking kind of thick, Mason. Looking like a bag of chips. Did my good night
Bro.
Poppy go through? What? Yo, y'all are weak. Y'all are different, bro. Hey,
Stop moving.
I got the gayest chat on YouTube, promise.
Bro, give me, bro.
Wow. Put this on the yo, you
Bro,
wild.
Lane Lex is calling me, bro.
Hey.
You said what?
Tell this nigga Evan to delete his game. He sucks.
What you
He
mean,
can
bro?
hear you.
I'm the greatest. I'm the
You
greatest.
suck, Evan.
What you mean, bro?
You literally sat there and revived him at open field, and you
I'm
could have
saying.
just built a wall.
Bro.
It's one person left, bro. Get in the stream, bro. We put in a win, bro. Get in the stream,
We
bro. We
finna
put in a
take
win, bro.
this
It's one
W, you
person
feel
left.
me? We finna
It's
take
one
this
person
W,
left.
you feel me?
I'll kill all of you niggas. Oh, he right there.
Where?
Where?
Turn around.
Right on the hill.
To my left.
Where?
To the left.
That was me. Dumb
That was
fuck.
Jordan.
Heal up first. Oh yeah, we need to heal. We need to heal.
I don't even see him, bro. Are we still supply drops?
Dang, I'm kind of thick, bro.
Bro, look at my head.
Nah, G.
Wait, Mason,
Nah,
look
G.
at
I'm
me
finna get
and
this
see if you
W
can
for
take this
real.
off.
Hey, we
I
gonna
can't.
clutch up.
Hit me.
Alright. No, I can't.
Ooh, there's
Right
an
here,
apple.
right here.
He's over here.
Never mind. There's a squid over here, though. Don't kill
Evan,
it,
why
don't
are
kill
you
it, don't kill it.
shooting?
I was trying to shoot.
Come get it, come get it,
I
come
was-
get it, come get it.
I'ma get it,
Come
I'ma get it, I'ma get it.
Y'all.
It'll take 40 of your health, actually.
Oh, somebody's shooting.
The guy shooting.
Oh, I ran out of ammo. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Big dubs.
W.
Oh, Jordan, I could have killed the squid off your head, bro.
W.
Evan, post this on your OnlyFans.
You say my what? How you know I got? I'm playing. I'm tricking. I'm finna. What's it? That man Kevin said I have zero faith. To be honest.
It's all good, Snaggy.
I'm finna go to sleep though. I'm tired.
I am too. I gotta get up early. Go talk to my teacher about my classes.
I got practice.
I'm gonna text y'all tomorrow about skating because I'm not going with sandwich to the bell line.
You said, bro, why you do that, man, like that, bro? Why you do that? That was foul.
If I want a sandwich, I'll just go to Subway and anything.
Bro, why you do that, man, like that?
Does he watch your stream?
I don't know.
No, he doesn't.
I'm finna post it on my TikTok, bro. I'm gonna shout you out, bro.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sir.
I'm gonna do the same, G.
Yeah, sir.
Why does
I'll see y'all, boys.
Yeah, sir. Alright, hold on. I'm finna put on these videos. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
while
what?
I sleep.
My
You say your controller what? Alright, Mason, I'm finna put on these videos. I got a foot long for you. What?
Who said that?
What's it called? Tobias.
But second game when we got dubs, bro, and I got the last kill. That's crazy.
I thought I had the last kill, my boy.
I got the last kill with that gun that has unlimited ammo.
What you mean, my boy? What you mean, my boy?
Watch the stream and see, bro.
Nah,
Watch the stream and see, bro.
Nah, bro, it was edited.
Watch the stream.
Photoshop.
Watch the you were reloading when the guy died.
Hey, hold on, let me check this code.
You were reloading, bro.
Alright, y'all.
You were reloading.
That's the end of the stream, you feel me?
Oh, give me your password email so I can stream now.
I beg your pardon?
Let me stream.
Alright, y'all. You know what I'm saying? This the end of the stream. Man. Alright, you got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. You happy now? You happy now? What you mean? Y'all floated. What you mean? I ain't even do a thing. I ain't do a thing. August 1st for the hit. Oh, he wildin'. Alright, y'all. One more time. Hold on 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. I got something for you. I got something for you. Hold on 1 second. Okay. I got something for you. Hold on. You said put it in that on IG. Hey, nah. That's unnecessary. Hold on, I got 1 second. Alright, y'all, hold on. Wait, wrong one. Alright, hold on. Alright, headphones. Alright.
It's the speaker now. I'ma throw this money like a free throw. Arch your back, put your hands on your knees, ho. I'ma throw this money like a free throw. You just keep on dancing like a freak, ho. Arch your back, put your hands on your knees, ho. Bounce that ass to my motherfucking beat, ho. Bounce that ass, 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 bounce that ass. Go and bounce that ass, yeah, for this cash, yeah. Can you make it clap, yeah, for a stack, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all still finna get some so fresh and so clean entertainment. Hold on. Y'all still finna get this so fresh and so clean entertainment while your boy go to sleep.
The human brain is still the most poorly studied organ. It's so complex that no computer has yet managed to completely copy it. We can solve complicated problems, anticipate events, and compose songs and poems. This is only a small portion of its abilities. What if a computer could be connected to the brain? It sounds like a fantasy, but it's already a reality. Elon Musk is preparing to start another revolution, but this time in a different area. Today, you'll learn what our brain is capable of and how it works. You'll be surprised at how much information it contains and how fast it works. But most importantly, you'll find out how and why scientists plan on connecting our brain with the machine. And lastly, you'll get acquainted with the cyborgs already living among us. But first, one step at a time. And to start, neurons. These are the cells of our nervous system. They're responsible for receiving, processing, storing, and transmitting information. How many do you think are in the human brain? 1 million? 1 billion? Nope, that's too little. There are about 86 billion of them. Think about it. This is 11 times the population of the Earth. Thanks to these, the most powerful computer ever known to man is running inside of your head every second. If we compare our brain to a hard disk, then human memory can store up to 2.5 million gigabytes, or 2.5 petabytes of information. That's about 3 million hours of your favorite show. To use all of this storage, you'd have to leave your gadget turned on for more than 300 years. However, compared to the capabilities of any search engine, that isn't much.
This is how fast YouTube is with Brave. Notice how there's no pre-roll ads? And here's how you can see how much time you save with Brave. Look, Chrome was great in 2008, but it's 2021. Join the 20 million people already using Brave. Experience a faster internet through Brave.
So now we're able to still connect with our community, we can still support our instructors, and honestly, we're able to grow our reach wider than we would have been able to with our studios.
Google processes 24 petabytes of data every day. But the brain only needs 20 watts of power to work. That's so small that it could only power a dim light bulb. Therefore, our brain can be considered the most efficient computing device in the world. But I was struck by something else. Once, a computer took 40 minutes to recreate 1 second of our brain activity. At the time of the experiment, it was the 4th most powerful computer in the world. It had more than 700,000 processor cores and about 1,400,000 gigabytes of RAM. The machine simulated the interaction of more than 1.5 billion nerve cells and 1% of the total efficiency of our brain. So, if this organ is so powerful, why would scientists connect it to a computer? Unfortunately, the possibilities of the human body are not unlimited. If some part of the brain is damaged, it's not always possible to restore it. In this case, a computer could become a kind of spare part and compensate for lost functions. To cope with this difficult task, the man whose name is currently on everyone's lips has volunteered. This is Elon Musk, and he created the project Neuralink. Startup developers believe that the brain and a computer can be connected. To do this, you just need to implant polymer threads with electrodes into the human brain. They'll read the activity of neurons and stimulate them. To be honest, I can hardly believe it. Could this really be true? Yes, the innovative neural interface has already been invented. In it, electrodes are divided into 96 flexible threads thinner than a human hair. In total, they contain 3,072 electrodes. The company has also developed a special robot for implanting the threads. It will sew them into the nerve tissue on the same principle as a sewing machine, stitch by stitch. It takes only 16 minutes to fully integrate the interface into the human brain. This is incredibly fast for such technically complex operations. To read data from the threads, a special chip will be attached behind the ear. This will transmit data to a computer. In the future, developers plan on creating a system that would work over a wireless network. Implanting the device, as promised by scientists, will be no more difficult than vision correction surgery. And when that happens, humanity will have virtually unlimited possibilities. People who have lost their sight will be able to see. Those who are left without hearing will finally hear the voices of their relatives again. Paralyzed people will be able to control their smartphones, computers, and advanced prosthetics. Restore memory, eliminate brain damage after a stroke, restore the functionality of limbs. The Neuralink will be able to do it all. In the future, this invention may become as necessary for the ordinary person as a smartphone. Artificial intelligence will develop more and more. And in order not to fall behind in evolution, humanity will have to make friends with it. It's obvious that in a couple of decades, our brain will have no chance at surpassing this rival. They'll have to become allies. This will also help the Neuralink. Thanks to it, you can save the state of the brain just like a video game. Playing back memories will be as easy as pulling up a video from your phone, except that unlike a video, you'll be able to feel the full range of feelings, and traces of memories of unpleasant events will be able to be edited. The authors of the project claim that it may take a quarter of a century to create a full-fledged brain interface. But if everything works out, we'll be able to scroll through an Instagram feed and see people's real memories, even if they're no longer alive. So in the future, will people become cyborgs? In general, Elon Musk believes that we've already become them. We can't imagine life without mobile devices. It's just that for now, we have a very slow data transfer rate. But after hooking up to a computer, our productivity could increase by as much as 10 times. Can you imagine what prospects will open up to a person then? In fact, there are already highly advanced people living on Earth. Some are forced to use technology because they've lost some of their bodily functions. Special devices have replaced their feet, hands, or eyes. There are others who've had metal implanted inside themselves for the sake of convenience or fun. For example, to open doors, start their car, or log into their computer. It was for this reason Amal Grafstra had implants inserted in both hands. Another man put a real antenna in his head to be able to distinguish between colors. But that's nothing compared to what this man came up with. His name is Peter Scott Morgan, and he's a scientist. Peter has an incurable disease of the nervous system. And for several years, he's been working hard on creating a new version of himself. Peter 2.0 will likely become the most advanced cyborg in the world. A speech synthesizer has already been implanted in it, along with a microphone, a fan, and a tube for direct food intake to its intestines. His digital copy can speak with his voice and express emotion. In general, to do what Peter himself, unfortunately, can no longer do. The scientist himself controls his avatar with the movement of his pupils. He plans that soon all of his interaction with the world will be robotic. To achieve this, he's going to implant electronic components in his brain. In this way, Peter plans to fully move into the digital world. Is cyborgization really our future? A powerful processor will be operating in our head, and exoskeletons for fast movement will replace fashionable sneakers. To find the answer to a desired question, you won't even need to strain your brain. Requests for internet search engines will be sent off automatically, and the response will be received within a split second. Photo and video equipment will no longer be needed. After all, memories will be immediately recorded and stored in the cloud. Do you like the sound of that? Let us know in the comments. And if you like this video, give it a like and subscribe to the channel.
Need a freelancer? Go to Fiverr.com and find one in seconds. Don't go to Fiverr and waste your time searching for freelancers instead of finally attending that anger management. Out of my way, Janice! Find your freelancer quickly and easily at Fiverr.com.
Welcome to Raid Shadow Legends. If you're wondering just what you're getting into, Raid Shadow Legends is a free-to-play game for your PC or Mac running on the Plarium Play platform. Raid isn't just any game. It's one of the world's most popular turn-based fantasy role-playing games, or RPGs for short. You'll collect awesome champions, train them to fight in teams, and send them into battle against bad guys, evil monsters, and rival players. But it's so much more than that. With over 400 different champions to collect and experiment with, millions of players, and dozens of different challenges and play modes, Raid is thousands of hours of exploration, competition, and tactical gameplay, all with drop-dead, gorgeous art and animation. Sounds like a lot to take in? Don't worry. It's easy to pick up. There's a great community to help you out, and best of all, it's free. And it all starts with Plarium Play. Right, so let's talk about Plarium Play. Plarium Play is our official downloader. It allows you to run Raid Shadow Legends and other Plarium games as native applications right here on your Mac or PC. So what's that mean? It means you can play Raid with amazing graphics and butter-smooth performance. It'll automatically update the game for you and connect you with other players in chat. If you're feeling fancy, it also lets you customize your game's graphics, performance, and even sync automatically with Raid on your mobile device. Plarium Play doesn't install malware or third-party software onto your computer. It does not sell your information to third parties. It does not sign you up to mailing lists or spam emails from other companies. Yeah, we just don't do that. Okay, the first step is registering a new player account. Go ahead and choose a username and password and enter your email address. If you're already a mobile player, click Login and use the email address and password you already entered in your mobile device. When you're done, download the Plarium Play installer file by clicking Download. Once the download finishes, just run the file, follow the prompts, and then just kick back while the installer does its thing. Great, now you've got Plarium Play. Just one step left. Click Install under the Raid banner and wait for the game to update. This should only take a few minutes. And bam, you did it. Raid is up and running. You're ready to start playing. Now press play, get your first taste of combat, and choose your first champion. If you need help in the game, there are some great player guides on the Raid Shadow Legends YouTube channel, the official Discord server, our forum, Reddit, and more. Good luck, and we'll see you in the arena.
To touch the unknown, you don't need to descend to the bottom of the Mariana Trench or climb inside the Pharaoh's tomb. Believe me, all of this pales in comparison to the Amazon rainforest. This huge area is in full view of the whole world, but parts of it still remain unexplored. I tried to find out what was hidden under the dense foliage. I was quite surprised. Now, let's take it all in, one step at a time. Let's start with the river. A little geography so you know what you're dealing with. The Amazon River is the largest river in the world. Most of its basin is covered by rainforest. approximately 5,500,000 square kilometers. That's 2,124,000 square miles. That's more than the area of Spain, France, and Germany combined. It would simply be impossible to fully explore such a huge area. You can't see much from above because the forest is too dense. Wading through it on the ground is excruciatingly difficult. And it's there, deep in the rainforest, where many secrets are hidden. It's not so easy to uncover them, and sometimes it's almost impossible. Forget about the Egyptian pyramids. Here, the secrets have living witnesses. These are tribes cut off from all modern civilization. Tribes that we know almost nothing about. It's not so easy to believe. At first, I wasn't sure either. The territory of the Vale du Javari is considered the least studied, although its area is larger than the size of Austria. It's home to 3,000 indigenous peoples of Brazil. Most of them are connected to the outside world, but there are also uncontacted peoples. They have no connection with modern civilization. They evolve on their own. How? No one has enough information about them. Now there are very few such groups left, and many of them live in the rainforests of the Amazon. Up to 2,000 people are permanently located on the territory of the Vale du Javari. They belong to at least 14 such tribes. People from the outside world almost never come to their settlements, but it's not out of fear of the locals, even if they are hostile. The tribes are officially protected by the Brazilian authorities, so the outside world doesn't harm these hermits. It turns out that exposure to modern humanity has enough disadvantages, and not just because we can teach them bad lessons. Diseases. People who have lived in isolation for centuries are not immune to the diseases we know. Even common measles or rubella could lead to an epidemic. It turns out that interaction with the outside world is a direct threat to their lives. But scientists still dream of gaining access to uncontacted peoples and studying their culture. What if these people know what's hidden in the depths of the rainforest? Don't think I'm exaggerating. There are really too many mysteries of the Amazon to count. They say there are even traces of an ancient civilization here, a civilization that scientists never learned about. These aren't myths, only real facts, and they send chills up your spine. In 2018, archaeologists managed to discover a unique site in the southwestern part of the Amazon. 81 ancient settlements, including canals, ditches, and other structures. An entire city, or perhaps even a small state. For hundreds of years, it was all hidden in the depths of the Amazon, and no one, including the local residents, even suspected such a treasure. Scientists believe that the settlement existed between 1250 and 1500 AD. They're almost certain that they've stumbled upon the remains of an ancient civilization. There could have been about 1 million people living here, and thus far, we still don't know anything about it. I'm not talking about a few individual structures standing in the forest. Archaeologists have found several hundred structures that look like man-made objects, and they're all connected. Most likely, the inhabitants of this place were actively engaged in agriculture and knew a lot about beautiful ceramics. But this is just a grain of information laying on the surface. What will we uncover as we learn more? This sensation has changed our idea of civilization in the tropical regions. Perhaps many parts of North and South America that we consider to be untouched forests are hiding abandoned fields and gardens. This is what archaeologist Christopher Fisher from Colorado State University thinks. According to him, this ancient civilization understood much more about land use than we do. But this 2018 find isn't the only one of its kind. Studying an area where trees used to grow, scientists discovered numerous geoglyphs, drawings made on the ground. 450 geoglyphs have been found in the northern parts of Brazil and Bolivia. These are ditches or embankments in the form of huge geometric shapes. The oldest of these geoglyphs were created between 3,000 and 3,500 years ago. Their purpose is unknown to scientists. Perhaps the geoglyphs were a meeting place for performing rituals or to discuss important issues. We don't know anything about the ancient inhabitants of the Amazon. Even our wildest assumptions could be true. Maybe they were an observatory or even a place for communication with extraterrestrial civilizations. When it comes to hiding secret knowledge, any means will suffice. And when dense forests no longer do the job, then help can come from fire. There are fires in the Amazon forests all the time. Most recently, they started in August 2019. And they occurred in hard-to-reach areas. In total, more than 70,000 flare-ups were recorded. Every year, the area of the fires increases, but the official reason remains the same. Allegedly, people illegally set fire to the forest so they can cut it down, all for the sake of agriculture. But here I'm talking about regions that are difficult to cut down. So who and what is the forest in the way of? Very, very suspicious. Now, let's remember that the Amazon is home to a huge amount of everything. At least 40,000 species of plants, more than 2,000 species of fish, 1,294 species of birds, 427 species of mammals. But why exactly here and not somewhere else? One of the theories claims that where this forest is currently located, there used to be a sea. A study published in Science Advances claims that the Amazon rainforest flooded twice in the early and middle Miocene. The floods lasted for 200 and 400,000 years each. This assumption has been confirmed by unusual findings. For example, shark's teeth were found in Colombia. But when it comes to the mysteries hidden somewhere in the jungle, it's impossible not to think of El Dorado. Yes, El Dorado, the mythical city, state, or possibly an entire empire. A place where there's so much gold and precious stones that everyone could become rich. The history of El Dorado is complicated. Perhaps the myth began with the custom of the Chibcha tribe. The chief was covered in clay and sprinkled with golden sand until he turned into El Dorado, the Golden Man. Gradually, one golden man gave rise to a legend of a whole golden city. European researchers were delighted. They searched for this place for 2 centuries, and some even claimed that they succeeded. There were mysterious maps, and legends constantly evolved with new details. In the end, El Dorado became a metaphor. It became the name of any place where a person could get rich, and the real golden city was never found. But it could be. Maybe all of these researchers were just looking in the wrong place. I know what you're thinking. On the one hand, it all sounds unlikely. But on the other hand, there are still parts of the Amazon jungle that haven't yet been fully explored. Who knows what's hidden among the dense foliage? Perhaps in a couple of years, El Dorado will be found there. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications about the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Missiles that carry destruction. Ammunition that is incredibly dangerous. dangerous, but still used. If nuclear weapons come to mind, then you have the right idea. Damage from exposure to hydrogen and atomic bombs is measured in millions of dollars, but no one really goes into details about why this happens. It seems to me that this is a very interesting topic for analysis. Therefore, today I'll tell you what's the secret of the destructiveness of these bombs, and indeed, how they work. Some people think that atomic bombs and hydrogen bombs are virtually the same. To some extent, this is true because both types of bombs are categorized as nuclear weapons. But to talk about the differences, first we need to understand the basic concept. Nuclear arms are weapons of mass destruction that use nuclear energy to create an explosion. This energy, in turn, is contained in atomic nuclei and is released during nuclear reactions and radioactive decay. I'm sure that the last two concepts are already familiar to you. I've mentioned similar processes occurring in the nuclei of stars several times before. But today, we move away from the topic of space and discuss what's created by human hands. So, if both types of bombs use nuclear energy, what could be the difference? The main thing is in how they explode. Let's start with an analysis of the atomic bomb. This weapon usually looks like an elongated, rounded torpedo. Nothing special, but the main danger lies inside. To get the so-called nuclear explosion, a certain reaction must occur. The chain reaction of the fission of heavy nuclei. There are several heavy elements that are capable of such a reaction. Usually, uranium-235 is used in nuclear weapons. You might have heard somewhere that not only uranium-235 is radioactive, there's also uranium-238 as well as uranium-234. Different numbers tagged to the end of an element are isotopes. To put it simply, different types of one element. But we won't go into unnecessary details because only uranium-235 can do what we are all here for. To obtain the maximum amount of energy during the explosion of an atomic bomb, the content of 235 isotope in uranium should be at least 80%. Therefore, in the production of nuclear weapons, uranium is enriched further. But if something goes wrong with this process, there is a fallback. You can also create a plutonium bomb, which will be based on the isotope with the number 239. However, this element is rarely found in nature, which means that you'd have to try and create it artificially. Now we know enough about the inside of an atomic bomb. But how do we launch such a weapon? The nuclear explosion occurs because a certain mass of fissile material is concentrated in one place. This can also be called critical mass. When it is reached, a nuclear decay reaction is formed with the release of energy. But for a powerful explosion, one critical mass is not enough. To get a truly destructive bomb, you'll need 4 to 5 critical masses of matter. There are several ways to achieve this, but I'll talk about the main one. It's called implosive. Imagine a nuclear bomb, for example, in the form of a small ball. Inside it are all the necessary components for a nuclear reaction, but the critical mass hasn't been reached. In order to achieve this, we'll create a guided explosion from the outside. Suppose I put an explosive on the outside of the bomb and detonate it. When properly exposed, the space inside the bomb will begin to shrink towards the center of the shockwave. The density of uranium or plutonium inside will increase, and we get a nuclear explosion. What about the hydrogen bomb? In this explosive device, energy is released due to thermonuclear fusion. A very fast explosive reaction takes place inside the charge with the help of elements such as deuterium and tritium. Other heavier elements can also be used along with them. However, the main effective substance is lithium hydride. by itself, it doesn't produce an explosion, so clearly we need something else. The detonation of this substance is usually carried out by an integrated nuclear device with low power. In a simple way, it can be called a detonator. When it's activated, energy is released, which triggers an explosive thermonuclear reaction inside the bomb. Interestingly, for hydrogen bombs, there's theoretically no limit to the power. If you wish, you could create such a powerful bomb that it would simply wipe all life from the face of the earth. But I hope it never crosses anyone's mind. By the way, more about power. In the case of nuclear weapons, they're measured in TNT equivalent. Why is that so? TNT is an explosive and quite well known. To understand the power of a nuclear explosion, a certain amount of TNT is needed to produce the same energy. Usually it's expressed in kilotons and megatons, and I have some examples of various bombs. To begin with, the famous Tsar Bomba. It's related to thermonuclear, that is, a hydrogen type of weapon. Its power is 58.6 megatons. Simply put, it was such an amount of TNT that would have had to have been detonated in order to compare with this one bomb. As for nuclear weapons, the most famous are Little Boy and Fat Man. The first was dropped on the city of Hiroshima in 1945 and had a capacity of 13 to 18 kilotons of TNT. The second bomb destroyed the city of Nagasaki 3 days after the first. It had a capacity of 21 kilotons. The consequences of strikes with such power are not difficult to predict. First of all, there's chaos and destruction caused by a shockwave and light radiation. But there's also something that cannot be seen with the eyes. It's impossible to feel or hear. I'm talking about radiation. Radiation, one of the factors caused as a result of the explosion of nuclear weapons. And if you're near a detonated bomb, I have bad news for you. There are three main types of ionizing radiation. These are alpha, beta, and gamma. And no matter how much we wouldn't want it, they would all contaminate the area where a nuclear explosion occurred. Alpha radiation will not do much harm. A person's clothing may well protect them from contact with exposed skin. But it's also worth protecting your mucous membranes. Beta radiation is a little more serious and can cause significant damage at a distance of several tens of meters or feet from the radiation source. Among the consequences could be radiation burns and cataracts. It's unlikely that anything will protect us from the effects of gamma radiation, except for thick layers of certain substances such as lead and concrete. With its high penetrating power, it literally permeates the body, causing damage. The most well-known consequences are radiation sickness, cancer, and gene mutations. At the moment, 9 countries have nuclear weapons, and they're also deployed to foreign installations. But even if someone wanted to, the total power of the entire world nuclear arsenal wouldn't be able to destroy the whole planet. There are about 15,000 nuclear warheads in the world. All of them have different amounts of power. But let's take some approximate values. For example, suppose each of the 15,000 bombs have a capacity of 500 kilotons. Putting them all together, we get a super bomb with a capacity of 7,500 megatons. What would it be capable of? Well, to give an example, it would be an explosion with a force about 13,000 times less than an impact from the asteroid Chicxulub. You already know the consequences of its fall, so reduce them also by about 13,000 times. In any case, nuclear weapons can't be compared with any other weapon. It's not allowed to be used just because somebody wants to. Therefore, we shouldn't fear a nuclear strike in the near future. But it's important to understand how such a weapon works. Don't forget to give it a thumbs up if you like this video. Click on the bell so you don't miss new releases. And subscribe to the channel to stay up to date on the latest developments from the world of science. There are many cool places on our planet where you can conduct strange experiments. For example, you could fry pancakes in the Sahara, play a game of basketball on Mount Everest, fly a kite in Antarctica, or drop a steel ball into the Mariana Trench. They say that this task is given to some students, but this seemed really interesting to me, and I decided to conduct my own scientific research. Theoretically speaking, of course. It's not easy to get to the Mariana Trench, and littering it with steel balls is not such a good idea. I wouldn't recommend doing this. So, in order to solve this unusual problem, it's necessary to clarify some conditions. For starters, we'll deal with the trench itself. We study the situation. The Mariana Trench is the deepest ocean trench on Earth, known to mankind anyway. It's easy to find in satellite pictures without the help of Google. This is the Pacific Ocean. Here are the Mariana Islands and a huge crescent moon in the water. See? The Mariana Trench itself has a deepest point called Challenger Deep. 10,994 meters, or 36,069 feet below sea level, plus or minus a little more. This is just unreal depth. For the first time, the crew of the HMS Challenger sailing ship discovered this place in 1875 and even tried to measure the depth. It didn't work out very well. Technology of that time was incapable. After 76 years, another ship arrived here, which was also called the Challenger. With the help of an echo sounder and improvised means, the team managed to determine the depth of the trench. Then, the Challenger Deep got its name, and at the same time earning the status of the deepest place on the planet. As anywhere, the depth here greatly affects pressure. In the Challenger Abyss, it's more than 1,000 times higher than normal pressure at sea level. Here, it's 108.6 megapascals. And where there is serious depth, there's a change in the density of water. Everything is normal on the surface, but then the water becomes 5% denser, and it's quite cold there. From 1 to 4 degrees Celsius, that's about 34 to 39 Fahrenheit. For comparison, the water temperature off the coast of the island of Guam ranges from 27 to 29 degrees Celsius. That's 80 to 84 Fahrenheit. This is a really warm region, but the sun's rays simply can't get through the deep water in the Mariana Trench, so this temperature variation occurs. All of these factors, of course, affect the local inhabitants. Few are ready to live in darkness, cold, and under tremendous pressure. But will temperature and pressure affect a steel ball when they, to be honest, aren't so strong? As for temperature, it doesn't play a role at all. 1 to 4 degrees Celsius or 34 to 39 Fahrenheit is nothing, especially for steel. The role of pressure is much more interesting. Pressure can compress a substance so much that it's torn to pieces. A pillar of water in the Mariana Trench will easily crush a person, literally. Just 1 second is enough. So, no teleportation right to the bottom. But that's only you, not Wolverine from the X-Men. Well, you know, the guy with the skeleton of adamantium. The human body is too weak to resist such tremendous pressure, but metals are completely different matter. In order for steel to change its shape, it'll take more pressure than 108.6 megapascals, about twice this much if you use very crude calculations. To do this, you'd have to place the ball somewhere deep into the earth because the pressure of the ocean is certainly not enough. Or send it somewhere outside of our planet. However, pressure in the Mariana Trench will still compress the steel ball and reduce its volume. At thousandths of a percent, you wouldn't even notice it visually. Yes, and it's also unlikely that the inhabitants of the Mariana Trench understand such things. Imagine you're a deep-sea fish, and suddenly a steel ball floats past you. It's unlikely that you would even try to figure out how pressure affects it. Most likely, the ball won't interest you at all if it cannot be eaten. By the way, the changes won't be permanent. If you lift the ball to the surface, it will return to its shape since the pressure will drop to normal. But again, no one will notice this except for engineers who decide to take precise measurements. In general, it would be better to figure out the speed. At first, it seemed to me that the steel ball would sink very slowly and smoothly, that it would be slowed down by the water. But it turned out that everything isn't quite so. A steel ball moving through water will quickly reach its terminal speed. That is the speed at which the force of gravitational attraction is balanced by the resistance force of the medium. Well, and other factors as well. In general, I did some calculations, but I won't bore you with formulas. The maximum speed of the ball would be 15 meters or 49 feet per second. This is comparable to the speed of a car driving in the city. Fast enough, especially for marine life that gets caught in the ball's way. But let's assume that this won't happen. No one will suffer and our ball will not slow anything down. Consequently, the steel ball will reach the bottom of the Mariana Trench in about 12 minutes. There, it will crash into the bottom and most likely get stuck in the silt, maybe even creating something like a small funnel. And this would be one of the biggest events in the Mariana Trench in recent years. By the way, what if we replace the steel ball with something more common, say a tennis ball? No, you need something more impressive. For example, a bowling ball. Usually they consist of different types of plastic, sometimes with the addition of rubber, ceramics, and even glass, but usually without metal. Because of this, bowling balls are pretty buoyant. In any case, they can stay on the surface. For the ball to sink in water, its weight must be more than 5.5 kilograms, or more than 12 pounds. Such objects exist, but I propose to go even further. For example, let's sink a 7-kilogram or 15-pound bowling ball in the Mariana Trench. How fast will it sink to the bottom? Given a speed of approximately 1.3 meters or 4.2 feet per second, it'll finally reach the bottom after 2 hours and 20 minutes. You can throw the ball into the water and watch a movie. It'll be just in time for the final credits. A 5-kilogram or 13-pound ball will reach the bottom in 4.5 hours. But if it's made of iron, then 30 minutes is enough. A bowling ball made of lead will hit the bottom in 23 minutes, and a ball of pure gold in just 17 minutes. Why not drop it into the ocean for the sake of science? So now we have a bunch of bowling balls in the Mariana Trench, but what will happen to that first steel ball once it's already at the bottom? For example, in a week, or in a month, or in a year. Well, the ball will be able to lie in the Mariana Trench for a very long time. In the deep, rust simply doesn't form in the usual way. But at the bottom can live bacteria that simply love metals and oxidize them. Such organisms, for example, have been destroying the Titanic for years. It lies at a depth of about 3.8 kilometers or 2.3 miles, which of course is just nonsense compared to the Mariana Trench. But to bacteria in general, no difference. Huge pressure won't affect you if you're very tiny. It's possible that these bacteria will enjoy lunch with our steel ball. In the end, it will completely collapse and mix with water and silt at the bottom. You can't say the same about a plastic bowling ball. Any synthetic material will have to be lifted from the bottom so as not to affect the environment. So if you suddenly decide to repeat my experiment in reality, don't forget to clean up after yourself. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Earth is in danger. Scientists are step away from creating a black hole. A scientific experiment that could lead to the apocalypse. Articles with similar headlines began surfacing in the press in the early 2000s. The Large Hadron Collider, or simply LHC, started up in 2008. It caused a real storm of discussion. While some scientists planned grandiose experiments, others warned mankind of serious danger. How does the LHC work, and is it really capable of destroying our planet? The Large Hadron Collider is installed underground near the French-Swiss border. It's a ring-shaped tunnel with a circumference of 27 kilometers or 16.7 miles. 2 vacuum pipes are installed inside the tunnel, which intersect in some places. 1,232 main magnets are connected to the pipes. Their task is to accelerate protons to a speed close to the speed of light, and then hold this stream so that the particle beams don't crash into the wall. In order for the magnets to work, they're powered by superconductive cables with a total length of about 250,000 kilometers, or about 155,000 miles. If scientists got tired of the LHC and they decided to dismantle it, these wires could be wrapped around the Earth about 6 times at the equator. And even after that, there'd be enough wire left to run a power grid somewhere in Antarctica. Although, why a power grid in Antarctica? Well, they aren't planning to disassemble the LHC yet. However, it could be considered the largest refrigerator ever created. For proper operation, the collider magnets need to be cooled to minus 271.3 Celsius. That's minus 456.3 Fahrenheit. That is, to create a temperature lower than in space. To get this cold, 120 tons of liquid helium is poured into the LHC. Now, look at the refrigerator in your home. In it, there are special substances, refrigerants, that create cold. Liquid helium is one of them. In one household refrigerator, there are approximately 30 to 50 grams, or 1.05 to 1.76 ounces of refrigerants. So, we can say that the LHC surpasses this indicator by approximately 4 million refrigerators. Only instead of cooling products, it helps solve the most complex problems of modern physics. For example, what does matter consist of? From school, we know that matter consists of molecules. Molecules of atoms, and atoms of protons, electrons, and neutrons. But modern science has gone even further. It turns out that even the smallest particles of the atomic nucleus, for example, protons, consist of even smaller particles, quarks. Want to know how small they are? Then imagine that an atom has grown to the size of the Earth. Then a proton would have a radius of about 100 meters, or 328 feet. That's almost the length of a football field. In this case, the quark would have a radius of about 5 centimeters, or 2 inches. That is, it could fit in your pocket. But how can we examine such small particles? This is why the LHC was created. You take two beams of protons, accelerate them in opposite directions, and collide them with each other. What would happen if you put a brick on the ground and threw another one on top of it? Most likely, small fragments would fly off in different directions. Similarly, when protons collide, tiny particles can break away from them. In ordinary language, a collider is needed in order to see what happens when the protons and heavy lead nuclei collide. As the creators of the project admitted, pushing two protons together is about as difficult as getting a needle into a needle, provided that the distance between them is 10 kilometers or 6.2 miles. And at the same time, they need to collide exactly in the middle. Not so easy. In addition, these small particles are invisible, so physicists can only study them by examining the tracks they leave in their wake. Another task of the LHC is to find something new. It was with its help that the Higgs boson was discovered. This invisible particle can be called the foundation of the universe. After all, it's this particle that gives the other ones, and therefore all matter, mass. It turns out that if it disappeared, all particles would become absolutely weightless and fly around the universe at the speed of light. In addition, with the help of the LHC, it's possible to study other elementary particles. Each of them helps in the emergence and interaction between atoms. And each of these particles is so small that they can be detected only when proton fluxes collide. Scientists register the particles that are then formed with the help of special detectors. Another interesting area of research is antimatter. In our world, atomic nuclei have a positive electric charge. Negatively charged electrons revolve around them. But for each particle of an atom, you can create a double, an antiparticle. It has the same mass and properties, but the opposite charge. For example, an electron is negatively charged, and its antiparticle, positron, has the same mass, but is positively charged. The same goes for protons. Protons are located in the nucleus of an atom and have a positive electric charge, but their antiparticles, antiprotons, carry a negative charge, and at the same time have the same mass. We can say that antiparticles are a mirror image of ordinary particles. If you approach a mirror, you'll see your reflection in it. If you wave to it with your left hand, your mirror double will answer you with a wave of its right. Antimatter is similarly arranged. With the help of the LHC, it's possible to not only create antiparticles, they can also be combined with each other to create whole atoms of antimatter. Under ordinary conditions, when one proton and one electron are joined, a hydrogen atom appears. Now, we can take two antiparticles opposite to the proton and electron, the antiproton and positron. Connecting them, we get an antihydrogen atom. It will have the same properties as hydrogen itself, but only when antihydrogen collides with an ordinary atom would an explosion occur. A strong explosion, as a result of which an incredible amount of energy would be released. 1 kilogram or 2.2 pounds of antihydrogen can produce slightly less energy than was released during the Tsar Bomba explosion. And that was the most powerful of all hydrogen bombs ever created by mankind. Most physicists believe the LHC is pretty cool. There's only one small problem. It's believed that one of its future experiments could destroy our planet, or at least it could create serious problems. In 2008, opponents of the collider, Walter Wagner and Luis Sancho, even went to court. They demanded a prohibition on starting up the LHC. The applicants feared that if protons collided so strongly, they could form a microscopic black hole. The gravity of this object would be so great that it would immediately begin attracting the surrounding molecules, or it might completely drag the entire Earth into it. But don't worry, none of the past experiments have confirmed the possibility of creating black holes. Even if such objects appeared inside the tunnel, their size would be so small that they would evaporate instantly. So the lawsuit to ban the LHC was rejected by the court. The LHC started up, and so far it's been working successfully. There's another potential threat. Scientists believe that in some places of the universe, there are wormholes. These are hypothetical objects in which space-time is curved. We can say that these are tunnels connecting two remote areas of space-time. And if you enter one of these tunnels, you could either travel in time or instantly move somewhere very far away, even to another universe. Some scientists fear that high energies may create such a wormhole inside the LHC itself. However, this is just a theory. The creators of the LHC claim that such particle collisions occur on our planet even without human intervention. It's believed that for billions of years, various cosmic particles with an energy millions of times greater than the energy of protons in an accelerator have been bombarding the Earth. And this hasn't led to the appearance of black holes on the planet or other terrible consequences. It's unlikely that such an experiment inside the LHC would transport us to another dimension. But moreover, I'm carefully monitoring everything that happens with it. So if anything ever goes wrong, you'll be the first to know about it. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to follow along with me on future experiments. And be sure to like this video and share it with your friends if you haven't done so already. Humanity's journey beyond Earth is a significant event for the whole world. Though despite the importance of space exploration, it occurs quite rarely. The last time America successfully launched a shuttle with people on board was back in the year 2011. But when SpaceX began developing manned spacecraft, the world froze in anticipation. Is Elon Musk capable of doing what everyone's been waiting for? Yes. And this is what came of it. As I said, America's last space mission took place in the year 2011. At this time, the ship Atlantis went into low Earth orbit on the mission STS-135. There were 4 astronauts on board. They were only in space for 13 days. More than 4 tons of payload was delivered to the ISS, after which the crew returned to Earth. A long time has passed since then. Until May 2020, only expeditions from Russia and China had been sent outside of our planet. Why not from the US? There were various problems: equipment failure, financial problems, insufficient technology. But finally, the team-up of NASA and SpaceX led to a breakthrough. On May 30th, the Crew Dragon was successfully launched. On the 31st of May, it docked with the ISS. These events can be considered as truly historic. SpaceX Demo 2 is the first manned flight to the ISS performed by a private aircraft. Of course, there have been attempts at doing something similar before. For example, by Virgin Galactic. In the year 2018, the VSS Unity VP-03 suborbital spaceflight with 2 pilots on board reached an altitude of 82.7 kilometers or 51.4 miles. By U.S. standards, space starts at around the mark of 80.47 kilometers or 50 miles. Good job, but alas, not by global standards. The spacecraft didn't reach high enough to garner worldwide fame. Therefore, the title of the new Conqueror of Space has been granted to the Crew Dragon. The Demo 2 mission also faced difficulties. The initial launch of a manned ship into space was planned for July 2019, but when testing the Super Draco engines, there was an accident. The test was very important. The engines were part of the emergency rescue system, but when they were activated, an explosion occurred which led to the destruction of the return capsule. Of course, after the incident, SpaceX SpaceX and NASA conducted an investigation. It turned out that the failure occurred just 100 milliseconds before the engines were ignited. The source of the problem was the fuel system, and immediately after the incident, work was carried out to improve its design. Despite a failed test in April, it was successful in November. And in January 2020, a final in-flight abort test was passed. Then there were several more important tests, and they assigned it different launch dates. And finally, something happened that not only NASA and SpaceX, but the whole world had been waiting for so long. The Crew Dragon went into orbit using a Falcon 9 launch vehicle in the latest Block 5 modification. Interestingly, the launch took place from the legendary launch complex LC-39A. It was from here that Apollo 11 set for the lunar mission, and many other space shuttles took off. Symbolic, don't you think? And now it's time to learn something about the team of the Crew Dragon. Who are these brave people who decided on such an incredible feat? While the original maximum capacity of the ship is 5 people, only 2 went into space. NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken are not just a lucky few. These are real professionals. Each of them has already had 2 flights. Hurley has spent a total of 28 days and 11 hours in space, while Behnken has spent 29 days and 12 hours in space. It's planned that the astronauts will stay on the space station from 30 to 119 days. This is not yet comparable to the achievements of some members of the ISS crew, but it is possible that the mission will last longer. What if they become new record holders? One way or another, it will be time to return to Earth. Despite the sophisticated design of modern aircraft, accidents sometimes occur. And of course, NASA doesn't want to lose its astronauts. As I said earlier, the ship's emergency landing system has been successfully tested. Therefore, in case of problems, and in general for its descent, the Crew Dragon is equipped with special parachutes. With their help, the ship's capsule will be able to land in the Atlantic Ocean. The first launch attempt on the 27th of May didn't take place, precisely for safety reasons. The weather was bad that day. This upset everyone who had been waiting for the countdown. But for the sake of saving the astronauts' lives, can't we wait? In addition, NASA calculated the probability of losing the crew. It was only 1 in 276, which is a very small number. By the way, unlike shuttles, the flight of the Crew Dragon takes place in automatic mode. However, the crew is able to take control in an emergency situation. What's next for SpaceX? What happens when the spacecraft successfully completes the mission and returns to Earth? This flight will be the last test of the Crew Dragon's strength. If the device reaches the end, SpaceX and NASA will begin preparing for the full operation of the ships. Simply put, the Crew Dragon will become fully certified. It'll be used as transport to replace ISS crew members. The Russian Soyuz spacecraft is currently engaged in delivering astronauts into orbit, and it will probably have an assistant very soon. If the mission is successful, the next manned flight will take place on August 30th, 2020. A Crew Dragon ship will be sent with a 4-person configuration. This time, 3 Americans and a representative of the Japanese space agency JAXA will be on board. The mission is planned to last 210 days. At the moment, there are no plans to reuse Crew Dragon ships for crewed flights. After the necessary repairs, they'll be used to transport cargo. But this isn't the end of NASA's ambitious plans. The next launch of a manned ship is planned for 2021, and it will be the Crew Dragon again. It'll take 4 astronauts to the ISS, where they'll spend about 6 months. And another mission, also set for 2021, would not be complete without the participation of this ship. But this time, a pilot from Axiom Space with 3 space tourists will go into Earth's orbit. And in late 2021, they plan to launch the Crew Dragon without astronauts on board. This flight will be fully paid for by tourists, while the ship will be operated autonomously. At the end of the video, I've left some interesting facts on the historic launch of the Crew Dragon. The broadcast of the spacecraft's flight was the second largest broadcast in the history of YouTube. At the peak moment, in the 4th minute of launch, more than 4 million people were watching the stream on the SpaceX channel at the same time. But Elon Musk has outdone himself here. You can say that one of his devices took the title of the most viewed from another. The broadcast of the Falcon Heavy launch at the peak moment was watched by about 2,300,000 people. Do you now understand what SpaceX is truly capable of? If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications about the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. How are humans imagining the distant future? Flying cars, a journey to the far corners of outer space, and of course, a cure for every disease. Who wouldn't want to experience such a world? However, most of us simply don't have a long enough lifespan to wait for such a future. But fortunately, scientists have already figured out a way to cheat time: cryopreservation. This is a special way of refrigerating the human body, after which a person can return to life. Well, theoretically. What would really happen with the body if it was frozen for many years? I decided to carefully examine this issue. And, well, here's what I have for you. How did people first come up with the idea of freezing their bodies? It seems that hibernating animals are the ones to blame. This includes different rodents and hedgehogs, as well as bears. The concept is simple. When it gets cold and there's less available food, the animals immerse themselves into suspended animation. Their metabolism and life processes slow down, and body temperature drops significantly. For example, in the Arctic ground squirrel, it can drop to about -4 degrees Celsius, or about 25 Fahrenheit in the abdominal cavity. However, these small rodents keep their heads and necks warm. So when hibernation comes to an end, these squirrels remain fully healthy and feel great. An even more interesting example is the wood frog. They're widespread in North America and in general are used to cold weather. Moreover, every year, these frogs freeze and then return to life. And this isn't even a metaphor. The wood frog has a very unusual life cycle. It spends every winter in a frozen state. For 2 to 3 months, its body temperature remains at 6 degrees Celsius, or about 21 Fahrenheit. At the same time, the frog's bodily functions stop. It doesn't breathe, and its heart stops beating. About 60% of the water inside its cells freezes. In the spring, the frog thaws, turns on its heart, warms up, and begins to live anew. How is this even possible? Scientists have found that in wood frogs, before hibernation, their liver increases 1.5 times, and the level of glycogen increases 3-fold. The freezing process itself occurs slowly, and during this period, the liver turns glycogen into glucose. This, in turn, allows cells to maintain their structure. But could a person survive such an extreme freeze? The human body is much more complicated. You can't just put a person in a freezer and then bring them out and hope they'll become themselves again. First of all, because of the characteristics of the blood, with a serious decrease in temperature, the blood, like many other fluids, begins to thicken and gradually freezes. It turns into bloody ice. And while you may be thinking that this would be a good title for a thriller, I'll first explain one simple thing. The blood itself, when it's turned into ice crystals, is already dangerous enough. And still, we plan to unfreeze this person. Here's where the problems begin. When thawing, these crystals will create many microcuts in the human circulatory system. It doesn't matter how much time has passed, a year, 10 or 100 years, absolutely all of the arteries, capillaries, and veins will suffer. And the organs too, not to mention brain death. Such damage will lead to internal bleeding and eventually to death. In general, to freeze a person, you'd need to come up with something more advanced than an ordinary freezer. Anything that would allow you to painlessly circumvent the laws of nature. As such, people invented cryonics. This is a low-temperature freezing, which is aimed at preserving cells, tissues, organs, other biological objects, and the whole body. Animals can also be frozen. The main thing is to restore bodily functions after thawing. As a rule, cryopreservation is carried out at very low temperatures, about -80 degrees Celsius or about -112 Fahrenheit, using dry ice. Or at -196 Celsius, that's -321 Fahrenheit, using liquid nitrogen. But why so much? Or rather, why so low? In cryopreservation, any chemical activity that could harm biological material is stopped. Thanks to this, living objects can be preserved for as long as we want. Sounds good, right? First, scientists tried this on hamsters, then on individual cells of the human body, and all sorts of important fluids. Finally, in 1967, it was a person's turn. The first human body to be frozen in hopes of a future rebirth was James Bedford. He suffered from kidney cancer and therefore agreed to freeze his body after death. At some point in the future, will we be able to completely cure all forms of cancer? Until this happens, Bedford's body is cryopreserved at the Alcor Life Extension Foundation. But that was only the beginning. By 2019, more than 400 people had undergone cryopreservation in the United States. Another 1,500 have signed the necessary documents and are ready to freeze their bodies after death. Yes, by law, only a person after clinical death can undergo cryopreservation. That is, their heart cannot be beating. Before the brain cells have time to die, they're frozen with the help of vitrification, a special procedure that eliminates the formation of ice. Though legally, every frozen person is considered dead. No one knows if they can be revived. Nevertheless, more and more living people are starting to think about it. To date, scientists have no guarantees that a frozen person can be revived. On the other hand, if a person is buried, it certainly would never be possible. The choice, in general, is obvious. However, cryonics can be really expensive. In 2018, the preparation and storage of a person under freezing conditions ranged from $28,000 to $200,000 US. It's not surprising that quite wealthy people are usually the ones who chose to undergo this process. But what will happen to a person who will have spent many years in a freezing state? We can only speculate theoretically. A few years ago, scientists managed to unfreeze a rabbit's brain. Even after several weeks of freezing, the important connections between the neurons on which brain activity depends were intact. But is it possible to compare the brain of a rabbit to that of a whole person? I doubt it. Additionally, skeptics believe that even freezing the body in liquid nitrogen would lead to the destruction of cells of many tissues due to ice crystals. How that would end, you already know. For certain, there's no possibility of resurrection in such a situation. But proponents of cryonics have a way of deceiving nature and the laws of physics. For example, by changing most of the fluids in the body to solutions of special substances. These solutions would not turn into crystals, which means that the body would not be damaged. Scientists also acknowledge that after thawing, the human brain will need major repairs. It'll be necessary to repair the damaged areas because there will certainly be such problems. And it's still unknown what will happen to an individual's personality after they come out of this frozen state. Will they remain themselves? Will they be completely sane? Okay, let's set the medical side of the issue aside for a moment and imagine that defrosting goes perfectly. A human who once lived hundreds of years ago will then wake up in a whole new world. It's unlikely that they will simply open their eyes and everything will be fine from the start. They'll have to build their life from scratch and get used to new technologies and rules. Who knows, maybe waking up after so many years wouldn't be so enjoyable. Whatever the case, all of this can be discussed only in theory. So far, humanity isn't very close to resurrecting the dead. But let's just give it some time. I don't think it'll be long. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. What do you think about when you hear about a time machine? Some may want to look into the past to see distant relatives, while some, on the contrary, want to travel to the future in order to look at humanity from the side in a couple of decades. In any case, it sounds like something fantastic, or maybe not. It's hard to believe, but today there are actually ways to travel in time. I tried to figure out exactly how this can be done, and right now I'm ready to share the results. There are currently no existing time machines. No matter how hard scientists try to get close to creating one, they lack the knowledge, materials, and people needed to succeed. But who knows, perhaps right now among you is a great physicist and at the same time an engineer. My task is to introduce you to a theory. Your job is to hear it. Possibly, with time, you can give the world something very incredible. What films are made about, what many dream of, something that no one has ever seen. There are three main hypotheses for time travel. The first follows from the theory of relativity of Albert Einstein. According to his theory, a leap into the future can be made by moving at the speed of light. This will be possible because time for an accelerated person slows down compared to when standing still. Simply put, traveling at the speed of light, you can circle the Earth 10 times around the equator in about 1 second. But for me, sitting still and creating a video, about 3 seconds will pass. If we consider this on a more serious scale, imagine space travel. Suppose you were to travel at the speed of light to the star system Alpha Centauri. Meanwhile, I would remain on Earth to wait for your return. As you explore the vastness of the universe, I would continue getting older. For you, 6 years would pass. For me, it would be 10. After returning to Earth, you would see how everything around has changed. Your children would grow up. The house would be completed. The technologies you knew would become obsolete. However, you'll still be young and take a huge step into the future. The second hypothesis is long-term freezing. According to this principle, a living organism is frozen for a certain time, after which it's restored and continues to live an ordinary life. But there's a small problem. The human body doesn't work like the body of a cold-blooded frog, and scientists can't do anything about this yet. Therefore, we'll have to hold off on freezing ourselves for now. The third hypothesis is about improving our knowledge in the field of quantum physics. If we can learn all the subtleties of this science, we'll learn how to teleport information and physical objects. It'd be great, but this is an incredibly difficult task for modern science. So let's leave this hypothesis for future generations. Of all that I've listed above, the very first hypothesis, the speed of light, appears to be the most realistic. Famous physicist Stephen Hawking long thought about its connection with time displacements. He made several attempts to prove that this is possible, even in theory. In his latest book, published in 2018, the scientist made his final assumption. I'll rely on him as we move forward. So, how fast is the speed of light? It's believed that in a vacuum, it's 299,792,458 meters per second. That's 983,571,056 feet per second, or 299,800 kilometers, or 186,287 miles per second. In the presence of air, the speed will be less, but not by much. It's unlikely that we will be able to complete a temporary leap in airspace, so we won't dwell on minor differences. Now that we've figured out the speed of light and the travel environment, what remains is to learn exactly what kind of device can help us to accomplish this. The fastest man-made space object in history is the Parker Solar Probe. Its current speed record is approximately 393,000 kilometers an hour, or 244,225 miles an hour. But it's assumed that by 2025, it'll be able to attain a maximum speed of 692,000 kilometers, or 430,000 miles an hour. Very good for a space probe, but still not enough for time travel. The speed that it will develop will be approximately 0.064% of the speed of light. Do you see how little this is? But let's put aside engineering formalities, features of the human body, and some laws of physics, and just try to get closer to the dream. To achieve at least 1% of the speed of light, you'd need to combine the capabilities of 16 such devices that work simultaneously at full power. To achieve 100%, we need 1,600 units. One would think that this is the time machine we're looking for, but if everything were to be so simple, scientists would already have long ago begun to act. Firstly, the cost of one such project amounted to about $1.5 billion. After making simple calculations, I found out that at least $2.4 trillion would be required to create 1,600 such Parker Solar Probes. That's a pretty large sum for a dubious machine. Secondly, no one knows how such a device would behave. It may not show any results. An accident could happen. Anyway, nothing like this has ever been built. In addition, to accelerate to the speed of light, you'll need a huge amount of fuel. To maintain this speed would require an infinite supply. There are no gas stations in space yet, so that's not what we need. Let's go to Plan B. According to Hawking, one can also travel in time with the deformation of space-time. If this occurs, a so-called wormhole is formed, the original space tunnel. Moreover, you can move both toward the past and the future. It all depends on the type of wormhole itself. To visualize how it works, draw 2 dots on a piece of paper. There will be some distance between them, which will take time to cover. But we want to deceive time, so let's play a little trick. Folding the sheet in half, you'll see how the 2 points of space connect. The distance between them will be unnoticeable and can be covered in a split second. This is how wormholes work according to the theory of relativity. It would seem that everything is quite simple, but it lacks one important detail: exotic matter. Before a wormhole can be used, it has to be filled with this substance so you can enter from one end and exit from the other. In the absence of such matter, the portal through space and time will slam shut, even before you have time to move from one end to the other. This type of matter is still unknown to modern scientists. But we can roughly assume how a time machine based on a wormhole would work. For a successful journey, one end of the wormhole must be accelerated to near light speed and then returned to its original state. Sounds pretty complicated. That is why even the great minds of modern science can't create anything like this. But maybe there's a chance to find something similar in space. Yes, there is, and this chance is much greater than you might expect. It's believed that a wormhole is a combination of black and white holes. All these objects have a strong curvature of space. However, the wormhole has no event horizon like a black hole, a trap from which we can't return. Surprisingly, such temporary tunnels don't contradict the laws of physics. But for now, in space, there isn't a single confirmed candidate for this role. All the hypotheses and theories previously described speak mainly about traveling into the future. Yes, that's right. I said that a wormhole can be used to travel into the past. But there's still a lot of work to be done and also many years of waiting. What do we have for now? In a sense, you can leap into the past without leaving your home. It's enough just to look out the window at the sky. You'll see the light reaching us from planets and distant stars. To overcome the distance to the Earth, it took hundreds, thousands, and even millions of years. Simply put, now you see what happened incredibly long ago. In the meantime, scientists are trying to solve all the secrets of space and time. Be sure to like this video and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Also, click on the bell quickly to make sure you don't miss out on new and important future releases. People have been interested in outer space since ancient times. However, those who came before us had very limited ways of studying it. At present, absolutely everything is possible thanks to modern technology. And SpaceX is one of the few entities that seeks to improve upon it. And how exactly? For example, by creating projects so groundbreaking that they become famous all over the world. I've spoken about them many times before, but I've never considered them in detail. I've never disassembled them and looked at each part, never looked inside, though it seems the time has come to do so. Everyone has heard of the Falcon Heavy Super Heavy launch vehicle. It was designed to transport people, spaceships, and various cargo into space. But let's talk about how this ship came to be, step by step. After all, such a powerful unit wasn't created instantly, and it also had its predecessors. The history of the Falcon family of vehicles began with the creation of the Falcon 1, a light lightweight launch vehicle with a length of 21.3 meters or 69.8 feet, a diameter of 1.7 meters or 5.6 feet, and a launch mass of 27.6 tons. The rocket could carry 420 kilograms or 926 pounds of payload on board. It became the first private device that was able to bring cargo into low Earth orbit. A great achievement, but not the best it could be. Construction of the Falcon 1 consisted of only 2 stages. The first of them consisted of a supporting element with fuel tanks, an engine, and a parachute system. Kerosene was chosen as a fuel, and liquid oxygen became its oxidizing agent. The second stage also contained fuel tanks and an engine, though the latter had less thrust compared to the one in the first stage. Despite the huge launch cost, $7.9 million, 5 attempts were made to send the Falcon 1 beyond the borders of our planet, but not all of them were successful. During the debut launch of the rocket, a fire started in the first stage engine. This led to a loss of pressure, which caused the engine to shut down in the 34th second of flight. The second attempt to start the Falcon 1 incurred a problem with the fuel system of the second stage. Fuel stopped flowing into its engine. At 474 seconds of flight, it shut down as well. The third time Falcon 1 went on a flight, it wasn't alone. Of the serious cargo, the rocket carried on board the Trailblazer satellite and 2 NASA microsatellites. What do you think? Did everything go well this time? There was every chance of it. In phase 1, with the first stage, the flight went normally. But when the time came to separate the stages, the first hit the second right when it started its engine. So the second stage couldn't continue its flight. The fourth and fifth launches showed good results, but that wasn't enough. The main problem with the Falcon 1 was low demand due to its low payload abilities. For this reason, development of the rocket stopped. It was decided to do something more serious, namely the Falcon 9. This device can carry on board almost 23 tons of cargo. Imagine that SpaceX once again wanted to send Starlink satellites into space. Each weighs about 260 kilograms or 573 pounds. The Falcon 9 could lift 88 of these devices all at once, provided that the first stage isn't returned. Yes, it's also a 2-stage launch vehicle and uses kerosene and liquid oxygen as fuel. The device is currently in operation, and the cost of its launch is equal to $62 million. And fortunately, none of them have failed. The first stage of the rocket is reusable. It can return to Earth and be used again. Now, Falcon 9 is designed to not only launch commercial communication satellites, but also to deliver Dragon cargo ships to the ISS. By the way, why don't we talk about Dragon? Namely, about Dragon 1. Carrying a 6-ton payload from the Earth, this drone supplies the ISS with everything it needs. In addition, it also takes goods back. However, when sent to Earth, Dragon 1 cannot carry the same weight. From the ISS, the spacecraft can take only 3 to 3.5 tons of cargo. Despite this drawback, Dragon 1 is now the only cargo spacecraft in the world that can return at least something from the ISS. Way to go, Elon Musk. And yet, it doesn't end there. If the name of the device has a suffix in the form of a number, then it likely has future versions. In this case, it's in the form of the Dragon 2 ship. This time, I'm talking about a manned ship, which was created by order of NASA. The ship is designed to deliver a crew of 4 people to the ISS and back to Earth. But of course, such a unit cannot be launched into orbit directly from a launch pad. Therefore, this is where the same Falcon 9 booster comes to its aid. Unlike its predecessor, predecessor, Dragon 2 can dock at the ISS on its own without assistance from a special manipulator. The ship can be brought to the surface of the Earth with the help of parachutes. But there's even another option in case of an accident. With 8 Super Draco engines, a manned landing is also possible. With each attempt to create something new, most things get better. Now it seems it's time to talk about something really cool. An ultra-heavy launch vehicle with a payload capacity of almost 64 tons. The most powerful and heavy device at the time of the first launch. I'm talking about the Falcon Heavy. Built on the basis of the Falcon 9, this rocket was first launched on February 6th, 2018. The test was successful. The rocket sent Elon Musk's car into space, a red Tesla Roadster. After this debut, subsequent launches were also conducted without problems. The cost of launching one such launch vehicle is estimated at about $150 million. And when you think about it, this price is quite justified, mainly because of its technical equipment. The first stage of the Falcon Heavy consists of 3 parts, not one. 2 side boosters are connected to its base. The first stage of the Falcon 9 FT launch vehicle. It's been specially modified to secure additional elements. In total, 3 blocks contain 27 incredibly powerful engines, 9 in each one. The thrust created during takeoff is comparable to approximately 18 Boeing 747s at full power. In terms of a numerical equivalent, that's about 22.2 million newtons. Now, imagine the same Boeing, but filled with passengers, baggage, and fuel. This is about the weight that the Falcon Heavy can lift into near-Earth orbit. As for the second stage, there's nothing special about it. This part of the rocket is equipped with a single engine and is similar to the one used on the Falcon 9. Initially, the Super Heavy rocket was created to send people into space. It was planned that the device would be able to participate in missions flying to the moon as well as to Mars. However, scientists decided to use the Giant to send massive loads into space. For example, artificial Earth satellites and automatic interplanetary stations. Also, the Falcon Heavy can carry the spaceship Dragon on board if necessary. But SpaceX plans don't end there. Currently, work is underway on the Starship manned spacecraft. According to its creators, this device will be much larger in mass and size than all of the company's existing rockets. This novelty will be able to deliver cargo into orbit weighing more than 100 tons. The launch of Starship into space is planned for 2022, but not just as a test to some part of space nearby the Earth, but to Mars and with a payload. Does this mean that one of mankind's largest dreams will come true within the next couple of years? Who knows? But these are all prerequisites for it. One way or another, space exploration is being taken to a whole new level. Many organizations have already contracted with SpaceX to achieve their goals. Some are planning more serious missions, while others are launching satellites into orbit. In any case, in the future, the company is on a path for success. If you agree, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel to stay up to date on the latest news from the world of science and space. Imagine it's early morning. You're stretching, making coffee in the kitchen while frying eggs. You turn on the TV out of boredom. A running line appears on the screen.
Breaking news.
Cosmos, a new unknown object has sliced off a part of the sun. Remain calm until we confirm all of the details. You bolt to the window, lift the blinds with one hand, and hold your breath for a second. Phew. So far, so good. The room is illuminated by a bright light. But for how long? Could the planet survive if a piece or even half of the sun got sliced off? Get ready. Today, a fantastic experiment awaits you. To get started, let's fast forward to the sun. To understand the situation, we need to consider how everything works inside of our star. The sun is a huge flaming ball of gas and plasma made up of several different layers. Of course, the world hasn't yet invented a material from which we could forge the most heat-resistant space knife. After all, the average temperature of the sun's atmosphere reaches 2 million degrees Celsius. That's 3.6 million Fahrenheit. And inside its core, it's 7 times hotter. Even the most fireproof material to date, which is an alloy of tantalum hafnium carbide, would melt at 3,990 degrees Celsius. That's 7,214 Fahrenheit. But let's imagine there's a giant space knife made of the latest material, able to withstand any temperature and density of matter. It would be delivered to the sun by an autopilot spaceship because it's too hot for a human to travel there. And let's all agree right away that we all understand perfectly well that in reality, it would be impossible to cut off a part of the sun. As I said earlier, the surface of the sun is not a solid substance, but a turbulent, boiling plasma. But we have an experiment here, right? Therefore, the sun in our video will be cut into pieces like a watermelon. If the inside of the sun were empty, we'd need about 1 million planets like ours to fill it. But inside our star, there's already a filling, a mixture of hydrogen, helium, and literally a pinch of other elements. However, while we've been chatting, a huge space knife has already cut off the top of our star. Now there's no reason to panic. Only the outer layer of our luminary was disturbed, the chromosphere. Of course, the sun still has a hellishly hot corona and a transition region. But there's nothing that could be cut there. The density of this matter is so low that it's almost comparable to a vacuum. So, let's get right into it. Given the size of the sun, the piece we sliced off is just over 2,000 kilometers, or about 1,200 miles thick, and its surface area is 9 billion square kilometers. That's about 3.5 billion square miles, which is difficult to imagine. The surface of the chromosphere can't be called smooth. It's all dotted with luminous columns of plasma, like spikes. If you simply cut the sun and moved a piece of it into space, our star would instantly pull it back. The gravity of the sun is so strong that it would do so with ease, as it would be with any part of the star, which is extremely important to maintaining the shape of the sphere. But let's imagine that this piece simply disappeared into space. What would happen? Most likely nothing fatal. The mass of the sun would still be large enough to continue fulfilling its function. The main variable here would be if this cut-off piece of the sun moved towards the Earth. When approaching our planet, it could be destroyed by the pressure of the Earth's atmosphere, and a vacuum would form in its place. An explosion would occur, and a shockwave would cover the planet. It would break windows and tear apart our eardrums. In general, not great prospects. Now, let's make an effort and cut off exactly 1/4 of the sun. Here, all layers of our star would be affected. Our knife would go through the chromosphere, hook on the layer below, the photosphere, then additional layers, and of course, reach the solid core. Thanos snaps his fingers, and 1/4 of the sun disappears in space. Imagine that in the most dangerous vessel in the universe, where the pressure is 265 billion bar, there's now a hole. and now a huge amount of hydrogen and helium heated to gigantic temperatures, together with gamma radiation, bursts from its bowels. There are no more layers restraining, absorbing, and distributing this mad energy. How would this threaten the Earth? Unprecedented gamma radiation. This has a very high penetrating ability, but while passing through the Earth's atmosphere, it would partially dissipate. In the event that the solar core was exposed, the strongest gamma ray burst, a large-scale cosmic emission of explosive energy and incredible brightness, would fall upon our planet. Our atmosphere could still withstand the pulse wave, but gamma rays would begin breaking the bonds between nitrogen and oxygen molecules in the atmosphere. As a result, we'd be awaiting supercooling, abnormal rains from nitric acid, and solar radiation. In fact, the sun we now know would cease to exist. This would be the birth of a new star. And at the stage of birth, a star's character can be quite unpredictable. It's unlikely that the usual order of the solar system would be preserved. After all, the sun is 99.8% of the total mass of the entire solar system, and suddenly this number would decrease by a quarter. Most likely, the Earth would no longer be able to rotate as before around the sun. The brightness of our star would drop 25%. So the Earth would no longer be in the habitable zone of the sun. It would begin cooling until all rivers and oceans froze. Within a few years, the Earth's surface would turn into an icy desert, like on Europa, Jupiter's moon. If humanity could survive, it would only be in some underground bunkers. The simplest forms of life would be preserved only in hydrothermal waters. And in any case, if a small piece of the solar core somehow reached Earth, then there would be no trace of an ice crust left. Just imagine, in order to destroy all life within a radius of several tens of kilometers, a substance literally the size of a pinhead would be enough. So what do you think would happen if a quarter of the entire solar core reached the Earth? As you might have guessed, when the sun loses half of its mass, the changes would have an even more deadly effect. It's unlikely that humanity would have months to adapt to new conditions. If we weren't immediately killed by the strongest gamma ray burst, then natural disasters, a magnitude of which Earth has never encountered before, would do so. But if somehow lucky survivors remained on the planet, then they would inevitably die shortly after anyway. Earth would be thrown out of the solar system through the vast expanses of space. Without a protective sun, it would become a target for asteroids, meteorites, and other planets. It's hard to imagine such a multi-layered killer scenario, even in the most exciting blockbusters. Perhaps the sun is best left alone. However, if you think the idea of controlling stellar matter is something only my imagination could come up with, then I must upset you. Scientists have long been looking at stars with the goal of stellar farming. It'll be important for future generations, and perhaps even our direct descendants, to control the evolution and properties of a star, including increasing its lifespan, extracting materials, or even creating new stars. But not for the sake of mere curiosity. For example, in order to increase the lifetime of a star, it's necessary to slow down the nuclear fusion taking place in its core. So you would need to rid it of excess mass. Stars already lose a small flow of mass via solar wind, coronal mass ejections, and other processes. A method called star lifting would have to increase the natural plasma flow so that it could then be manipulated using magnetic fields. The idea is excellent, but it's scary to imagine what the consequences might be if we try intervening in the ways of the universe. To minimize risk, we'll need something to hone our skills on. For example, an artificial sun. Such a simulator is already operating in the United States, and one will soon appear in China. This sun can be fearlessly blown up, cut, reduced, and enlarged. And only after we know in advance all the possible consequences and understand the risks would we move to the next level, working with a real object. In the meantime, let's let everything be and let these experiments merely remain as figments of our imagination. So, what do you think about manipulating stellar matter? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. We still have a lot of ideas and experiments ahead. It's no secret that on Earth there's much more water than land. About 71% of our planet is covered in water, and only about 29% of it is land. There's so much water that from space, our planet appears blue with a small splash of green, yellow, and white. But let's imagine for a second that everything has changed. And now, where the continents once were, there's water. And all of the oceans have evaporated, exposing a hard surface. Do you think humanity will be happy and the problem of overpopulation will be solved? I decided to do some research, and now I'm going to tell you what came of it. For those of you who are always freezing, there's good news. On our new Earth, most of which is now covered by land, air temperature will rise significantly. Indeed, the oceans, which previously occupied an area of almost 361 million square kilometers, that's 139 million square miles, will disappear. But they used to absorb more than 90% of the excess heat from the atmosphere and served as the main barrier to abrupt climate changes on our planet. Now, with less than half the amount of water on Earth as we had before, the ocean's ability to absorb heat will also drop from 90% to 37%. From now on, the sun will mercilessly burn the Earth, gradually depriving it of vegetation and turning it into one huge desert. A more or less mild climate will persist only in the coastal areas. And in other areas, people can forever forget about warm clothes, skiing, and playing with snowballs. The poles of the Earth can also say goodbye to their centuries-old snow caps. And the concept of glaciers will remain only in history textbooks and the recollections of eyewitnesses. The entire ice cover of our planet will melt, and every nearby area will be flooded. The composition of the air will inevitably change. That small amount of algae in the new oceans won't be able to control the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and produce enough oxygen as it once did before. Marine vegetation will also have to adapt to these new conditions because the oceans will become much warmer. In the air, there will be more carbon dioxide and less oxygen. The greenhouse effect will intensify, and the Earth will become even warmer. The hot air, unsaturated with oxygen, will become difficult to breathe. It turns out that even when the level of oxygen in the air drops to 10 to 14%, our psychological well-being is at stake. Irreversible changes in the body begin. When reduced to 6%, death is imminent. But perhaps it won't be so bad. Mankind will be able to adapt by absorbing CO2 with special installations, and venturing outdoors will be possible only with an oxygen tank. But these conditions cannot be called comfortable for life. But what will happen to our fauna? It's in for a big shock. Unfortunately, herbivores will almost completely disappear. They'll simply have nothing to eat. But there will obviously be more carnivores, cold-blooded animals will be able to adapt because they know how to change the temperature of their body depending on the ambient temperature. Snakes and lizards will cover the planet, but birds and mammals will either die or take an evolutionary leap. To survive, they'll have to adapt. Fish from the oceans, of course, won't disappear, but commercial fish may become smaller due to the changes in temperature and increased acidity of the water. A huge part of the world's population will be left without a livelihood, since only a select few living in coastal territories will be able to engage in fishing and agriculture. Some regions will flourish, while others will be forced to survive, struggling with the effects of climate change, hunger, thirst, and poverty. Most likely, this won't last long, and in desperation, people will fight for lands more suitable for life. Although we'll find more available land, this situation is clearly unsuitable for normal life. Widespread drought will affect our freshwater supply. It'll become the most scarce and expensive resource. Mankind may have to completely switch to consuming desalinated seawater or look for new fresh sources. For example, hidden underground or beneath the oceans. The landscape of our planet will also change beyond recognition. Can you imagine how many seamounts and volcanoes are hidden under the surface of the ocean? I'm afraid to even imagine it, because humans have only studied 2 to 5% of the depths of our oceans. So there are surely a lot of surprises. For example, on November 11th, 2018, a major seismic event occurred in the area of the Mayotte Archipelago in the Indian Ocean. This was a surprise, but almost no one noticed it except for special sensors. The eruption occurred too deep underwater. Now, what would happen if this occurred on land? There are more than 1 million underwater volcanoes on Earth. And although scientists believe that most of them have long been extinct, that's just a guess. When the Earth decides to expose them, waiting for nature's mercy won't be worth it. These facts already speak volumes. Every year, underwater volcanoes spew 12 to 15 times more magma than all volcanic eruptions on land. A red-hot land will be covered with high mountains. In this new world, the longest chain of mountains on Earth will appear. We're talking about the Mid-Ocean Ridge, which will no longer have anything to do with the oceans. It'll stretch for 60,000 kilometers. That's about 37,000 miles across the globe. And Mount Everest, even if it's visible from the table of water that has flooded Eurasia, will lose its status as the highest peak in the world. After all, it was the tallest one only above sea level. This title will pass on to Mauna Kea on the island of Hawaii, most of which is now underwater. If we calculate the height of this mountain, not from sea level, but from the ocean floor, then it's 10,203 meters, or 33,474 feet. That's 1,355 meters, or 4,445 feet more than Mount Everest. But there will be a unique opportunity to take an excursion to where the Mariana Trench used to be. Just imagine how great it will be to rappel into a rift that was once the deepest section of water on Earth. The absence of water will expose many mysteries that the ocean had at one time carefully hidden. Thousands of warships from different eras, once submerged underwater, will now become open-air museum exhibits. Next to them, hundreds of underwater cities will come to life. And most importantly, humanity will finally find out where the lost city of Atlantis is located. It's just a pity that all of man's masterpieces on the continents will be forever submerged underwater. People will have to rebuild the Taj Mahal somewhere else, erect Machu Picchu, construct the Great Wall of China with new blocks, and forge another Eiffel Tower. Unfortunately, don't expect to join an excursion to the new underwater attractions. Given the depth of the ocean, it will be difficult to reach even the tallest building on Earth today, the Burj Khalifa skyscraper in the United Arab Emirates. But travel will certainly become easier and cheaper. The most popular form of transport will be by land. The world will be enveloped in a network of railways and freeways. And given the sharp increase in the amount of land, you can forget traffic jams. Cities will become wider, and although the air will be hot, it'll surely be free of industrial pollution. And those who are used to living in crowded conditions will finally be able to straighten their shoulders. The big question is, will people remain the same as they were before? After all, everything around us will change beyond recognition. Our bodies are 60% water, but in this new environment, it'll be extremely difficult to maintain water balance. Obviously, the body's anatomy will begin adapting to survive in a world where the amount of fresh water is negligible. What the new human body will look like is hard to imagine, but it's quite possible that outwardly it will be something completely unfamiliar, devoid of any aesthetics. Most likely, we'll adapt to our new reality. After all, even now, there are rare tribes living in deserts. In the meantime, we fortunately live in a familiar world where the oceans still wash up on our shores and keep our climate mild and our lives comfortable and happy. And it would be nice if we appreciated it. Would you like to try living for a day in a world where the oceans have become large salt lakes and where there's only one large connected continent? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to be sure not to miss the next exciting video. The moon is the only space object visited by man. On July 20th, 1969, the Apollo 11 spacecraft landed on its surface. Neil Armstrong became the first man who walked on the moon. Together with Buzz Aldrin, they spent about 2.5 hours on the Earth's natural satellite. Preparation for the flight took several years, and all of the astronauts' equipment weighed more than 80 kilograms, or about 176 pounds. So what if you found yourself on the moon without all this protective equipment or a protective suit? Would a person be able to survive on the moon for at least 30 seconds? By the way, do you know how many people have visited the moon? You'll learn the correct answer at the end of the video. So let's imagine that you're on the moon. You have moon dust under your feet and a black sky with stars overhead. But you have no time to admire the scenery. Unfortunately, there's no air for you to breathe. The moon has practically no atmosphere compared to Earth's, which is 10 trillion or 10 to the 13th power times denser. The moon's gas content is considered to be a vacuum. In fact, the density of the atmosphere of the moon can be compared with the density of the uppermost layers of the Earth's atmosphere, where the ISS, the International Space Station, is located. But there is good news. In such conditions, you won't die instantly. You have about 15 seconds before you pass out from hypoxia. This is how much time your body will have to use the remaining oxygen in your blood to sustain brain function. But a lack of air is far from our only concern. You've probably seen memes of the blobfish, which is called the saddest creature on Earth. In fact, it's a drop in pressure that makes it so sad. This fish lives at great depths, and there it has a very normal look. But when it's caught, due to the large difference in pressure, it inflates. On the moon, you risk becoming a sad blobfish. Since there's practically no atmosphere there, the pressure is extremely low. On Earth, a column of air with a mass of about 15 to 20 tons presses the entire entire surface of an adult's body. However, we don't notice this. Firstly, the air pillar presses evenly from all sides. And secondly, there's also air inside of our bodies, and the internal pressure is equal to the atmosphere. But due to low pressure on the moon, nitrogen dissolved in the blood and tissues will be released in the form of bubbles in your blood. Your body, starting with your arms and legs, will swell like a balloon. But you won't burst. The elasticity of your skin will protect you from tearing. But don't try to hold your breath. At such a low pressure, you could face the same problem as divers when rising too fast to the surface. Your lungs could burst. A better idea, on the contrary, is to exhale. Moreover, under such conditions, water will boil regardless of temperature. This means that the liquid in open areas, skin, eyes, will evaporate. You'll feel how the saliva boils on your tongue. But the blood will remain liquid. The walls of your vessels will protect it from boiling. We can't exactly call the temperature on the moon comfortable. During the day, the surface warms up to 127 degrees Celsius. That's 260 Fahrenheit. And at night, the temperature can drop to minus 173 degrees Celsius. That's minus 279 Fahrenheit. Moreover, a day on the moon is equivalent to 29 Earth days, spending 14 and a half Earth days in light and the same in darkness. Therefore, like Apollo 11, it's better to choose dawn for a visit to the moon when the surface is not so cold, but hasn't had time to warm up too much. But even if you find yourself on the moon at night, you won't freeze instantly. There are 3 types of heat transfer: conduction, convection, and radiation. In the vacuum of space, there's only one kind: thermal radiation. So you'll lose heat very slowly. But you're not just in space. You're standing on the surface of the moon, which means that there's another kind of heat transfer in addition to thermal radiation: conduction. But the surface of the moon doesn't conduct heat very well, so you won't turn into ice, at least not in 30 seconds. If you find yourself on the moon in the afternoon, then within a few seconds, instead of tanning, you'll get burned by solar radiation. On Earth, the ozone layer protects us from the dangerous ultraviolet radiation of the sun. And on the moon, you won't have such protection. In addition, it will be unbearable to stand on the hot surface. Also, the natural satellite of the Earth has a very weak magnetic field. This means that once on the moon, you'll be attacked by streams of solar and galactic cosmic rays. According to scientists, the approximate level of radiation on the moon throughout the year ranges from 100 to 380 millisievert. You would receive about 1 millisievert by getting 3 chest x-rays. That is, if you stay on the moon for a year, you'd receive the same dose of radiation as if you had received from 300 to 1,140 x-rays. In the future, you would face big health problems, but not in those 30 seconds. If only your stay on Earth's satellite doesn't coincide with the next cycle of solar activity, which happens every 11 years. During that time, flares on the sun emit a particularly large number of X-rays and gamma rays. In this situation, you're very likely to die instantly. Another trouble that awaits you on the moon is dust called regolith. This is where Neil Armstrong left an imprint of his boot. Since there's no wind on the moon, it has survived to this day. And if you had more than 30 seconds, you could find it. True, you definitely need a spacesuit. Without one, moon dust carries mortal danger for you. Have you noticed the huge number of craters on the moon? These are traces of meteorites falling. The active bombardment of the moon ended 3.87 billion years ago. Nevertheless, meteorites still fall on its surface. Sometimes they are tiny, and sometimes they are incredibly huge. For example, in 2014, Spanish astronomers recorded the collision of a meteorite weighing more than 400 kilograms, or 882 pounds. If you find yourself near the place of the fall of such a giant, then your 30 seconds on the moon will expire much earlier. When meteorites fall, regolith forms as a result of crushing of lunar rocks under vacuum. Its particles are very small, ranging in size from 0.03 to 1 millimeter. That's 0.001 to 0.04 inches. However, they're very sharp and can easily damage your lungs. Moon dust is constantly bombarded by solar wind particles, which is why it acquires a positive electric charge. Therefore, it seems to rise above the surface of the moon. So regolith will cause you eye irritation and sinusitis. So, your 30 seconds on the moon have expired. These were not the most pleasant seconds in your life, but the good news is that you're still alive. But what if you stay there longer? Without a spacesuit, in the end, the lack of air can kill you. Oxygen starvation will occur, and then damage to your brain cells. But if after 90 seconds of being on the moon, you're able to return to livable conditions, then there is a high probability you will survive. But if you want to take the same long walk on the moon as the American astronauts, then you still need reliable protection. NASA just introduced a new lunar spacesuit in which the Americans hope to return to the moon. It weighs 91 kilograms, or about 200 pounds. But since the gravity of the moon is 6 times weaker than on Earth, the developers are sure that it will be comfortable to move in. Astronauts will not have to jump on the surface of the moon like their predecessors. They can literally walk. The new suit will also protect against moon dust and radiation. It's designed for moonwalks lasting up to 8 hours. The Americans hope to fly in these protective suits to the moon by the year 2024. And in 2028, the first base should be built on the moon. NASA's new lunar program is called the Artemis program. And finally, the answer to the question, how many people have visited the moon? In the period from 1969 to 1972, under the Apollo program, 6 flights were performed with a landing on the moon. 12 people visited its surface. The longest walk on the moon was made by Gene Cernan and Harrison Schmitt during the last Apollo flight. It lasted 7 hours and 36 minutes. And astronaut Alan Shepard was even able to play golf there. As you can see, despite the harsh conditions, the moon remains the most hospitable object in the solar system. And perhaps walks on Earth's satellite in the near future will become a reality. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell to receive notifications of new videos right away. If you believe what you see in science fiction films, then you probably believe that in space you can easily hear, for example, the sound of some kind of explosion. Though for now, I suggest forgetting the fantasies of scriptwriters and directors and turning to scientific facts, because these are much more fascinating than any fabrication. Space has always amused people. From the very moment our ancestors gazed at the sky and realized it looked like something magical, they began wondering what was happening up there above it all. People suddenly had questions, and to answer them, they had to come up with myths, fairy tales about gods and heroes that in general could explain anything. Over time, myths faded into the background, and people began building theories about the structure of the cosmos. Today, we know space isn't some kind of solid dome. We know its temperature and various properties, and we even understand what would happen if we tried touching it with our bare hands. But what about sound? First of all, let's define some terms and concepts. Sound is the propagation of elastic waves of mechanical vibrations in a solid, liquid, or gaseous medium. These waves, like any others, have amplitude and frequency. However, space is neither solid, nor liquid, nor gaseous. There aren't enough molecules in airless space to vibrate and create an audible sound. There are so few particles there that even the loudest sounds, like explosions of entire planets, die out almost instantly. Does that mean that silence reigns in space? Well, yes and no. Sound waves in a vacuum don't really propagate. However, there are electromagnetic waves that freely move through space in any direction. So, to hear other planets and stars, you'd only need to catch the radiation of the object you're interested in and, as it were, convert it into sound through a speaker or headphones. And it's easier than it seems at first glance. For the first time ever, the sounds of space were recorded as a part of the Voyager program. It was these spacecraft that finally allowed humanity not only to see the cosmos, but also to hear it. Today, NASA has many cosmic sounds at its disposal. Some sound just weird, while the others are really creepy. I suggest plugging in your headphones. These sounds of lightning on Jupiter were recorded by Voyager 1. Or rather, it recorded electromagnetic waves, after which they were transformed into a strange short track. It sounds like hissing coming from some shells, recorded with a really bad voice recorder. Yes, in Jupiter's atmosphere, where storms often occur and the winds blow at an almost unrealistic speed, you can also see lightning. The sound it made was called the Whistler, as it sounds so much like a whistle. So, that's how an uninhabited planet sounds. But here on Earth, of course, everything should be different, right? Well, there are about 8 billion people on our planet. We're just people, but we create a lot of noise. There are also animals and birds and the sounds of the rivers, seas, and oceans. It seemed to me that the Earth should be the loudest planet in the solar system, but in fact, its sounds are not at all what I thought. Craig A. Kletzing used a tool called Emphasis for many years to study different types of electromagnetic waves in near-Earth space. The scientist was particularly interested in the so-called Van Allen belts, the Earth's radiation belts. People don't notice the activity in these areas, and of course, never hear what's happening. But if you convert the radio waves into audio format, you can hear something strange. For example, some of these waves sound like a chorus of alien birds. Others sound like the lightsaber in Star Wars. However, this isn't the only case in which scientists have managed to capture the cosmic voice of the Earth. A satellite launched by NASA's Polar mission made this recording, which sounds something like panting. And these aren't even all of the sounds the Earth makes. Scientists have discovered that when the magnetopause, the outermost boundary of the Earth's protective magnetic field, collides with a stream of solar plasma, it vibrates. And this also sounds quite strange. And now we'll leave our planet and again turn to space. But this time, we'll turn to an image the Hubble Space Telescope captured in 2018. Because of the huge number of galaxies in its frame, researchers call this photo the galactic treasure chest. Each of the galaxy spots on it is home to countless stars. Could such a picture be made even more amazing? Well, yes, they can make it sing. NASA decided to turn the image into music. Each point in the image makes its own sound. Stars and small galaxies respond with short notes, and large spiral galaxies produce longer and more complex sounds. Their tone also depends on their location. The lower they are, the rougher the note sounds. The result is an eerie and slightly disturbing cosmic tune. On January 14th, 2005, the Huygens probe landed on Saturn's moon, Titan. Since Titan, unlike many other celestial bodies, has an atmosphere, sound waves propagate there. When the device landed there, it recorded sounds through a microphone, transmitted them to an antenna which remained in orbit, and from there, they were sent to the Earth. So now we can hear what Titan sounds like. Like an old and somewhat frozen 8-bit game. Not the nicest sound in the universe, so let's move on. I don't know why, but some cosmic tunes somehow sound really frightening. The spacecraft Juno entered Jupiter's orbit in 2016. Its mission was to study its atmosphere, build a map of its winds, and also examine its gravitational and magnetic fields. Now, don't forget about its magnetosphere. It was during Juno's entrance into this that they managed to record these sounds. Sounds that send goosebumps up and down my spine. Now, these particular sounds are like the soundtrack of a horror movie. The right kind of horror film, where the director skillfully pumps the atmosphere and the feeling of anxiety increases with each passing second. This space melody was recorded by Voyager 1, which appeared in interstellar space. In essence, these sounds are data from a PWS, or plasma wave device. This device recorded the oscillations of electron fields in the plasma around the probe. And now, finally, a quite unique sound. While all of the cosmic melodies that I've mentioned so far were recorded near planets, other objects, or even at the exit from a heliosphere, this one is straight from a surface. The InSight robotic apparatus was created specifically to study Mars, and not just to walk on its surface, but to dig into its depths. Figuratively, of course. InSight landed on Mars on November 26, 2018, to begin studying its insides, its core, crust, mantle, their temperatures, and more. For this purpose, a seismograph was built into the device, and not in vain. On April 6, 2019, the device recorded its first probable earthquake, or rather, in this sense, a Marsquake. It was the first trembling to come from within the planet, and it wasn't the result of wind gusts. The planet sounds were also recorded. It's worth noting that the surface of Mars is really quiet compared to the Earth's. There, the oceans don't roar and the winds don't rage, which means that InSight can detect even the slightest tremors. Additionally, without tectonic plates, earthquake mechanisms work much differently on Mars. Yes, the red planet doesn't shake as much as the Earth does. But a small step in the study of Mars is a huge leap for future colonization. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Would you like to go where no one has ever gone before? No, I don't mean Mars. Let's leave that to Elon Musk and NASA. Today, I suggest going much, much further. We're waiting for a trip to the gas giant in Jupiter. Pack your bags. The rocket is ready. The journey to the most mysterious planet in the solar system will take more than 5 years, but it will be worth it. Are you ready? Then let's go. I mentioned this gas giant not by accident. Alas, landing and taking a walk on the surface of Jupiter wouldn't work. The atmosphere of the largest planet in the solar system consists mainly of hydrogen and helium. Landing on Jupiter would be like landing on a cloud. But since it's gas, it means that we can easily fly through the entire atmosphere of Jupiter and come out the other end, right? Not everything is as simple as it seems. So, we're approaching mysterious Jupiter. Until we enter its atmosphere, you can look out the window at the giant, whose radius would easily fit 5.5 Earth-sized planets. And if it was hollow inside, it could hide more than 1,300 such planets. Yes, these dimensions are impressive. See these white ovals on its surface? Those are its jewels. 7 giant whirlwinds of bright white color, like a string of pearls, frame the southern hemisphere of our object of study. And look, there's the famous Great Red Spot, whose width is approximately 1.3 times the diameter of Earth. This is a colossal anticyclonic storm and the largest atmospheric whirlwind in the solar system. I'm already looking forward to plunging into the bowels of this mysterious planet in just a few minutes. Hold on tight. We're already entering Jupiter's upper atmosphere. It's worth mentioning that the spacecraft will be shaking violently. This is no surprise because we'll be moving at about 177,000 kilometers or 110,000 miles an hour. It's a good thing that passengers are protected by the thick walls of the spaceship from the chaos happening outside. We haven't even reached deep into the proper atmosphere of Jupiter, but it's already extremely hot, 727 degrees Celsius. That's 1,340 Fahrenheit. It's scary to imagine what's next. Jupiter, like a spinning top, rotates around its axis so fast that one day here lasts only 10 Earth hours. Therefore, winds here blow at a speed of about 500 kilometers or more than 300 miles an hour. For comparison, on Earth, the deadliest hurricanes blow at 250 kilometers or 155 miles an hour, whereas on Jupiter, they are twice as strong. Strangely, it seems to be cooling down now. As we fly deeper, the temperature outside has dropped to minus 73 degrees Celsius. That's minus 100 Fahrenheit. But the pressure, on the contrary, has increased. We exit the stratosphere of Jupiter and immediately dive into its troposphere. Here, the temperature, pressure, and wind speed increase as we go deeper. But just look at how beautiful it is here. Dense ammonia clouds are swirling around us. See those flashes? That's lightning. Here, it's incredibly powerful. It permeates Jupiter's atmosphere and is sometimes the size of the whole United States. We have traveled only 2% of the way to the center of Jupiter, but unfortunately, we've already reached the point where all of our previous research of this gas giant ended. At 1,162 kilometers, or 722 miles, or 133 kilometers, or 83 miles below visible clouds, the probe of the spacecraft Galileo lost contact with the Earth and was destroyed by the highest pressure in the planet. It lasted lasted almost 58 minutes in Jupiter's deadly atmosphere. But even that was quite a feat. Now, more than a decade has passed since then. We will assume that over the years, technology has advanced and a different fate awaits our current spaceship. Behind us is already 4,000 kilometers, about 2,500 miles of our journey. There's no turning back. We're coming closer and closer to Jupiter's core, one of the biggest mysteries of space. It's not just hot, it's impossibly hot. Outside, the heat has risen to 3,371 degrees Celsius. That's 6,100 Fahrenheit. It's good that our rocket is made of a super strong material that's even more durable than tungsten. Otherwise, our trip would end here. Visibility is almost zero, so now we're navigating intuitively through this powerful stream. At this depth, communication with the outside world is lost. All radio signals have been absorbed by the giant planet's environment, and we continue descending into the depths of Jupiter. There, where not a single space probe has ever reached, and where the human foot will probably never step. Look, what's that off in the distance? An incredible boiling ocean of some strange substance. We are at a depth of more than 20,000 kilometers, or about 12,500 miles, in one of the inner layers of Jupiter. What happens here would be difficult for even the most famous scientists in the world to explain. Not far from the core of this gas giant, it's already hotter than the surface of the sun, and the pressure is 2 million times stronger than on the Earth's surface. These conditions are so extreme that the hydrogen in Jupiter's atmosphere completely changes its properties. The atoms in the hydrogen molecules are so close together that their electrons become common, like in metals, and a new state of hydrogen forms, known as metallic hydrogen. Just imagine, the lightest element in the universe is compressed and heated to such an extent that it acquires the characteristics of a metal. What a pity we can't look at this ocean from a bit closer. Metallic hydrogen has high reflectivity. Even if we switched on the brightest spotlights at full power, we still wouldn't see anything below, since 90% of the light would be reflected. It seems as though our spacecraft is mired in some kind of swamp and not moving anywhere. Due to the struggle between the enormous gravity of the planet itself and the buoyancy of the hydrogen, here it's similar to both plunging and being simultaneously pushed back. Although, is it really a swamp? If experts have compared the density of this substance to a rock. Be that as it may, for some time the rocket would still shake from side to side before it completely stopped moving and became a free-floating body in the center of Jupiter. We seem to be in big trouble, so it's better to immediately teleport back to Earth. Otherwise, any later, and it will be too late. But is there anything interesting deeper? Of course. There's the core of Jupiter. The debate about what is at the center of this giant planet has not yet concluded. Some scientists suggest that the core is a molten ball of liquid. Others claim it's a rocky body, 14 to 18 times the mass of Earth. The dense central core may be surrounded by a layer of metallic hydrogen, with another layer of molecular hydrogen on top. But one thing is certain. It's incredibly hot. Up to 35,000 Celsius. That's 63,000 Fahrenheit. According to reports, even the core itself can't withstand such temperatures and melts. It's a pity that we couldn't reach it to see it all with our own eyes. In one fell swoop, we could have resolved the dispute. So be it. Let's leave this mystery untouched. It's obvious that flying through Jupiter on a rocket doesn't work. Before we even reached the center, the spacecraft was headed for a collision with its ocean of metallic hydrogen, and the trip itself can't be called pleasant. Indeed, on Jupiter, there is incredible pressure, overwhelming radiation, the strongest magnetic field in the solar system, and abnormally high temperatures. You can add raging hurricanes hurricanes and whirlwinds to that, and you have a deadly cocktail that destroys and absorbs everything in its path. I suggest we leave the research of this huge, boiling hydrogen cauldron to something else. For example, space probes. Moreover, since 2016, there is one, specifically the spacecraft Juno, that has been actively exploring Jupiter's atmosphere and preparing its new amazing discoveries for us. While you and I won't likely visit Jupiter, you can at least listen to the Song of the Boschok. These sounds are what the spacecraft Juno heard when it entered the gas giant's magnetosphere. You can also admire the most powerful auroras in the entire solar system. And it's all millions of kilometers from Earth. However, despite these and many other discoveries, Jupiter still remains a tough nut for researchers to crack. And so far, more questions remain than answers. What do you think? Will the second spacecraft sent to study this distant planet manage to reach its very depths and reveal the secrets of its core? Write your guesses in the comments. And remember, each like and channel subscription shows your interest in surfing the open spaces with me. See you in the next videos. Think about the worst weather possible on Earth. What would it be? A hurricane or a tornado? Maybe strong hail lasting for several weeks? A sandstorm or extremely low freezing temperatures? In fact, whatever you imagine, or even the most extreme situations, can't compare to what is happening outside of our planet. Today, I decided to give you a tour of several space objects with incredible weather phenomena. Get ready. You may need protective gear. We're all used to the fact that the temperature on Earth varies seasonally. But on planet HD 80606b, such changes can occur within a very short period of time. To be precise, in just 6 hours. The temperature rises from 527 degrees Celsius, that's 981 Fahrenheit, to 1,227 degrees Celsius, that's 2,241 Fahrenheit. While this happens only once during the planet's 111-day year, this is enough to make the climate on this planet the most extreme that is known. Such a sharp change in weather causes strong winds rushing at a speed of 17,700 kilometers or 11,000 miles an hour. As a result, the rotation of the planet creates giant storms that carry extreme heat all over the surface. If we had such rapid changes in temperature on planet Earth, you would have to leave home wrapped in a warm jacket as you struggle to get through the snowdrifts. But by evening, you would return under the hot, scorching sun. Now, imagine that suddenly a strong wind stirred up every desert on Earth at once, with such force that all the sand rose into the air and completely covered the globe. It sounds like the plot of a science fiction film, but on Mars, this is the reality. The atmosphere here is quite poor. Due to weak gravity, dust particles can rise freely to a height of 60 kilometers or 37 miles. A sharp temperature drop on the red planet causes strong winds that can disperse yellow dust clouds over the entire surface for 50 to 100 days. One of the global dust storms on Mars occurred during the period of September 1971 to January 1972. Then, the dust engulfed the whole planet so badly that it even prevented the Mariner 9 probe from photographing the surface. If such a situation arose on our planet, all living things would suffer badly, but not from the strong wind. Dust particles would block out the sunlight, and for about 3 months, we would have to experience something similar to a nuclear winter. But let's get back to the topic of really strong winds while we visit Neptune. The wind speed here reaches 2,400 kilometers, or about 1,500 miles an hour, which is almost twice the speed of sound. Some storms on Neptune can grow to the size of our planet. Sometimes they don't subside for a very long time and can last from 2 to 6 years. If humanity were to hear such a weather forecast, we'd have to move underground. Right, yes, this would surely be a meaningless undertaking. After all, the wind at such a speed is able to lift the upper layers of soil, sand, and oceans into the air, carrying them over great distances through the atmosphere. Neptune, of course, is the windiest planet in the solar system. But as you probably know, it's not the windiest planet in the universe. In addition to the intense winds of HD 80606b, which I described at the beginning, there are also strong winds on the exoplanet HD 189733ab. The wind here travels about 7 times the speed of sound. But this is not the worst thing you will encounter here. The greatest danger is from showers. The fact is that instead of water droplets, there are particles of molten glass falling onto the surface at a crazy speed. You won't be able to escape this kind of rain with just an ordinary umbrella. But on Earth, acid rain is considered the most dangerous form of weather. This phenomenon causes great damage to the environment. However, if you happen to find yourself under it, then you will survive. But on Venus, you won't stand a chance. Here, pure sulfuric acid falls from the sky. Because of the high temperature, it doesn't even have time to reach the surface and evaporates almost instantly. Therefore, it becomes even more dangerous. Breathing sulfuric acid is deadly, as living organisms are completely intolerable to it. What could be worse than sulfuric acid? Perhaps a rain of stones falling from the sky. Such a phenomenon can be found on the planet Coret 7b, located 480 light years from Earth. It's located too close to its star, at a distance of about 2.5 million kilometers, or about 1.5 million miles. Most likely, only one side of the planet is facing its star. Therefore, it's constantly heated to about 2,500 degrees Celsius, or about 4,500 Fahrenheit. This, by the way, is above the melting point of most known minerals. On the lit side of Coret 7b is a vast lava ocean. The atmosphere of the planet consists mainly of vaporized rock, which falls on both the dark and illuminated side in the form of stone showers. We may experience similar weather on our planet in 5 billion years when the sun begins to expand. What about the weather on Titan, Saturn's moon? I'm sure you wouldn't want to take a walk there, because in the atmosphere of this celestial body, it rains liquid methane and other organic substances from time to time. This is possible due to a cycle which occurs here as well as on our planet. Evaporating from bodies of liquid, methane gathers into clouds, after which it returns to the surface of Titan in liquid form. Some of the most incredible precipitation in the universe also falls on stars. For example, on the young star Hops 68, which is 1,350 light years from Earth, a rain of green crystals occurs regularly. They are fragments of the mineral olivine, which on Earth is an expensive jewelry stone. Olivine is formed exclusively at high temperatures, but in the clouds, the source of these green crystals, it's quite cold, about minus 170 Celsius or minus 274 Fahrenheit. These crystals probably form in the hot center of the protostar. Then they move to colder surroundings, from where they begin to fall in the form of precipitation. On another star called Alpheratz, there's no precipitation, but there is something else. The brightest star in the constellation Andromeda is all covered with spots. There are also spots on our sun, but they are due to the magnetic field of the star. There's no magnetism on Alpheratz, so the reason lies somewhere else. Scientists suggest that these are clouds. Moreover, they are one of a kind, because there can be no such phenomenon on any other star. The unique clouds consisting of mercury formed due to the uneven distribution of this substance in the atmosphere. If such clouds were here on Earth, just one breath in the fresh air would be fatal. Actually, any exposure to the outdoor environment here would adversely affect your health. However, in order to see some unusual phenomena on the stars, you don't even have to go beyond the limits of our own solar system. After all, on our star, you can also find something quite interesting. On the sun, so-called magnetic tornadoes are a regular occurrence. They're giant vortices of superheated gas and plasma with a temperature of 1 million degrees Celsius, or about 1.8 million Fahrenheit. The speed of these hot tornadoes reaches several hundred kilometers or miles per hour. Their diameter averages about 1,500 kilometers or 930 miles. By earthly standards, this is simply incredible, but they're considered moderate according to the standards of the sun. Let's go back to our planet for a moment. If one of these gigantic magnetic tornadoes with a height of about 200,000 kilometers or 124,000 miles traveled on our planet, it would occupy half the space between the Earth and the Moon. However, in this case, the tornado would leave nothing but a solid, fiery ocean of lava in the place where our planet once was. It's worth noting that outer space also has its own unique weather. Mostly windy, of course, only this is not ordinary wind. It's solar wind. It is a stream of charged particles emanating from the sun. And although such wind makes up only a small fraction of all solar energy, if a person were exposed to it, the dose of radiation would be detrimental to their health. At the same time, bumping into the magnetic fields of the planets, the solar wind gives rise to one of the most beautiful phenomena on Earth, the aurora. Would you like to see any of these weather phenomena on our planet? Write to us in the comments. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click on the bell so you can receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. People love to explore both our planet and everything beyond it. In fact, if it wasn't for our aspirations, science and technology would never have developed as much as they have. Even evolution could have taken a different path. And who knows, maybe we would have never discovered minerals if we didn't simply love that hobby of ours, digging. I agree, it sounds quite unpoetic, but it's through digging that we've made so many discoveries. Most often, people dig into the earth somewhere near civilization. But what if we plunged into the depths of the Antarctic ice and not just drill a big hole, but also throw something down it? What for, you ask? For the sake of science, of course. There are many boreholes on our planet. They are drilled at different angles and for different purposes. The extraction of gas, oil, or water, the search for minerals, temperature measurements, geotechnical studies. In addition to conventional boreholes, there are also super deep ones. Surely, you've heard about the Kola Super Deep Borehole, listed in the Guinness Book of World Records as the deepest man-made hole in the Earth's crust. At 12,261 meters, or 40,226 feet deep, it's serious. Bertha Rogers, a slightly shallower American borehole, reaches a depth of 9,583 meters. That's 31,441 feet. And the German KTB borehole has reached 9,101 meters. That's 29,859 feet. Most of the super deep boreholes around the world were created with the aim of searching for and extracting minerals, while at the same time exploring the underground depths. Unfortunately, or fortunately, while drilling, scientists weren't up for much fun, and certainly not any funny experiments, which is a pity. How could they even resist the temptation of throwing a small stone into the deepest hole in the world? Anyway, we're going to leave the super deep boreholes in the northern hemisphere alone and move to the south, far to the south, where frost and severe winds reign. Welcome to Antarctica. On average, Antarctica is considered the coldest and windiest continent. Most of it is an icy desert. The Antarctic ice sheet covers about 98% of the entire continent and is the largest accumulation of ice on the Earth. In fact, it's a giant freezer containing about 61% of all fresh water on the planet. Scientists believe that the glaciation of Antarctica began about 45,500,000 years ago. It's believed that the cause was the emergence of the Drake Passage and, as a result, a decrease in the amount of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. So, how did scientists figure this out? Among other things, their studies of this massive ice sheet helped. There's even a separate science called glaciology that deals with natural ice in all of its varieties in the atmosphere, hydrosphere, and lithosphere. That is, even ice in the backyard, theoretically, could interest glaciologists. But expeditions to Antarctica bring much more benefit to them. This is exactly what the glaciologist from the USA, Peter Neff, did. In 2018, together with 2 other scientists, he did his best to study ice in western Antarctica. To obtain suitable samples, they drilled a borehole 90 meters or 295 feet deep. Why so deep? Samples of ice taken from such depths provide data on the climate as it was hundreds of thousands of years ago. All of this information is preserved in the chemical composition of its water and in air bubbles. With sections of ice, as it is with the annual rings of trees, you can retrieve highly valuable information about our planet's past. But Peter decided to take it a bit further. Not just take the necessary samples, but also have some fun. He threw a piece of ice into the borehole and filmed the entire process. Sure, you can't call his video very dynamic, but listen to that sound. At first, the impact of ice on ice sounds exactly as you might expect. But then, wait, was that a bullet whizzing through the air? Nope, that wasn't the work of Antarctic cowboys behind the scenes. The Doppler effect is to blame. The so-called change in the frequency and wavelength of radiation, depending on the movement of the source or observer. In other words, the ice, falling downward, moves away from the camera, and the sound it makes while bouncing off the walls gradually changes. To reach us, it needs more and more time. A similar effect can be observed in ordinary life. For example, when an ambulance with its siren on passes by. When it hits the bottom of the borehole, the ice block still makes a sound. However, sound waves don't move vertically in a straight line, as one might imagine. They also reflect off the walls of the hole. When they reach the top, you hear a sound similar to a heartbeat. The Doppler effect is also responsible for this. I think it's good that Peter Neff is a professional scientist, but one could imagine that somewhere there, under the thickness of the ice, a huge monster is hiding, who apparently gets quite agitated when someone drops something on him. Now, if you think about it, 90 meters or 295 feet isn't such a great depth, especially when compared with the boreholes that I spoke about at the beginning of the video. So, what if we go deeper? Thanks to geochemist John Andrew Higgins of Princeton Environmental Institute, we can find out what would happen if we repeated Neff's experience in a 137-meter or 449-foot borehole. Just imagine. You're a serious scientist who's been in Antarctica for multiple days. It's extremely cold, and you're on a very important job. How could you resist the temptation of throwing something into such a deep hole? I certainly couldn't. If Neff managed to recreate the whistle of a bullet, then at an even greater depth, it must sound like... lasers? But seriously, it sounds as if there's a squad of stormtroopers from Star Wars sitting at the bottom of the borehole, shooting at everything that moves. These boreholes are far from the only ones created in Antarctica, and certainly not the deepest ones. In 2019, a team of scientists drilled the deepest borehole in Western Antarctica. It took them almost 3 days to work through 2,152 meters. That's 7,060 feet of ice. The team took sediment samples for analysis and also measured how the ice temperature and water pressure at these depths changed. But did anyone throw anything into the hole? I doubt it. But what if they did? According to my calculations, a stone or piece of ice would take about 21 seconds to reach the bottom. That is, you'll have to wait a long time, and most likely, some of the noises you hear will still sound like a shootout or a very piercing whistle. In this case, a stone or piece of ice will travel through the borehole at a speed of approximately 745 kilometers or 463 miles an hour. This, by the way, is practically the speed of an airplane. After it hits the bottom, another 6.27 seconds will pass before we hear it. But the depth of this borehole still isn't a world record. Despite the harsh weather conditions, humans have stubbornly dug further into the depths of the coldest continent on Earth. Have you heard of Lake Vostok? It's the largest subglacial lake in Antarctica, located at the South Pole in the region of the Russian Antarctic Vostok Station. Scientists reached it for the first time in 2012 by drilling to a depth of 3,768 meters. That's 12,362 feet. Despite the immense thickness of ice above it, the water in the lake turned out to be liquid and quite warm. By the standards of Antarctica, of course. It was plus 10 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The lake doesn't freeze due to the high ice pressure, and the heat of the planet itself at the same time may well heat it from underneath. It's assumed that this Antarctic pond was hidden under the ice sheet 15 million years ago, and since then, its inhabitants have evolved on their own. So, what will happen if we throw a piece of ice or a stone into the borehole above Lake Vostok? Will it be possible to hear a quiet splash after a few seconds? Unfortunately, calculating this is quite difficult. When scientists reach the surface of the lake, they let the water rise up into the hole and freeze. But not because they wanted to do all of their work over again. It's this freshly frozen water that then goes to scientific laboratories for analysis. In fact, special fluids were constantly used during drilling, which prevented freezing. So, if we tried dropping something into Lake Vostok today, we would most likely find that the borehole had simply frozen over. Unfortunately, there would be no way to reach it. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system and the fifth one from the sun, a gas giant that doesn't have a hard surface. Jupiter isn't suitable for human life, but this doesn't mean it's useless. Why not send all of our garbage there? In the end, it's unlikely we'll be able to pollute such a huge planet. Moreover, it can easily handle our waste. Well, I conducted a study, and here's what came of it. Jupiter has an extremely large mass, so its gravity is also strong. Together with the sun, the gravitational influence of Jupiter once helped shape the solar system. Can you imagine its power? It influences various dangerous space objects, and it's no coincidence that it's called the vacuum cleaner of the solar system. Jupiter often attracts objects that get too close to it, and as such, it experiences about 200 times more asteroid and comet impacts than the Earth. Some scientists even believe that in this way, it protects the inside of the solar system. Thanks to its gravity, Jupiter has a large number of natural satellites, at least 79 of them. Most of them have a diameter of less than 10 kilometers, or about 6 miles. The 4 largest satellites, known as the Galilean moons, are Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. They can be seen from Earth with just binoculars. So what's my point? Simply the fact that Jupiter has enough gravitational influence to hold all of these celestial objects in orbit. It's really pretty cool. So what does Jupiter look like if you describe it using simple words? Under dense clouds, there's a 25,000 kilometer or 15,500 mile thick layer of hydrogen with helium additives. It gradually passes from a gas to a liquid phase, and there's no clear boundary between the phases. Jupiter is a giant boiling cauldron. The atmospheric pressure of this planet would crush any living creature in a matter of seconds. But in order to deliver trash to Jupiter, it would really take some effort. The main problem is the cost. The cost of any space project is high. For example, fixing the Hubble Space Telescope. So how much would a flight to Jupiter cost? Even without people, it would be costly. Sending items to the International Space Station costs about $20,000 per kilogram, or roughly $10,000 per pound. And this is a journey of about 405 kilometers, or 252 miles. The distance between Jupiter and the Earth varies from between 588 to 967 million kilometers. That's between 365 to 601 million miles. Can you imagine how much this would cost? It's unlikely that national space programs would undertake such a project. Therefore, we'd have to use the Falcon Heavy. This is Elon Musk's super heavy launch vehicle, which is partially reusable. One launch of the Falcon Heavy without cargo costs about $150 million. Additionally, the rocket can carry a little less than 64 tons of weight at $1,500 per kilogram, or about $750 per pound. But this is only the cost for low Earth orbit. When sent to Jupiter, the cost would increase many times over, and the volume of the cargo would be smaller. So, is there a way to deliver trash to this gas giant? Theoretically, yes. Could we do it regularly? Not yet. Humanity simply doesn't have the technology, and no one sees any reason to develop it. But is it possible to send our waste just into space? Not to a specific planet, but out into the void. I'll say right away that it's a mediocre idea. Nobody wants to live in the middle of a landfill, especially if the landfill surrounds them from all angles. But let's say that people become indifferent to the environment and distant stars, and they design a huge, gigantic weapon that fires by harnessing the power of Earth's magnetic field. With its help, it would be possible to send a large amount of garbage into space, though not to Jupiter. This garbage would go somewhere into low Earth orbit. Perhaps we could even sometimes observe it in flight, and we would hope that in the end, we would be getting rid of waste. Let some aliens deal with it. But let's get back to Jupiter and to our fantasy. Suppose Somehow, the ship still reaches the gas giant. The garbage is dumped into its atmosphere, and the ship itself survives. What would happen to the waste? Jupiter has no solid surface, so the debris would just fall through it. To a certain point, the deeper it falls, the higher the pressure and temperature. In the end, it would reduce the debris into tiny particles. If there were moisture in it, it would evaporate at some point. Everything else would turn to dust and become a part of Jupiter. Sounds good, but it's not realistic, especially given the amount of garbage that people constantly create. The world produces about 2 billion tons of waste every year. This includes food waste, various packaging, hospital trash, tires, chemicals, and a whole bunch of other stuff. In terms of cost, it's much cheaper to leave it all here on Earth, consume wisely, and instead of dumping in landfills, find ways to recycle. Because the resources of our planet aren't infinite, and we will someday reach their end. But if world leaders suddenly decide that we need to send all of our unnecessary matter into space, I won't believe it, but I'll say that the sun is better suited for it. Yes, the sun. Our red-hot star, thanks to which the solar system exists and there's life on Earth. Can it handle our garbage? Technically, it's possible, and the sun is much closer than Jupiter. On average, only 149,600,000 kilometers, or 93 million miles, separate us. That's about a quarter of the distance to Jupiter. In addition, the sun is a giant stove, capable of destroying anything. It would be foolish not to take advantage of that. And there are still black holes. These are regions of space-time with such a strong gravitational pull that it's impossible to escape them. This would be the perfect place to store our garbage. It seems that throwing it there wouldn't be a problem, but we don't know exactly what would happen once it's inside. It's too mysterious of a matter that requires more careful study. So let's leave the idea of a black hole aside for now, and let's say that humanity wants to get rid of nuclear waste by sending it into space. About 90,000 tons of such hazardous waste is currently stored in the United States. To send all of it to the nearest edge of the solar system, you'd need at least 25,174 Falcon Heavies that would never return home. And this is without taking failures into account. How often do rockets crash before they reach orbit? If even just 1% of the launches failed, that would amount to 900 tons of uncontrolled spilled nuclear waste. An important note, be careful with radioactive waste. It's one of the most dangerous things known to mankind. If an accident occurs during a rocket's journey through our solar system, hazardous waste could end up in faraway space. Not so bad, but what if something happened earlier, like in orbit? I don't think you'd like to see deadly radioactive debris floating over your head, and a rocket could fail right at takeoff, after which radioactive waste would fall somewhere on Earth. Not only would this threaten human beings, but it would also pollute the atmosphere, the water, the soil. Basically, it wouldn't be any good. It's radioactive waste that's the biggest problem. We've already discovered ways to recycle and do something useful with the rest of the trash. Every year, we get better and better at this. Today, many people don't know any other way of living than, taking care of the planet, sorting the garbage, and using our home wisely. In the end, it's people who created this earthly trash, and so it's people who should deal with it. As for space, it's better suited for study and exploration. That will definitely be more useful to future generations. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, and click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. Have you ever seen a solar eclipse? What about an atmospheric phenomenon, such as an aurora or the noctilucent clouds? These are all unusual events that you can see with your own eyes if you want. But unfortunately, by cosmic standards, a person's life is too short. The Earth is waiting for grandiose things that we are unlikely to be around to see. I made a small forecast for the future, and I recommend you find out what our distant descendants will see in the years to come. What could be more beautiful than a lunar eclipse? This phenomenon occurs when the moon falls into the shadow cast by the Earth. If the orbital planes of the moon and the Earth coincided, eclipses would occur every month. But the angle between them is about 5 degrees. So the moon only falls into the shade 2 to 4 times a year. It looks so magical that I advise you to definitely watch this phenomenon. During this event, our satellite turns dark red and becomes a little dull. Unfortunately, this beauty is usually not visible for long. Most often, the moon is completely in the shade for about an hour. But in the year 2123, the longest total lunar eclipse in more than a century will take place. According to scientists, for 106 minutes, people will be able to observe how the moon slowly sinks into shadow and changes color. Now you have a great motivation to take care of your health. After all, if you live another 100 years, you too will be able to see one of the longest eclipses in history. But you know, the temporary disappearance of the moon from the sky is still a regular event. How would you react if the Earth had a second sun? Do you think this can only happen in science fiction films? Then let's look at the neighbors of our solar system. Today, the closest star to the sun is Proxima Centauri. The distance to it is approximately 4.24 light years. By cosmic standards, this is not so far. But compare the distance with the possible convergence of our solar system with the star Gliese 710. This event is expected by scientists in about 1.35 million Earth years. During the approach, the distance from the Sun to Gliese 710 could become just about 0.2 light years. Can such a close encounter with another star incinerate all life on our planet? It's unlikely, because this is a rather dull orange dwarf. So don't worry, people will not burn alive when this star appears in the sky. During the maximum approach, the luminosity of Gliese 710 relative to the Earth can be compared with the luminosity of Venus. But this planet can often be seen in the sky, even during daylight hours. So perhaps our descendants will someday have a second, though small, sun above their heads. Although the light from Gliese 710 will not be too bright, this event can bring many problems for the future inhabitants of Earth. The biggest one is a shower of comets that could fall on our planet. The gravity of such a close star could cause real chaos in the Oort cloud, a hypothetical region with trillions of ice blocks. What do you think will happen if even one large comet collides with the Earth? You're right. A catastrophe awaits the world similar to that which already happened about 66 million years ago. Who knows? Maybe after the approach of Gliese 710, people will also appear on the list of extinct species. True, serious problems can arise for humanity much sooner than in a million years. Our modern way of life is impossible without many natural resources: oil, natural gas, coal. These are all combustible minerals that give humanity a significant part of our energy supply. According to scientists, these substances were formed millions of years ago, and their supply is very limited. At the current rate of production, Oil and gas will run out in about 52 to 53 years. Coal will last for 100 to 150 years. But in any case, by about the year 2200, people will be left without fossil fuels. If we don't develop new technologies by then, a catastrophe awaits the world. Of course, it is possible to provide people with heat and electricity through nuclear or solar power plants. But can you refuel a plane with solar energy? Hardly. Although there are already prototypes of such devices, their power is still too low to replace our use of aviation fuel. Therefore, either we need to quickly find new sources of energy, or difficult times await us. Perhaps now you're imagining that future Earthlings will begin to walk more. After all, there will be no more fuel or natural gas. There'll be nothing to refuel our cars. Believe me, the lack of transportation will be nothing compared to the prospect of dying from the cold. The Ice Age is exactly the event that could soon destroy our civilization. If you think that the Ice Age was only once long ago in the history of the Earth, or in the famous cartoon, you're mistaken. We're currently living in an era that scientists call the interglacial. It began about 12,000 years ago. Then the climate started to become milder, the temperature rose, and the permanent ice melted and receded closer to the poles. But on our planet, warm and cold eras take turns. In just 10 to 25,000 years, scientists predict there will be a new ice age. How severe will it be? You can try to imagine this using information about past cooling. It's believed that during the last ice age, the average temperature was 6 degrees Celsius, or about 11 degrees Fahrenheit, lower than today. If this repeats in the future, part of the USA, Canada, and Europe will be in the permanent ice zone. Even in low latitudes, frost and snowfall will become possible. Large-scale cooling threatens humanity with the death of plants and possibly starvation. That rare case when you can even rejoice that we are unlikely to live to such a distant future. Additionally, people may have problems that are not typical for modern Earth. Are you afraid that an asteroid, comet, or other cosmic body will crash into our planet? This is pretty scary. But people, too, may be involved in a serious disaster. For example, in 1965, American experts sent the SNAP-10A satellite equipped with a nuclear reactor into low Earth orbit. The launch was successful, but soon control over the satellite was lost. Now, this device revolves around the Earth, but since its engines don't work, it's slowly descending to the Earth's surface. After about the year 5965, scientists predict it will fall. Most likely, the debris will burn in the upper atmosphere, and the nuclear fuel will not be so dangerous by that time. But the risk of the fall of this cosmic nuclear charge right on people's heads still remains. By the way, there are thousands of other satellites in low Earth orbit. The probability of them falling to Earth increases every year. According to scientists, after the year 2055, real chaos might begin in low Earth orbit. I already imagine what the weather forecast, which Earthlings will watch in thousands of years, will be like.
In the northern hemisphere, rain is expected from rocket fuel falling from the sky. We recommend that residents of the southern hemisphere take titanium umbrellas with them, because hail from satellite debris is possible.
Incredible and dangerous events await not only our planet. Have you ever thought about the future of the solar system? In billions of years, the sun could become a red giant, incinerating all life on Earth. But wait a minute. This seems to be an event too far in the future. It's hard to imagine if civilization can even last that long. But the destruction of one of the 2 Martian moons will happen in 30 to 50 million years. I'm talking about Phobos. Despite its small diameter, it's possible to see this celestial body these days, even with a powerful amateur telescope. Therefore, our descendants will be able to closely monitor the last days of the Martian moon. By the way, there are 2 possible scenarios for this event. According to the first, the moon will collapse into thousands of fragments that fall on the surface of Mars. Such a collision will leave huge craters and cracks. If by then Mars happens to be colonized, its inhabitants would be in serious danger. But according to another scenario, a thin but very beautiful ring will appear from the wreckage of Phobos. So, from both Earth and Mars, our descendants will have a sight to appreciate. Subscribe to our channel so you won't miss a single episode. And be sure to give the video a thumbs up. Scientists love to hypothesize about things and then search for evidence. First, they come up with several apocalyptic scenarios, absolutely unbelievable events, and then try to explain them all from the scientific point of view. You know, scientists are not the only ones who like to do this. For example, what would happen if the Earth and the Sun suddenly exchanged places? Have you ever thought of such an idea? I have. Now, check out what would come out of it. To start with, let's clarify a very important point. It would be really cool to literally swap the Sun and the Earth for a short period of time, from the scientific view, of course. Most likely, this would completely destroy our solar system, and, well, everyone would die. So, what if the Earth and Sun, rather than take each other's places in space, just exchanged their properties? The Sun is an extremely hot, flaming, celestial body that you can't stare at for a long time without the risk of some unpleasant consequences. It would seem as though the chance of there being any water on our Sun is zero. Only hot gas. Yet, this is not quite so. There's no water on the Sun like on many other objects of the solar system, not in a liquid state at least. However, there are traces of water vapor. Although this is negligible relative to the mass of our star, the amount of fresh water in the Sun is greater than anywhere else in the solar system. In order for the Sun to become more Earth-like, water vapor alone wouldn't be enough. For sure, it's quite difficult to make a star similar to an inhabited planet. Scientists have concluded that brown dwarfs have the most suitable properties for that transformation. These are not really stars, of course, but rather very strange astronomical objects. Brown dwarfs occupy an intermediate position between the smallest stars and the largest planets. Depending on their age, the temperature of brown dwarfs can range from incredibly high, like stars, to quite low, like planets. Their mass is too small to maintain a stable thermonuclear reaction. Therefore, brown dwarfs gradually fade away and cool down, turning into planet-like bodies. Like all stars, brown dwarfs can form independently. They are quite capable of forming individually or in close proximity to other stars while having a relatively comfortable temperature. For example, the brown dwarf WISE 1828 plus 2650, which is located about 47 light-years from Earth, has a temperature in the range of -23 to 127 degrees Celsius. That's -9 to 261 Fahrenheit. Not quite what we need, but still, it's almost a star. There's more. Astronomer Jack Yates and his colleagues from the University of Edinburgh studied all the data on brown dwarfs and made some pretty sensational conclusions. The atmospheres of these unusual substellar objects are mostly composed of hydrogen and helium. However, other substances containing oxygen, nitrogen, carbon, and possibly phosphorus somehow get into the atmosphere. So, now there's everything that's needed for the synthesis of water, ammonia, carbon dioxide, and other substances, which in turn will be the basis for complex organic compounds. A suitable atmosphere, a suitable temperature. Do you see where I'm heading with all this? Yes, tiny microbes and even larger creatures could possibly exist on brown dwarfs, or rather in their atmosphere. So theoretically, there could well have been another cosmic object instead of the sun, very different from our Earth, but still inhabited. And here's a more pessimistic forecast. What would happen if our sun suddenly turned into a brown dwarf? Even though it isn't possible from the point of view of stellar evolution, let's imagine that the laws of the universe failed. Then, first, the Earth's orbit would change. Rather, the orbits of all the planets would change because the mass of the sun would drop sharply, and gravitational attraction to it. Secondly, it would become dark, with only the light of distant stars illuminating the Earth. The temperature would gradually begin to decline, and in the end, drop so much that the oceans would freeze, and life could only survive deep underground in geothermal springs. As for the other planets, they could find themselves totally in the icy depths of space, and what would happen to planets there is unknown. Now, let's consider the Earth. What if it turns into a ball of fire? For example, due to global warming. Stephen Hawking said that such a development is possible. And by 2600, our blue planet will face an unenviable fate. Did the famous scientist long imagine a second sun in the place of the Earth? Not really. Despite the seriousness of the problem of global warming, our planet will not be able to get anywhere close to the temperature of the sun. In fact, it won't even reach the temperature of Venus. Even if humanity were to burn all fossil fuels and increase the concentration of greenhouse gases, Earth's temperature would increase by about 10 degrees Celsius or 18 degrees Fahrenheit. Compared to Venus, that's nothing. True, such warming will affect the glaciers and won't end in anything good, but that is another problem. So, the Earth itself will not suddenly become a hot ball. But this could have happened when it formed. If we assume that the planet consists only of heavy elements and doesn't have a lot of hydrogen, then in the process of formation, it would become that flaming hot ball. From a practical point of view, this is impossible. The universe doesn't work like that. But here we're simply using our imagination. Inside such an Earth, thermonuclear reactions would not occur, and it would slowly cool. Of course, in this case, the resemblance to the sun isn't quite complete, but these are the most stellar conditions that can be imagined. In a few billion years, our planet will still cool, the surface will harden, and its temperature will become quite acceptable for life. But only the temperature. Do you remember that this version of the Earth consists only of heavy elements? Its gravity will be so strong that it will make the existence of complex organisms impossible. Even any effort to build some kind of space base here will fail. But this isn't the only existing option to incinerate our planet with incredible temperatures. There's at least one example of a very hot planet in the universe. And this is not at all an ordinary celestial body. It's among the many types of planets that scientists distinguish as so-called super-Earths. These are planets whose mass exceeds the mass of the Earth, but is significantly less than the mass of gas giants. Korat 7b refers precisely to such a celestial body. It's located far beyond the solar system in the constellation Monoceros and has a diameter of 1.58 times that of the Earth. Korat 7b is categorized as one of the so-called rocky planets, although it has a higher density than the Earth. About 40% of the planet may consist of ice or steam. That is, water is present there. Does it resemble anything you know of? Despite all these similarities, Korat 7b is most likely covered in lava. And these are not just some isolated puddles. On its illuminated side, there's a whole ocean of lava, which forms at a temperature of about 2,550 degrees Celsius. That's 4,622 Fahrenheit. This is above the melting point of most known metals, so it's really very hot there. So, does it turn out that Korat 7b is the hot ball of fire we talked about? It seems like it is. The conditions on the illuminated and unlit side of the planet are very different. While on the one hand, the ocean is constantly boiling, heated to incredible temperatures, on the other, well, it's quite dark, and the surface is probably covered with a layer of ice. If the Earth were like Korat 7b, there could be no talk of life on its surface. It would consist almost entirely of evaporated rock, and precipitation would be a rain of stones. Even the most durable umbrella would not save us from such a rain. So, we're very lucky that the Earth and the Sun distributed the functions in the very way that they did. Otherwise, nothing good would come of it. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you've not already done so. Click on the bell quickly to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Tell me, what could happen to the sun? It's shined on us every day without weekends off or even a holiday for 4.6 billion years. For about as much longer, according to scientists, it will remain in the sky. But let's imagine that suddenly everything in space went wrong and our star somehow exploded. In the hustle and bustle of everyday life, at first hardly anyone would notice this catastrophe. However, would we later understand that something terrible had happened to our star? And just how exactly will this event affect the Earth? To begin with, it's worth mentioning that stars don't just explode for no reason. This usually happens when much more massive stars collapse and turn supernova. Such a situation doesn't threaten our sun. To turn into a supernova, its mass would have to be at least 8 times greater. Nevertheless, our star does change over time. In billions of years, it will slowly start to expand, turning from a yellow dwarf into a red giant. Eventually, our sun will completely absorb Mercury and Venus. Only none of our descendants will see this. Most likely, the sun's expansion will not reach the Earth. However, the blazing intensity of our sun will increase until it becomes 2,730 times greater compared to now. This will happen when the sun reaches an age of approximately 12 billion years old. By then, most of the Earth's atmosphere will already have been lost into space. From the heat of the sun, conditions could become similar to those on the exoplanet Korat 7b in the constellation Monoceros, which is located 489 light years from us. The Earth will be complete lava on the day side, and the surface temperature will heat up to 2,130 degrees Celsius. That's 3,866 Fahrenheit. This, by the way, is higher than the melting point of most known minerals. Of course, under such conditions, no living organism could exist. However, thanks to future technologies, by this time people will probably have been able to find new homes in other star systems. But what if, for some reason, the sun were to explode right now? After all, we haven't yet reached the planets of other galaxies. Of course, classical astrophysics excludes the possibility of such an event. However, cosmic realities sometimes don't want to follow the usual laws of physics. Now, figuratively speaking, our star is merely smoldering, supporting the necessary conditions for life on Earth. But if its temperature exceeds a certain point, then the whole giant barrel of hydrogen will explode. An unfortunate experiment with our star, for example, would be like striking a match. Scientists have already modeled this situation to learn about the consequences of such a potential explosion. The results showed that our star would not explode like an ordinary bomb. The force of gravity will prevent it from expanding instantly. In such a scenario, at first, a simple increase in the temperature of the core of the sun will cause a huge amount of radiation to flood onto the Earth. Ultraviolet rays will damage our unprotected eyes and also cause skin cancer. During sunlight hours, the temperature will be 50 degrees Celsius or 122 Fahrenheit or higher. It will surely be hard not to notice the changes, and with such heat, no one will be able to leave their homes, if there are any homes left on the planet at all. Terrible hurricanes will arise due to the temperature increase, which will rush at a speed of up to 300 kilometers or 186 miles an hour. They'll sweep away all buildings except perhaps the strongest ones, and they will uproot trees. All ice will inevitably begin to melt, but the hurricanes won't end. Generally, the weather conditions on the planet will barely be survivable for humans. The exception will be the tropical zone, which will become unbearably hot. This will destroy tropical vegetation, dooming hundreds of millions to starvation. As the temperature increases, bodies of water will begin to evaporate. Earth will be shrouded in thick clouds, which will slightly reduce the flow of radiation. However, it will be simply impossible to breathe in such a sauna. The temperature will continue to rise until it reaches 60 degrees Celsius or 140 Fahrenheit, or even much higher. However, under any of these scenarios, heat will destroy most living things on the planet. But what if there's some kind of mistake hiding in scientists' calculations? Although the force of gravity will keep our star from instant expansion, a temperature increase in the core will still lead to an explosion. In this case, we'll again have to plunge into even more hellish heat. True, it won't come immediately. Our star is located at a distance of about 150 million kilometers or 93 million miles from the Earth. Light travels this distance in 8 minutes and 40 seconds. So for a little while after the disaster, we can live in peace. You might even have time to watch our new video while the apocalypse is approaching. The first sign will be difficult not to notice. The sun will become thousands of times brighter than usual. The whole sky will be covered with white fire. It will even be light at night. Most likely, such a fireworks show will be too bright for human eyes, so most people will go blind. If this happens, we'll no longer be able to see the events that are about to unfold 3 hours after the initial explosion. However, you will surely feel them. The power of this solar blast will be equivalent to the explosion of several octillion nuclear warheads. After that, a stream of hot plasma will flood through space. When it reaches our planet, the temperature will rise sharply. Water from the oceans will evaporate quite quickly. The Earth will turn into something like a giant steam bath in which you would quickly suffocate. Many fires will erupt all over the planet, and extremely powerful storms will fan the flames. The storms will arise due to the temperature difference after the explosion and may exceed a speed of 1,000 kilometers or 620 miles an hour. In other words, the speed of the vortices on Earth will exceed even the infamous hurricanes of Jupiter, which can reach approximately 600 kilometers or 370 miles an hour. Unbelievably strong winds will raise clouds of dust and sand into the atmosphere, triggering monstrous tsunamis. Millions of people will be washed away into the sea, carried away by hurricanes. Many others will be trapped under the rubble of skyscrapers. Perhaps people will try to hide from this onslaught of natural disasters in bunkers, but they will die as well when the sun's red-hot plasma reaches the Earth. If you feel a little hot just imagining this scorching inferno, I suggest you cool down. But not with a can of soda from the fridge. The fact is that according to one hypothesis of scientists, this hellish heat on Earth will be followed by a deadly cold. It's likely that an explosion will not completely destroy the sun, but it will halt its thermonuclear reactions. Thus, the sun will cease to radiate heat and light over time. If the sun goes out, the Earth will freeze, and that quite quickly. To be saved by some miracle, any survivors will have to move deep into the Earth, where it will be warmer than on the surface. But it's unlikely that under such conditions we'll be able to find food and other necessities to last for very long. However, I have another scenario. Having exploded, the sun will cease to hold the planets in place by the force of its gravity. They'll quickly begin to fly around the galaxy like balloons that have been let go into the sky. Earth will also be thrown from its orbit, speeding away from the sun. It may well collide with another planet and smash into a billion pieces, but if it avoids a collision, it will turn into a vagabond planet, traveling endlessly through space and time. By this time, of course, there'll most likely be no more people on our planet. But if someone could then look at the Earth from a distance, they would see a charred, lifeless heavenly body. They would never believe that once it was a blue, fertile planet. However events unfold after the explosion of our sun, the probability is quite high that our world would come to an end. Of course, this situation is unlikely to actually happen. Nonetheless, let's not forget that there's still much we don't know about the universe, and it can present us with many surprises. I wouldn't want one of them to affect our star, because without it, life on planet Earth is impossible. We in turn should carefully think about the consequences before conducting any experiments on the sun. Fortunately, so far, everything is normal with our star, and we can calmly imagine how the explosion of our sun could affect our planet. What other thoughts do you have on this? Write to me in the comments. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell so as not to miss new releases. Oh, the most interesting is yet to come. This is Riddle, signing off. Until next time. The moon has fallen to Earth. Sounds like the name of a new Hollywood blockbuster. It turns out, though, that this event actually happened in 2016 when one of Earth's satellites crashed and burned. But why do we say one of if everyone knows that the moon is the only satellite of our planet? Or is the moon not the only one? And is there something else accompanying the Earth during its travels in space? In August 2016, Australian astronomers recorded a meteoroid passing through the Earth's atmosphere. This meeting lasted a little over 5 seconds and ended up when the space guest burnt up near the Earth's surface, leaving several bright traces in photos. One might think, what's out of the ordinary with that? After all, every year astronomers observe thousands of flare events like these in the Earth's atmosphere. But it turned out that this object had completed an orbit around our Earth several times, much as the moon or natural satellites of other planets do, before it crashed into it. Experts at Curtin University of Technology compared the data with 6 special cameras located in different parts of the Australian continent. Their calculations helped them figure out that the flared bolide was one of the most long-lived, temporarily captured orbiters of our planet. The first thing the scientists thought when they saw a bright fire trail in the photos of a night sky was about space debris burning up in the atmosphere. Over more than 50 years of active development of space, Earthlings have managed to launch something like 1,000 different devices into geocentric orbit. From time to time, these objects, under the influence of gravity, enter and burn up in the upper atmosphere. However, the trajectory of the bolide recorded by Australian astronomers was almost vertical, approximately 87 degrees. At the same time, spacecraft debris have their trajectories at a flatter angle most frequently. The speed this body moved when it entered the atmosphere was only about 11 kilometers or 6.83 miles per second. Thus, the scientists determined that the meteor that was most likely flared up on August 22nd, 2016 was a kind of mini-moon. All the planets in our solar system, except Mercury and Venus, have satellites of their own. Mars has 2, Neptune has 14, and Saturn has 82. Our planet also has its own natural satellite, and unlike Titan, Phobos, or Triton, you can even see the same without using a telescope. But why is it that our planet has no other satellites? The most popular among the hypotheses regarding the origin of the moon is the giant impact hypothesis. About 4.5 billion years ago, a planet called Theia existed in the newly formed solar system. Once its orbit crossed that of Earth, and the two planets collided. Lucky for us, Theia only touched the surface of the Earth tangentially, which saved our planet from complete destruction. This powerful impact resulted in that a part of the earthly matter was thrown into geocentric orbit. Over time, from this cloud, the moon sprang to existence in the form we know it currently. It's possible that another moon existed in those distant times. In 2011, researchers from the University of California simulated a possible collision of the moon and its hypothetical companion. The scientists calculated that one of those satellites could reach 1,270 kilometers. That's approximately 789 miles in diameter. That's almost 3 times smaller than Earth's moon. But even this size did not enable the second satellite to maintain its orbit. As a result, both bodies collided at a speed of about 2 to 3 kilometers, or 1.2 to 1.9 miles per second. Upon collision, huge craters were left on the moon's surface, with the second Earth satellite completely destroyed. But could Earth have other companions? For over 2 centuries, scientists have been looking for the answer to this question. For example, in the 18th century, astronomer Thomas Clapp suggested that bolides orbit Earth and we can observe them at the moment they approach. In 1846, French scientist Frédéric Petit even announced the discovery of one of these bolides. According to the astronomer's calculations, this body had an elliptical orbit and was the Earth's second satellite. The astronomer suggested that it took just 2 hours and 45 minutes for this body to go around our planet, and its height above the planet's surface was only about 11 kilometers, or 6.8 miles, when it made its closest approach to the Earth. True, Petit failed to take into account air resistance, and there were serious errors in his original data. But this is in fact very good. Modern passenger aircraft, by comparison, can climb to the same altitudes. Just imagine how frightening it would be for pilots to fly if Petit's assumptions were confirmed. But further observations show that Earth has no other permanent natural satellites except for the moon. However, some celestial bodies fall within orbital resonance 1-to-1 with our planet. This allows them to remain near Earth for a very long time. These bodies are commonly called quasi-satellites. The most famous of them is Kamo'olawa. It's a small asteroid of between 40 to 100 meters. That's about 131 to 328 feet in diameter that orbits the Sun, not Earth. However, the period the asteroid orbits the Sun is approximately 366 days. It's the gravitational influence of our planet that determines its trajectory. It should be noted that the first half of the year, Kamo'olawa is closer to the Sun relative to our planet, and the second half, it's from the outer side of the Earth's orbit. As a result, from the point of view of an observer on Earth, it seems as if this asteroid is constantly circling our planet. By the way, the quasi-satellite is not necessarily near Earth. The maximum distance to Kamo'olawa can be 100 times the distance to the Moon. Even at its closest proximity to us, this body is 12 million kilometers. That's almost 7.45 million miles away from our planet. In addition to the Kamo'olawa, scientists discovered another 4 existing quasi-satellites. And this list isn't final. Earth gravity is only one of the forces affecting these celestial bodies. Under the influence of other forces, their trajectories gradually change. Near-Earth asteroids with their horseshoe orbits can also be conditionally attributed to the list of quasi-satellites. For example, Object 3753 Curinya orbits the Sun every 364 Earth days. If, to observe it from Earth, it would seem to you that it comes close and then far away from our planet. Although its orbit is quite stable, Curinya cannot be considered a full-fledged satellite. Even at the moment of its closest approach to Earth, the distance between them reaches 12 million kilometers. That's approximately 7.45 million miles. This is 10 times the distance to the Moon. The so-called Earth Trojans can be found farther away from our planet. These objects follow the same orbit as Earth, but ahead of it or behind it. The first of the Earth Trojans detected in 2010, TK7, being a kind of a cliff measuring approximately 300 meters or 984 feet. This Earth Trojan is in the same Earth orbit around the Sun, but it's ahead of our planet by about 60 degrees. Besides quasi-satellites and Earth Trojans, we have other temporary companions. These are small objects that enter from time to time Earth's gravitational field and begin to rotate around our planet. One of them is 2006 RH-120. This asteroid of only 2 to 3 meters, or 6.5 to 9.8 feet in diameter, approaches us every 20 years. At this time, its trajectory changes. It makes several revolutions around Earth before continuing its natural orbital trip again. It's expected that the next approximation of 2006 RH-120 will occur in the year 2028. During this period, its speed relative to our planet will be minimal, only 490 kilometers or 304 miles per hour. It's been conjectured that 2006 RH-120 was formed upon a large meteorite having crashed into the Moon. The stone that broke away in the wake of the impact flew into interplanetary space, but it was homesick and it decided to come back to visit us from time to time. Can this body be considered another moon, owing to the circumstances? Some scientists believe it's just a piece of space debris rather than a full-fledged satellite. Therefore, the moon may still be considered the only permanent satellite of our planet. Although who knows, maybe another moon exists, and some scrupulous astronomer will have a look at it tomorrow through the lens of their telescope. Have you ever wished it would happen? Give a like to this video, then click subscribe, and you'll be the first to know about the new sensational discovery. People are increasingly thinking about the colonization of other planets. And not only because the Earth has recently started looking less friendly, but also due to developments in science and technology that are making our fantasies seem like they could really become a reality. More often than not, hopes of moving somewhere like Mars are crumbling due to its great distance from us. A trip that stretches for years is not very inspiring. But what if the position of the planets changed? What if they moved towards one another and collided? Such an event is not entirely fantasy. Don't expect it to happen tomorrow, but a similar collision has already occurred in the history of our planet, in theory. According to one hypothesis, about 4.5 billion years ago, the planet Theia crashed into the Earth, and the fragments from this collision then formed the Moon. But almost everyone knows the story of Theia. What about the collision of the giants? The solar system remembers that too. One version of history states that previously there had been 5 giants instead of 4. One of them eventually suffered some sort of a catastrophe. Its disappearance has helped the Earth survive to this day in the form that we all know it. How, you might ask? Well, don't forget that everything in the solar system is interconnected. Before colliding with this mysterious space object, Jupiter was further from the sun and closer to the other giants. At the time, the rocky planets of the Earth group didn't yet exist as such. They were just starting to form. If we take into account other planetary systems, our solar system at that time should have had many more planets than we have now. But now they're absent, as well as the 5th giant, which Jupiter most likely successfully pushed out when it decided to move closer to the sun. To change the position of a planet, another one doesn't have to literally collide with it. It's enough to be in close proximity. Be that as it may, the space between the objects in the solar system and the available material for creating the planets increased, which allowed for life to calmly arise on the Earth. All of these events happened more than 4 billion years ago, when the solar system was just in its infancy, and everything in it was quite unstable. But what about similar events that happened relatively recently? In 2010, scientists discovered a powerful collision in the planetary system BD plus 2307. This is located 300 light years from the Earth in the constellation Aries. If any life forms existed on these planets, they were destroyed at the time of the collision. The number of dust particles that ascended into space was 1 million times greater than the cloud of dust orbiting our solar system today. Actually, it was only from this cloud that scientists were able to determine that this collision occurred at all. In the constellation Pavo, there was a similar brawl. An object the size of our moon crashed into a planet similar to Mercury. This is evidenced by the remains of substances similar to lava, as well as gaseous silicon dioxide. The analysis confirmed that the planets really crashed into each other at a tremendous speed. Because of this, olivine and pyroxene were melted into silicon dioxide. For such an event to happen to our planet, something would need to happen that could change the dynamics of the solar system. Fortunately, space objects rotate along clearly defined paths. Everything is so accurate that you can predict their location at any future moment in time. It's impossible to change anything. But what if a little chaos was brought into this perfect order? To see the result of such an event, Jacques Lescar and Michael Gastineau from the Paris Observatory virtually simulated the butterfly effect on our solar system. According to this principle, the flapping of a butterfly's wings on one side of the planet could, for example, later cause a typhoon on the opposite side of the planet. Scientists minimally changed various indicators in computer computer simulations so that it could disable the existing system. In 99% of all cases, nothing tragic would happen because breaking the solar system isn't so easy. But that 1% remains, in which everything could be destroyed. The most dangerous point, oddly enough, is Mercury. This planet of the solar system has the smallest mass, which means that Mercury is the easiest to destabilize. And this means much more than it might seem at first glance. Scientists have proven that it's the interaction with Jupiter that makes the orbit of Mercury more elongated. It would seem that there's a huge distance between them. So how can these planets even influence each other? Between Jupiter and Mercury, there's a special orbital resonance. Right now, it's not strong, but in 3 to 4 billion years, everything will be different, and Mercury will have changed its orbit. Such an event could unbalance all of the orbits in the solar system. This primarily concerns Venus, Mars, and Earth. In one of the simulated scenarios, a change in the orbit of Mercury caused a change in the orbit of Mars, which generally destroyed all stability in the inner solar system. As a result, for example, Earth could collide with Venus. And these two, I remind you, are about the same size. Such an interplanetary accident would destroy not only all life, but also the planets themselves. They would simply be obliterated into gazillions of small pieces. While it's true that gravity would someday be able to collect this matter back together again, this would happen in a chaotic manner, and the solar system would never be the same. In fact, humanity would become aware of an approaching planet much earlier than the collision itself. And not only because astronomers and NASA employees would report it, but it would be possible to see the approaching planet without special equipment. First, about a few weeks before the fateful event, the cosmic body would show itself, and it would seem to us that there were 2 moons in the sky at night. It would be hard not to notice. Then we would feel its gravitational impact on Earth. The tides would become 8 times stronger, and as a result, floods would cover the coastlines of the continents. This would happen all around the world, so escaping this would be quite problematic. About 28 hours before the collision, the mutual gravity of the planets would begin to accelerate their convergence. The planets would become attracted to each other. Gigantic tsunamis would travel across the oceans, the scale of which we've never seen on Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and other apocalyptic events would emerge. The weather would simply go crazy. Thunderstorms, tornadoes, and hurricanes would be so powerful that it would become almost impossible to survive in such conditions. The atmospheres of the 2 planets would begin to shrink, glowing brightly. Then strong winds and everything else would be replaced by an unbearable heat. The tsunamis, at this point, would most likely stop because all the liquid would have evaporated due to the high temperature. Without liquid, the surface of our planet would turn into red-hot magma. Can you guess why no one has yet made a large-budget disaster film with this plot? Because such films usually have survivors. At this stage of the collision of the 2 planets, there would be none. When the other planet came in contact with the Earth's surface, the friction that appeared would slow down or stop the rotation of both cosmic bodies. The hard rocks of our planet would melt and rise up, forming giant firewalls. A shockwave would cover the Earth in just 20 minutes. The already hot core of our planet would heat up even more due to the collision, which would increase the temperature of the Earth from the inside. As a result, what was once the Earth would turn into an array of stones randomly scattered across space. Or over time, a completely different new planet would form from the remnants of our home. What would that be like? You can only fantasize. A similar scenario would likely unfold if all the planets in the universe collided. Only the blast power and lighting effects would differ. But the result, in general, we can already predict. But is it worth expecting such events in the future? It seems to me it's unlikely. But who knows what reality has in store for us? If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time, this is Riddle, signing off. What could be more spectacular than a space battle? In the movies, you see warriors over distant planets firing their weapons through space, spaceships exploding incredibly, bullets hitting their targets with ease, all surrounded by an unprecedented roar. Would these space battles be equally spectacular if they took place not on the TV screen, but in reality? In general, what happens if you shoot in space? Will a gun even fire? And what would happen to the bullet? And how will this affect the shooter? Riddle has conducted his own investigation and is ready to share the results. It's no secret that there's no oxygen in space. And besides the fact that it's an important component of the air we breathe, without it, the combustion process is impossible. Does it turn out that the gun won't fire? Well, not quite so. The composition of gunpowder includes its own oxidizing agent. This is a chemical substance that allows mixtures to burn even in airless space. It just so happens that atmospheric oxygen is not even needed. The smoke trail after the shot will look interesting. In space, it will form into a spherical shape at the end of the gun barrel. By the way, the sound of the shot will not be heard because the transmission of sound waves in a vacuum is impossible. And what will happen to the bullet itself? On Earth, a bullet fired horizontally tends to slow down due to air resistance and begins to fall to the ground due to gravity. A bullet fired from a rifle loses half its speed after about 500 meters, or roughly 1,640 feet. If we fire a gun on the moon, then due to the lack of air, the speed of the bullet won't decrease. According to some estimates, if you take a modest figure of 500 meters or 1,640 feet per second for the speed of a bullet fired vertically, then in the absence of an atmosphere, the bullet could rise up to 12.5 kilometers. That's 7.8 miles. On the moon, where gravity is 6 times less than the Earth's, the same bullet would be able to travel as far as 75 kilometers or 47 miles. Let's take a more powerful gun. What about a Kalashnikov rifle with a bullet speed of about 1 kilometer or 0.6 miles per second? Alas, this bullet is not destined to leave the limits of the celestial body, since it won't be able to overcome the first orbital velocity, which is 1.68 kilometers or 1 mile per second for the moon. But if you were to fire a powerful military cannon from the moon, for example, from a T-90 tank, then the result will be an artificial moon satellite. The shell will continue to rotate around the moon along a given path. It'll be much more interesting when we shoot into the vacuum while flying through space. what do you think will happen to the bullet then? It will simply continue its journey through the vast expanses of space and will never come to a stop. The fact is that the universe is constantly expanding at a speed of 73 kilometers or 45 miles per second. The world has not yet invented weapons that can launch a projectile with such incredible acceleration. Therefore, you can shoot as much as you like in the Milky Way, but your bullet will fail to escape it. Only some kind of obstacle would stop the bullet. And what will happen to the shooter himself, who dared to shoot in outer space? Well, nobody canceled Newton's third law. The shooter will be pushed with the same force which propels the bullet. Under zero gravity conditions, the daredevil will begin to move in the opposite direction from the bullet's travel. But this movement will be barely noticeable and will be only a few centimeters or a few inches per second. Nevertheless, it's better to check your safety cable beforehand so you'll be able to return to your spacecraft safe and sound. Yet another possibility is the most unpredictable and tragic outcome of a shootout in space. There's a chance of accidentally shooting yourself. This will happen if you are, for example, in the orbit of a planet. Then the bullet will fall under the influence of the gravity of this planet, and after passing around it, will return to the point from which it was released. If you find yourself back in the same place, then the bullet will inevitably hit you directly in the back. It would be much easier to perform the same action standing on the top of a mountain on the moon, according to the hypothesis of author and astronomer Matija Suk. It's enough to direct the bullet towards the horizon. It'll fly into the distance at a speed of about 1,600 meters or 5,250 feet per second and will soon give you an unpleasant reminder, again, plunging directly into your back. In general, before having a shootout on the moon, it would be best to learn the art of dodging bullets from Neo in the Matrix. There's still time. I would also not discount the problems that may arise with an automatic weapon. This is only in case you suddenly decide to release an entire magazine into space. So, for example, on Earth, there's a thin layer of air between the moving parts of a weapon that facilitates gliding. There's no such layer in space. In addition, cooling is also a danger. It sounds rather strange, but precisely because of the peculiarities of cooling in space, overheating of the firearm can occur. And a gun warmed up to high temperatures will almost certainly have problems with the movement of its action. In a word, a good shot in space will be possible only if there's a special space weapon designed to work in a vacuum and in abnormal temperatures. By the way, there's evidence that there has already been the firing of a weapon in space. We're talking about a modified version of the military cannon R-23M Kartek, which was launched by the USSR into orbit and put into operation in 1974. It was equipped with a 23mm aircraft gun, originally developed under the guidance of Aaron Richter for arming the Tupolev Tu-22, and after that, adapted for use in space. The weapon released about 20 shells into space. All of them burned up in the atmosphere. Little is known about the test results, since as of today, this information is still strictly classified. Perhaps these are not the only tests of weapons in space, and someday the veil of secrecy will be lifted. There was a time when weapons aboard the ISS were the norm. No, they weren't lying hidden in case of an encounter with aliens, but for possible self-defense if an unexpected landing back on Earth occurred in a dangerous place. In 1965, due to a failure of automated systems, Soviet cosmonauts Alexei Leonov and Pavel Belyayev were forced to land the Voskhod spacecraft in the dense snow-covered taiga, 1,000 kilometers or about 620 20 miles from the planned landing site. Landing, the cosmonauts risked becoming prey for the local bears and wolves. But eventually, everything ended well. After a few days, the space explorers were found and rescued. But after this incident, the development of a special multifunctional weapon for cosmonauts called the TP-82 began. One barrel fired birdshot, the second bullets, and the third had flares. And the removable butt could be used as a machete. From 1982 to 2006, cosmonauts always took the TP-82 into space, even on board the ISS. For a long time, not one flight into space was made without a gun on board. But according to some reports, since 2007, weapons are no longer part of the space survival kit due to the expiration of existing cartridges and the lack of production of new ones. Only the Chinese cosmonauts are officially armed today. Taikonauts fly with pistols. But this doesn't mean that someone isn't trying to invent a real space gun, one that could come in handy when meeting with unfriendly aliens. Great expectations have been placed on a directed energy weapon. Its uniqueness lies in the fact that it releases intensely concentrated rays of energy directly on the target. These are microwave weapons, ultrasonic weapons, or USW, and particle beam weapons. But the most widespread technology in use today is the high-energy laser. It shoots a soundless beam of energy, invisible at certain frequencies, and capable of burning a target from a distance of hundreds of kilometers or miles away. Honestly, that sounds creepy. I wouldn't mind if the laser weapon being developed was used exclusively to combat space debris, and star battles simply took their place of honor in science fiction books and Hollywood films. And let these battles continue to look unrealistic with no defense against the criticism of scientists. You must admit, they're an exciting sight. So, which space battle do you remember the most? Share with us in the comments. And don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. The word Sahara usually brings to mind a picture of endless sandy landscapes. A caravan of camels is walking along the dunes. The sun is beaming brightly as if for the last time, and around you, not a soul. It seems as if the golden, majestic dunes have always been here, but this isn't so. What secrets does the great desert hide from humanity? And what is under its hot sands? This is hard to believe, but as recently as 6,000 years ago, the arid desert, with an area of more than 9 million square kilometers, almost 3.5 million square miles, was covered with a thick green carpet. Entire settlements existed, and domestic animals grazed. Where today there's practically nothing but hot sand, there were green meadows and lakes. Rainfall was so abundant that it fed the river Tamanrasset, carrying its waters across the Green Sahara to the Atlantic Ocean. The river, with numerous tributaries, had a length of more than 500 kilometers, or 311 miles, and would have made the list of the longest rivers in the world. In 2015, three-dimensional satellite images helped to find the largest paleo river. Thanks to these images, scientists noticed the smooth edges of the ancient channels of the river, hidden under the modern-day desert. And in Central Africa, there was a lake called Lake Mega Chad, now merely a ghost lake, of which only the modern Lake Chad remains. And once in antiquity, this lake was wider than the Caspian Sea, extending for almost 390,000 square kilometers, or 150,000 square miles across the Sahara. If the lake existed now, it would be the largest on the planet. The images published by NASA clearly show how huge it was. the lake forever imprinted in a desert landscape, like a silent reminder to all of humanity who had a hand in draining the once deep water reservoir. But what happened? Why did this once green and prosperous region suddenly become the most lifeless place on the planet? Scientists have different explanations. For example, environmental archaeologist David Wright considers livestock to be the main cause of climate change for a third of the African continent. Sheep, cows, and goats trampled and consumed local vegetation. The soil became more exposed and reflected more sunlight, affecting the atmosphere. The amount of precipitation decreased, and drought began. That was the beginning of the end. Drought slowly but surely destroyed all the vegetation, and the Green Sahara turned into a huge desert region about the size of the United States. But this doesn't mean that only animals are to blame. Perhaps cattle farmers were the catalyst for a process that had already begun to destroy the green cover. True, not everything is so simple. In 2018, another team of scientists put forward the hypothesis that the ancient herders, on the contrary, prolonged the flowering of the Green Sahara by another 500 years. According to one of the authors of the study, seasonal cattle driving and selective grazing helped people maintain a declining ecosystem. A third group of scientists blames the Earth's axis. Having studied the dust precipitating off the coast of West Africa for the last 240,000 years, they've come to the conclusion that the climate of the Sahara and North Africa changes from humid to dry every 20,000 years as the tilt of Earth's axis changes. Its shift affects the distribution of sunlight between seasons. The more solar radiation, the more active the monsoon, and the more precipitation falls during the summer. When there's less sunlight, the monsoons weaken and a moist climate turns into drought. If this is so, then after some 10,000 years, meadows will again bloom in the Sahara and animals will graze. But the invisible river and the ghost lake are far from being the only mysteries that the majestic desert hides from us. Earlier, in the Mesozoic era, the Tethys Ocean seethed here, dividing the ancient continents of Gondwana and Laurasia. The ocean receded. The continents were divided. The plates moved. And on the surface of the sand, it seemed a cemetery of whales remained. This place is now called Wadi El Hitan, which in Arabic means the Valley of the Whales. You probably will be surprised, but modern whales have ancient ancestors. Basilosaurus had sharp teeth and hind limbs. True, their limbs were very small and not suitable for movement. They were probably the largest predators of their time because the size of the Basilosaurus reached 21 meters or 69 feet. Imagine how scientists were shocked when in the early 20th century they found the remains of ancient whales in the hot desert, along with fossils of extinct prehistoric fish, snakes, turtles, crocodiles, and manatees. Probably their first thought was, someone must have brought them here. But everything turned out to be much more interesting. The sands of the Sahara keep other secrets. Not only did ancient predatory whales hunt there, but once upon a time, dinosaurs also roamed. One of the largest dinosaurs in the world, whose age is almost 100 million years old, was found here. These were the bones of a herbivorous sauropod, which was called Perilatitan stromeri. Judging by the fossils, this giant could reach 32 meters or 105 feet in length and weigh up to 60 tons. And in 2018, under the vast desert sands, the bones of another previously unknown dinosaur were found, Mansurosaurus. The discovery was like an exploding bomb. There was very little data on the last days of the dinosaurs that lived in Africa in the late Cretaceous, 100 to 66 million years ago. Also, it turned out that the new species of dinosaur is very similar to its European counterpart. So it seems the dinosaur came to Africa from the territory of modern Europe. But how is this possible? Previously, scientists were convinced that the ancient giants could not move between continents after they became separated. But this unexpected find smashed the accepted theories of dinosaur migration. The newly discovered species could reach from 8 to 10 meters, or 26 to 33 feet in length, and weigh as much as an African bull elephant, up to 6.5 tons. Today, this find is considered one of the most significant among all discovered remains of new dinosaur species. And the amazing discovery of the Mansurosaurus can give us much more information about the fauna of that period. But perhaps the most inexplicable mirror of Saharan Africa and one of the major mysteries of the planet is located in Mauritania. It's a unique geological formation, easily visible from space, called the Eye of the Sahara, or Richat structure. It's a series of huge concentric rings and has a diameter of about 50 kilometers, or 31 miles. The object gained world fame after it was discovered in 1965 from the manned spacecraft Gemini 4. Since then, the mysterious eye haunts scientists. All these years, they've been looking for the answer to the main question: what is the nature of this structure? If this is the site of the fall of an ancient meteorite, then where's the crater itself? And why are no traces of the impact detected? If this is the mouth of an extinct volcano that was collapsing inwards for millions of years, then why are volcanic rocks completely absent? Very fantastic theories are also being put forward about an alien landing site or the location of Atlantis here. But most of all, scientists are inclined to believe that the structure formed as a result of erosion. But there's a flaw in this hypothesis. The formation ring is too even and regular. Nowhere else on Earth has erosion been able to create anything like this. Anyway, the mysterious Eye of the Sahara remains one of the most amazing natural phenomena. So, whom or what the desert is watching with the help of this eye most likely will remain a secret. The desert is also silent about the cities and entire civilizations buried under its sands, traces of which are recorded by satellites and sometimes discovered by archaeologists. Once upon a time, life was vibrant here. Fortresses stood, fields were waiting to be harvested, and livestock grazed on pastures. Here, wild animals roamed in search of prey, and fish splashed in the rivers. But everything has changed. Now the desert is completely inhospitable. Everyone who tries to explore the vast expanses of the Sahara feels the strength of the sizzling sun and sandstorms. Who knows? Perhaps under the hot dunes, the biggest secret of the Sahara is still waiting, which it carefully protects from human eyes. What do you think it could be? Write us a note in the comments. Your like and subscription will be better than any breeze after an exhausting journey through the hot desert. This is Riddle saying, until next time. While biologists from around the world are fighting over a vaccine for a new virus, NASA experts are solving a no less ambitious task. Which region of Mars is suitable for landing the first crew in history to conquer the planet? Mankind must have options for salvation if some new terrifying threat arises hanging over the planet. The cost of error is too high. Human lives and expensive equipment are at stake. Where on Mars will man first set foot? And what qualified this region for such an honorable status? Choosing a place was extremely difficult. The main requirements for the area was the availability of an inexhaustible and easily accessible water source. The poles on Mars, with huge deposits of ice, would be ideal, if not for one but. In these regions, the first settlers could freeze to death, since the temperature here can drop to minus 150 degrees Celsius. That's minus 238 Fahrenheit, and light doesn't reach here for several months out of the year. Therefore, such a polar landing was ruled out. So it was necessary to look for a place closer to the equator, where it's warmer and brighter. The equator itself didn't fit the requirements because there's too little ice, and it's difficult to access. It was necessary to find a site where there would be ice on the surface, no abnormal temperature changes, and exposure to light. NASA's planetary scientist and lead author of the study, Sylvain Picou, and his team analyzed the images the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, also known as the MRO, and Mars Odyssey Orbiter spacecraft had been collecting for 10 years. As a result, they found just the place. It turned out to be the Arcadia Planitia Plain, located in the northeastern part of the western hemisphere of Mars. What makes this area unique is that the water supply here is located just a few centimeters, about 1 inch, from the surface of the planet. So to extract it, it won't be necessary to transport complex and bulky equipment to Mars. An ordinary shovel will do. In addition, the surface water ice has another feature. It retains heat very well. So we can hope that this plain will have a mild climate for Mars. This area is clearly visible on the map of water ice on Mars. The blue color indicates the water sources closest to the surface, red the most distant. The black spots are sandy deserts where the spacecraft would risk getting stuck in fine dust. The area outlined in white is by far the most ideal candidate for the astronauts' landing. So, where could ice come from on Mars? According to one theory, it was formed as a result of ancient snowfall, followed by a dust storm that quickly covered the snow. This thin layer has helped preserve frozen water for billions of years. The ice is useful for scientific research. If it turns out to be a glacier, then its layers will tell us a lot about the planet's history. The cleaner and more accessible Martian water is, the easier it will be for robots and astronauts to use it to create fuel. The molecule H2O is composed of hydrogen and oxygen. Through electrolysis, we can divide water into hydrogen and oxygen. Then oxygen for breathing and hydrogen for rocket fuel appear. After all, once the astronauts land the rocket, they'll eventually need to return to Earth. Of course, to find a pond with liquid water near the landing site would be the ultimate dream. And such a pond may indeed exist on the red planet. In August 2018, scientists announced that a subglacial reservoir with a diameter of about 20 kilometers or 12 miles is hiding at the south pole of Mars. Although the temperature in the lake is most likely in the negatives, researchers suggest that its water is liquid, just like on Earth. Impurities in the water and the pressure of the ice mass may reduce its freezing temperature. But the main catch is that the water is at a depth of about 1.5 kilometers or 0.9 miles. So for production, we would need to deliver drilling rigs to Mars from Earth. For later stages of settling on Mars, this data will be useful, but the first astronauts on Mars are better off choosing a place with more accessible water resources. Scientists have already decided on a place for the first Mars landing, but what else do they need to prepare for the flight? The SpaceX Starship system is actively being built, which will deliver people and cargo to the moon and other planets. Since 2002, the project has operated under various names. They've have changed its concept, configuration, and materials as well. Yet, one thing has remained unchanged, the firm goal of achieving interplanetary travel. Starship is a two-stage reusable rocket. The second stage of Starship will be combined with a spacecraft, either a refueling ship or a refueling tanker. And the first stage, called Super Heavy, will have to return to the launch site. One version of the ship is about to embark on its first full-fledged orbital flight. Work on new spacesuits is also in full swing. SpaceX already knows what astronauts will be wearing on board Starship. For them, specialists have already developed stylish and lightweight suits with the help of a famous Hollywood designer for their appearance. The uniform is not intended for use in outer space, but inside the spacecraft, it will be comfortable. An Apple iPad will be mounted on the astronaut's thighs for quick access to spacecraft controls. NASA also is working on new spacesuits. In the fall of 2019, a presentation of new products took place. They designed one spacesuit for use on board the ship and a second for spacewalks and research on the surface of the Moon and then Mars. The latter deserves special attention. The design of the XEMU spacesuit, or Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit, will have an open element layout system that will allow astronauts to independently modify their suit during the space program as new requirements emerge. For example, on Mars, it'll be possible to change the configuration of the spacesuit so that it matches the atmosphere of the red planet and seasonal temperature fluctuations. New suits will be able to withstand temperatures from minus 157 to plus 121 Celsius. That's minus 250 to plus 250 Fahrenheit. Work continues on an in situ resource utilization system, or ISRU, which involves finding, extracting, and processing resources from the surface and from the depths of the planet and turning them into something useful: oxygen, electricity, building materials, and even rocket fuel. For such large-scale work, a large arsenal of robotic equipment will be needed. For this, the Helilani robot builder has already passed its first tests. Its role on Mars will be to build landing pads for spaceships, spaceports, and bases. There will also be someone to build houses for immigrants. NASA has developed the humanoid robot Valkyrie for working in difficult living conditions on Mars. 200 sensors installed throughout the robot's body, together with an optical LiDAR scanner and 28 mechanical joints, will allow it to navigate well in space to prepare building materials and construct various buildings. Perhaps in Valkyrie's company on Mars will be Justin, a bot with artificial intelligence, also created specifically to conquer the distant red planet. Engineers from the German agency DLR have been developing the Justin robot for almost 10 years. Now, this robot is able to handle various tools and weapons, take pictures, catch flying objects, and overcome obstacles. However, the most amazing thing is its ability to think. Thanks to its built-in artificial intelligence system, it's able to perform the most complex tasks without human control. Work is in full swing, but the issue of high radiation in space and the grueling isolation that awaits the first astronauts on the long journey to an uncharted planet still remains unresolved. After all, equipping colonists with the most advanced technological innovations is only half the battle. It's much more important to provide them with decent physiological and psychological conditions for life and work. So what do you think? Will there be a manned flight to Mars this century? Will we witness such a landmark event? Write an approximate date in the comments, and maybe your prediction will suddenly become prophetic. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel. There are still a lot of interesting things ahead. Until next time. On August 16, 1960, American pilot Joseph Kittinger set a record. For the highest parachute jump. A huge balloon filled with helium lifted the paratrooper to a height of 31,333 meters, or 102,800 feet. But during his ascent, Kittinger broke a seal in his suit. Air began leaking from a glove. His hands swelled, and the champion started experiencing immense pain. This was just in the stratosphere, not outer space. So, what would happen to an astronaut if they literally touched a vacuum in space? The higher you are above the surface of the Earth, the lower the atmospheric pressure. It's generally agreed that at sea level, the pressure is equal to 1 atmosphere. On the highest mountain in the world, Everest, it amounts to only about 1/3 of an atmosphere. And at about 19 kilometers, or 63,000 feet above the Earth, a mark above which terrible death awaits anyone without a spacesuit. But let's imagine that some maniac decided to test the effect of the cosmic vacuum on themselves. The main thing would be that he or she understood that there's no turning back. Moreover, in extraterrestrial space, there are no hospitals or space ambulances. But if they aren't afraid, then okay.
3, 2, 1.
Our subject drops a glove. The first and most powerful thing an astronaut would feel in an unpressurized spacesuit is enormous pressure. Just terrible pressure that would act inside the muscles and skin. Let's get back to the story of the daredevil parachuting from great heights. When Joseph Kittinger returned after his record leap, he said that due to air leakage, his hand had almost doubled in size. The fact is that our body is designed for life on the surface of the Earth. Here, a layer of the Earth's atmosphere is constantly pressing upon us. And it's not just a couple of kilos. According to calculations, there's about 1 ton of air pushing on each of us at all times. Now you have the perfect excuse for any occasion. The next time you're late for classes, work, or a date, just explain that it's not easy for a person carrying around a 1-ton load to arrive on time. So, why don't we die from this immense load? Atmospheric pressure is balanced by the air inside our bodies. But if the external pressure in one of our limbs dropped to 0, this balance would be upset. Gases, which usually dissolve in the blood, would immediately begin turning into blisters and burst inside the skin and muscles. Moreover, under such conditions, the fluid contained in the tissues would begin evaporating. Because of this, an arm, for example, would become very swollen. Bubbles of gas would block blood flow, so most likely the person would feel numb. Due to a lack of oxygen, their hand would turn blue, but would it explode from such a pressure drop? It's unlikely because our body is a pretty strong thing. There's one specific case in history when a person's whole body accidentally came into contact with a vacuum and survived. So the hand of an astronaut, even without a glove, wouldn't be torn to pieces, but tissue damage in such conditions would still be possible. However, the threat of death still exists during a sharp decrease in pressure due to decompression sickness. This condition is often experienced on Earth, or to be more precise, at sea. Divers become pressurized by a column of water with a force of several atmospheres during deep sea diving. If for some reason they suddenly rise to the surface, their body doesn't have enough time to adjust to the pressure drop. With a sharp rise, the gases dissolved in the blood, especially nitrogen, turn into bubbles. Remember what that bottle of soda you open looks like? The liquid inside literally foams from thousands of bubbles. Now, imagine that the same thing happened to the blood inside of a person. Sensations of decompression sickness are, to put it mildly, unpleasant. Severe headache, muscle and joint pain, and loss of vision. But in our case, the worst thing would be that the air bubbles that appeared in an astronaut's hand could get into other parts of their body via the bloodstream. For example, to the heart. Such a condition can cause myocardial infarction, otherwise known as a heart attack. But as we know, the most important organ for a human being is the brain. And in the event that the bubbles clog the blood vessels, bulk structures of the brain would be left without oxygen. When this happens, in a matter of minutes, a stroke can occur and possibly even death. However, most likely an astronaut who removed only their glove would avoid such consequences. Damaged tissues and clogged vessels in the hand wouldn't cause gas bubbles to flow further through the body. Therefore, our hero could expect mainly pain in the hand. Well, and possibly a long treatment and recovery period. But let's get back out to space because the experiment carries on. What else could happen to an astronaut taking off their glove? You'll definitely call this next point bitter cold. After all, everyone knows that in space the temperature is close to absolute zero. However, events here would unfold a little differently. Most likely, our hero would not only not freeze, but also receive a severe sunburn. What a surprise. In outer space, the temperature is extremely low, minus 270.42 Celsius. That's minus 454.75 Fahrenheit. But remember, what is temperature and what causes it to change? The higher the energy of the molecules, the higher their temperature. When a heated molecule collides with a cold molecule in solids, it transfers part of the heat to it and cools. In gases and liquids, convection is the main method of heat transfer. Heated molecules rise and cooling molecules fall. But in a vacuum, there are no molecules, so a hand without a glove would release heat only through radiation. The side of the palm in the shade would lose a little heat, but wouldn't have time to freeze. Yet, in space, there's another danger, a most powerful solar radiation. On the Earth's surface, its intensity averages 635 watts per square meter. That's 58.9 watts per square foot. However, in space, there's no atmosphere to absorb light. Therefore, the sun shines much brighter there. Its power in low Earth orbit reaches 1,360 watts per square meter, or 126.3 watts per square foot. And what's especially dangerous in space are ultraviolet rays, those that cause sunburn. So even if the astronaut's hand was in light for only a few seconds, skin damage would be guaranteed. Now, suppose our researcher prepared for the assignment and covered their skin with sunscreen. Do you think that it would be enough to protect it from a burn? Unfortunately, no. In addition to visible and ultraviolet light in the cosmos, there's a lot of ionizing radiation and cosmic rays. Astronauts who live on the International Space Station receive almost the same dose of radiation each day as an ordinary person on Earth does in a whole year. Now, imagine how many charged subatomic particles would hit the hand of our researcher if they removed their glove. Of course, radiation rarely kills a person instantly. Most likely, our daredevil would not even feel those charged particles hitting their body. But radiation damage is the cause of many illnesses. So, I'm afraid that after returning to the Earth, the astronaut would run the risk of developing cancer or something worse. So, how much time does a person have to return to a safe place after losing their glove in space? If it's only their hand that gets exposed to the vacuum, we can say that they have time to be saved, provided that our hero doesn't lose consciousness from the pain and can return to the spacecraft. Seconds or even minutes spent in these conditions can be harmful, but it's unlikely to be life-threatening if the rest of the spacesuit remains airtight. In short, a hand caught in a vacuum could ultimately be saved. However, it may happen that when you remove the glove, air would escape the protective suit. In this case, the person would lose consciousness from hypoxia in just 15 seconds and not even be able to call for help. Add to this the effects of decompression sickness, terrible pain, and the loss of muscle control. So, if you find yourself in space, never, and I mean never, ever take off your gloves or other parts of your spacesuit. But here on Earth, vacuums don't pose a threat to us. So feel free to take off your gloves and like this video. And be sure to subscribe to our channel to watch the most fascinating stories about Earth and space. Until next time. People, like many living creatures on our planet, are very dependent on light. For example, many diurnal birds see very poorly in the dark. Some animals feel bewildered and freeze, and a person could crash into something or catch their little toe on their nightstand. In general, living without light is almost impossible. It's no coincidence that mankind has come up with various lighting sources, from torches to energy-saving lamps. But what if an unknown catastrophe occurred and the whole world suddenly went black? Just for 10 seconds. But what if that's enough time for something irreversible to happen? Small spoiler, most likely, even in such a short period of time, many terrible things could happen. But let's take them one at a time. But first, when we think about all-consuming darkness, the first thing that comes to mind is Raid Shadow Legends, perhaps the darkest and most epic fantasy game in the entire multiverse, which is also the sponsor of this video. Use the links below to download Raid yourself to your mobile phone or PC. What I like most about it are incredibly crafted and well-detailed champions, the spectacular battles, and the total cross-platform ability, allowing you to play on both a smartphone and a PC under the same account. These are just some of the advantages of Raid over all others. Gather a unique team of champions, upgrade them, and engage in epic battles against 10 different bosses to get cool rewards and rare artifacts. Join clans, fight with players from all over the world in the PvP arena. Exciting tournaments with valuable rewards await you. Do battle in the Spider's Den, the Ice Golem's Peak, and Fire Knight's Castle, or against the infamous Dragon, and show the whole Raid community what you are worth. Also, in May, version 1.15 is coming. It will include a completely new arena tournament. Earn points according to your tier and win awesome rewards in the local and global tournament. So, what are you waiting for? If you're new to the game, install Raid on your mobile phone or PC, follow the link in the description, and get 100,000 silver and one new free Grumbler champion. First, you need to determine the cause of the universal blackout, because this plays a key role. Do we blame the sun? Was there a global electrical outage? Did aliens intervene? Okay, aliens are overkill. So let's start with the simplest possible explanation. Although unlikely, electricity all around the world suddenly goes out. From a practical point of view, this is hardly possible, since power plants are independent of one another, and there are also emergency sources of energy. But let's imagine that the world's electricity suddenly vanished. Batteries in phones, flashlights too, for some reason, have also failed. None of it works at all. Yes, this sounds like a small technological apocalypse, but it's necessary for our experiment. So, there's no electricity. Not a single battery works. About half of the planet has plunged into darkness. The other half may not even notice what has happened. The natural light of the sun could hide the lack of electricity. Yes, computers, refrigerators, and other equipment would turn off. Trolley buses, trams, and electric trains would stop. Traffic lights would stop working. The internet would disappear. But this all would last only 10 seconds. Even patients on life support systems wouldn't experience irreversible consequences. Most people would likely write off what happened as a small accident and continue with what they were doing. Though we can't say the same for those in the dark zone. When your apartment lights are out in the evening, you can still look out into the street and distinguish objects, even if there is no electricity in the entire area. This is because, in principle, it's quite light in cities due to the large number of lights, even if they're far away. But then the electricity goes completely out and darkness sets in. Of course, it's not pitch black like inside some closet in a basement. There are natural sources of illumination other than the sun. Comets, auroras, atmospheric electric discharges, the glow of living organisms, the light of stars and other space objects. Even the oxidation of organic products and minerals emits faint lighting. There are a lot of luminous objects on our planet and beyond. Let this thought reassure you a little. But one moment, everything was in order. Then suddenly, all common sources of lighting stopped. Most likely, the people who are indoors wouldn't even have enough time to feel afraid, which cannot be said about those on the street, or worse, those who are driving. The number of accidents that would occur during these 10 seconds of relative darkness could be calculated in the thousands. I don't even want to think about how many people could die in these 10 seconds. And although these 10 seconds of darkness would likely become, for many, 10 seconds of horror and panic, we could admire the stunningly beautiful starry sky, which is, by the way, almost impossible in the 21st century. For the planet, it's unlikely that something would change in these 10 seconds without electricity. But what if the cause of darkness was the sun? A sudden solar eclipse is, of course, impossible. Scientists know exactly where, when, and for how long the moon will cover the sun. And even today, there are schedules calculated for a century ahead. Or even more, it's believed that the longest solar eclipse of this millennium will be the solar eclipse of July 16th, 2186. It will last 7 minutes and 29 seconds. But even in the event of a total solar eclipse, we can still see the stellar corona, the halo of rarefied ionized gas that surrounds the sun. And although it emits light, this is clearly not enough to be considered a full-fledged light source. But to plunge at least half of the Earth into darkness, you'd need a celestial body of a much larger size than the moon. For example, something like Venus. Suppose Venus approached the Earth at the same distance as the moon is now, or that the moon grew to the size of Venus. Let's try to ignore all the catastrophic consequences of this change and focus only on the eclipse. So, a huge shadow completely obscures the sun and covers half the globe. In 10 seconds, while the eclipse lasts, the temperature could drop by about 3 degrees Celsius, or about 5.4 Fahrenheit. The wind speed would also decrease, but people wouldn't likely be affected by any of this. But out in the wilderness, short-term changes would indeed occur. During solar eclipses, animals often begin acting differently than usual. Squirrels, for example, return to their nests, and the chirping of diurnal birds ceases. Even crickets are silent. So, finding yourself in complete darkness somewhere outside the city, you would also hear complete silence. But only for 10 seconds. Then everything would go back to normal again. You wouldn't even have time to freeze. And now let's move on to a really frightening scenario. Imagine that the Earth was plunged into darkness due to the fact that the sun went out. From a scientific point of view, this cannot happen suddenly and just like that. You cannot turn off a star like a table lamp. But still, suppose that for 10 seconds, the sun went out and stopped shining. Just like that, without any additional space disasters. What would happen to our planet during this time? Without light and heat, everything around would surely die out in seconds. But stop, don't panic. Firstly, don't think that a new ice age would instantly begin everywhere. It takes about a week for the average global temperature of the planet to drop below 17 degrees Celsius, or 62.6 Fahrenheit. This means that such a short time period without sunlight wouldn't do much harm to the Earth. Most likely, even the most finicky planets wouldn't suffer, but humanity would be overwhelmed with intense panic, perhaps the strongest in history. Some lucky people would experience this blink of the sun in the late evening or at night. Most likely, they wouldn't notice the difference at all. Yes, due to the lack of light from the sky, the moon would disappear because it doesn't shine on its own, but only reflects the sun's rays. But in the night darkness, this could be easily attributed to some clouds. People wouldn't even notice. A completely different story would await those who just a second ago were enjoying the blue sky, morning rain, or were in the middle of a productive day. Suddenly, the whole world would plunge into darkness. It would become so dark that some would probably think they've gone blind. Imagine, 1 second you're calmly observing the area in front of you. Then a second later, you can't see anything at all. General panic would cover half the globe. Imagine metro passengers rising from the ground and seeing that the world on the surface had suddenly darkened. What do you think? How many panicked people would immediately decide that the end of time had come and they needed to be saved? I wouldn't want to be somewhere in the middle of the crowd at this moment. Perhaps small city administrations could orient themselves and turn on the lights, but most of the planet would remain dark. Animals and birds would surely be very surprised. But all of this most likely wouldn't affect their lives. Though for a long time, people would remember the sudden extinguishing of the sun, research the phenomena, and create theories. How could such an event happen? Well, that's a conversation for another time. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. You would agree that each of us wants to get a bit extreme from time to time. And what is more thrilling than skydiving? Adventure lovers seek to go higher and higher to enjoy a bird's eye view of the Earth. But this is not enough for the most daring skydivers. Some of them dream to rise high above the clouds and jump from space. Is this possible? And what end awaits these brave thrill seekers? Let us imagine that some daredevil skydiver got seriously interested in this idea and decided to bring it to life. First, it's likely that this person would try to study the existing experience of jumping from great altitudes. And they would probably find out that Austrian Felix Baumgartner jumped from 39 kilometers, or 24 miles above the Earth back in the year 2012. He took off in a balloon over the city of Roswell, New Mexico in the USA, and then commenced his dive by taking a step out of the passenger capsule attached to the balloon. Felix fell at a speed of 377 meters, or 1,237 feet per second. Amazingly, he overcame the sound barrier and became the first person to do this without an engine. Freefall time was 4 minutes and 20 seconds. Then Baumgartner opened his parachute and landed safely, suffering no significant injuries or trauma. However, this intrepid record holder from Austria did risk his life. Overloads caused by strong rotation during a freefall could have led to a loss of consciousness and death. However, real fans of extreme sports don't get scared. They'll not give up their fervent plans to skydive from space. But first, how can one get there? Passenger rockets haven't even begun to fly into space yet. The skydiver may hit on the idea of building a balloon for the flight, like that of Baumgartner's, only much larger, robust, and reliable. But balloons fly due to the fact that gas density inside them is lower than the density of the surrounding air. There's no air in space, so it's not possible to reach orbit this way. Having realized that, our fearless skydiver will likely continue to search on the internet for a way to reach his cosmic destination. He or she will certainly come across the information that SpaceX has entered into an agreement with the concern Axiom Space regarding on-orbit delivery of tourists beginning in the year 2021. True, the cost for one passenger is quite exorbitant, approximately $55 million for a round-trip ticket. However, let's assume that our bold skydiver found the money required for a ticket. After that, there will follow months of a wearisome wait before the flight starts. But we'll help our hero by mentally scrolling the clock hands forward. Okay, let's say that they're already on board the International Space Station, being occupied with full equipping before the jump. First of all, they're attaching a parachute. It would be impossible to land without it. Of course, they're getting into a spacesuit which is equipped with oxygen canisters. Still, they'll need protection from cosmic radiation and a temperature control system so as not to die from heat when entering the atmosphere. Now everything is ready, and our daredevil can step off the station without hesitation. You might think that they'll fly downwards towards Earth, like all parachute jumpers. But a jump from the ISS is very different from a parachute jump from an airplane, which distance of descent does not exceed 4.6 kilometers, or 2.86 miles, as a rule. It takes at least 340 kilometers, or 211 miles, to fly down from the ISS to the surface of our planet. In other words, a person who took a jump will be at an altitude almost 81 times higher than an ordinary skydiver, and 8.7 times higher than Felix Baumgartner. The key factor in their journey to Earth will be the speed at which the ISS moves around the planet. Many believe that the station moves very slowly, or even hovers in space, motionless. But this isn't so. The ISS moves in orbit at a speed of slightly less than 8 kilometers, or 5 miles per second. The skydiver has now pushed off from the ISS and begins to move away from the station, while their speed relative to the Earth will not practically change. Thus, they would simply settle into a slightly different orbit and would continue to spin around the planet. However, they won't fall to the ground, or, well, they won't do it right away. Under an ideal combination of circumstances, a new orbit of the skydiver may cross the ISS orbit. And in theory, if the skydiver suddenly changes their mind, continuing a free fall, they might be picked up one of the next times around of the ISS, and with no orbital maneuvers needed to be accomplished. But the thrill seeker, of course, will be unlikely to give up and will continue with their journey. Then they'll spin very fast at the speed of the space station. In order to reduce orbital velocity, the thrill seeker will need to push off in a direction opposite to that of the ISS. Although in this case, it'll be years before they slow down so much that they fall to the Earth. The brave skydiver will need a huge supply of oxygen, food, and water in order to survive during this long flight in orbit. And no modern spacesuit can provide this. It needs rather an entire space yacht filled with foodstuffs and other necessary things. Nevertheless, let us assume hypothetically that the problem with oxygen and foodstuffs for our skydiver has been somehow solved. Unfortunately, even in this case, their life will be under lethal risk. At any moment, they may encounter the remnants of destroyed satellites and other debris, which could turn into a serious threat in space. This trash moves in orbit at a wild speed of up to 28,000 kilometers or 17,000 miles an hour. And even if a small fragment of this orbital shrapnel hit the space traveler, most likely it would kill them. Or it could hurt their spacesuit. Then the adventurer would run out of oxygen, which also, again, means certain death. There's so much garbage in space that collisions, if you lack maneuvering ability, can hardly be avoided. But let's say the skydiver did it. Over time, the skydiver will begin to slow down gradually and approach the Earth. This is not the case with the ISS, since its engines enable it to accelerate itself and maintain altitude. However, entering the atmosphere doesn't mean for the skydiver that the most difficult part of the trip has come to an end. Our skydiver will move 3 times faster than the speed of sound. In this case, an overload that they will have to experience that will reach 8 Gs. That's 8 times more than on the Earth's surface. If the skydiver goes down feet first, then an overload as high as this will make their blood rush to their head, and most likely it will cause them to faint and then die. There's a chance, though, that the traveler's body will survive this difficult test. But our daredevil skydiver will definitely not survive the expected extreme temperature when entering the atmosphere. Air molecules hitting the spacesuit will slow down around it, causing aerodynamic heating. But at the super high speed at which the skydiver enters the atmosphere, the issue is not just about warming up a spacesuit. It'll be well fried at 1600 degrees Celsius or about 2900 Fahrenheit and higher. Even steel melts at this temperature. In other words, our skydiver will burn before they reach the Earth. However, let's rescue our brave skydiver again, assuming that they miraculously managed to safely enter the atmosphere. If they successfully open a parachute 1 kilometer or 0.6 miles above the Earth, they'll easily land on the surface. And no doubt that the daredevil skydiver would deserve all sorts of honors as a reward for this fearless act. And their friends, children, and grandchildren will listen with admiration to their stories about the incredible jump. That's a great finale. Unfortunately, it's only possible in theory right now. But no doubt, one day, scientists will create a special spacesuit for skydivers. It will protect lovers of extreme sports from all the deadly risks that I've listed. Tell me what you think. When do you think this will happen? And what other dangers, in your opinion, await skydivers when they jump from orbit? Leave your thoughts in the comments. And if you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Click on the bell so you don't miss new releases. Together, we're going to go on many more amazing journeys online. And don't forget to invite your friends. It's much more fun together. More than 4,700 asteroids are located dangerously close to the Earth. Our planet is an easy target for them. At any moment, one of these asteroids could cross the Earth's orbit, and then mankind's most terrible catastrophe will become a reality. But our civilization is threatened not only by a terrible collision. Cosmic rays, solar flares, and even the explosion of other stars could destroy us instantly. Today, I decided to find out if this myriad of catastrophes really is just waiting to happen to our planet. The Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, during which nearly 1/5 of all animal families were lost. The end Permian extinction, which scientists call the greatest disaster of all time. The Tunguska event destroyed all life within a radius of 30 kilometers, or about 19 miles. And lastly, the impact of the Chelyabinsk meteor, due to which 1,615 people were injured. So tell me, what do all of these events have in common? Scientists believe that they were all caused by the fall of celestial objects. Every year, people find new traces of these space bombs. The scale of the threat is so great that in 1998, NASA founded the Near-Earth Object Observations Program. But you won't be happy with the astronomers' conclusion. As of January 2020, 2,044 heavenly bodies made it onto the list of potentially hazardous objects, and the list is constantly growing. First place on the list is occupied by the 1950 DA Near-Earth asteroid. This is a huge conglomeration of stones with a diameter of approximately 1.3 kilometers, or 0.8 miles, and a mass of almost 4 billion tons. If such an object collides with the Earth, the impact force will exceed the explosive power of all existing weapons combined. But that's not even the scariest part. 1950 DA's orbit will at some point bring the asteroid quite close to the Earth. In the year 2032, it will approach us at a distance of about 11.3 million kilometers. That's about 7 million miles. And in the year 2187, 5.2 million kilometers, or about 3.2 million miles. But then, in the year 2880, there's a 1 in 8,300 chance that the asteroid will collide with our dear beloved planet Earth. You're probably trying to decide what percentage that is. Meanwhile, scientists are already calculating the possible losses. Specialists at the University of California have created a simulation of the effects of a collision with 1950 DA. And the results of this study resemble the plot of a disaster movie. If we assume that the asteroid will fall into the Atlantic Ocean, this will trigger a wave with a height of 122 meters, or 400 feet. Imagine a 30-story building. Are you picturing it? So this wave would be even higher than that. And in just 2 hours, it would reach the east coast of the United States. Entire cities would literally be washed away and destroyed completely by the enormously powerful mass of water. After 8 hours, a wave with a height of 10 to 15 meters, or 30 to 50 feet, would reach the shores of Europe. Ireland would suffer the most, with waves reaching a height of 20 meters, or 66 feet, crashing onto its shores. It's hard to imagine that such a gloomy picture already threatens humanity in this very millennium. Another dangerous object to consider, Apophis. In 2004, immediately after its discovery, this asteroid was assigned a danger level of 4 out of 10 on the Torino scale. This means that astronomers calculated more than a 1% probability of a catastrophic collision. Are you worried yet? Relax a little. In 2006, the threat level was reduced to 0. But the probability of Apophis falling to Earth still remains. In 2029, it will come closer to our planet at a distance of just 31,000 kilometers, or about 19,000 miles. This is so close that it'll be able to be seen with the naked eye. I must add that the expected distance from Earth of Apophis is calculated with an error margin. So I would advise you to look into some sort of bomb shelter just in case. Some may say, why be afraid of these asteroids if the chance of them hitting the Earth is so extremely low? Yes, this applies to many of these hunks of stone from outer space, but not to all of them. For example, in the year 2095, a celestial object called 2010 RF-12 may collide with our planet. The chance of collision is 1 in 20. Although 2010 RF-12 is not as huge as other asteroids, its mass is estimated by scientists at 500 tons. This is enough to produce 9 kilotons of energy upon impact. It's only about 40% less than the power of the atomic bomb Little Boy, which destroyed the Japanese city of Hiroshima in 1945. If none of these asteroids have caused you any consternation, the universe has an even scarier weapon to wield against us Earthlings. What about a falling comet? Just imagine the consequences of such a collision. A huge mass of ice with a diameter of up to 26 kilometers or 16 miles, traveling at a speed of almost 60 kilometers or 37 miles per second, enters the Earth's atmosphere. Remember how the dinosaurs went extinct? This blow would be about 300 times stronger. The tsunamis and earthquakes would destroy cities or even entire countries. But that's not the worst thing. A comet doesn't just consist of the main ice core, but also the long dust tail. If the Earth is far enough away from the potential threat, these thousands of small fragments of cometary matter will fly into the atmosphere and simply burn up there. You know this phenomenon as a meteor shower. But imagine what would happen if the entire comet enters the Earth's atmosphere. The correct answer? The number of meteoroids that follow it will increase many times over. Some of them may fall simultaneously in different corners of the planet, and huge plumes of dust will block out most of the sun's rays for a long, long time. Humanity will face devastatingly severe climate change, which might finally finish off our civilization. Frightening, isn't it? Only I'm describing a real comet here, the Swift-Tuttle. It's really huge and has a real possibility of colliding with the Earth. Scientists have predicted the time of this most dangerous encounter. In the year 4479, this comet will approach us at a distance of about 4 million kilometers. That's about 2.5 million miles. By cosmic standards, that's really close. In addition, astronomers warn they cannot accurately predict the trajectory of the comet, and they give a probability of 1 in 500,000 that humanity will not survive the year 4479. But let us move on from these cosmic snowballs and stones. Even the star that gives us warmth can do great harm to our civilization. If you look at the sun from the Earth, it may seem that this is a uniformly luminous disk. In fact, eddies of hot plasma are constantly raging on its shimmering surface. At any moment, there could be a flash, and a cloud of plasma with a magnetic field could lunge towards our planet. Encountering the magnetic field of the Earth, these emissions create powerful geomagnetic storms. This happened in the year 1859. Telegraph networks failed to work for several days across Europe and North America. Auroras, which are usually seen only in high latitudes, this time could be seen even over Cuba. Can you imagine what kind of chaos there would be if this catastrophe recurred today? We would be in for a total disconnection of the internet and mobile communications around the world. Air traffic controllers will not be able to get in touch with pilots. The operators of nuclear power plants won't be able to control their reactors. And let's not forget, magnetic storms can also harm our health. It's very difficult to protect yourself from hazardous radiation unless you manage to hide yourself deep in an underground bunker. Other stars can deliver an even more dangerous blow. At the end of their lives, many of them experience a dramatic increase in brightness. This phenomenon is known as a supernova. When a flash is released, so is an incredible amount of radiation, in particular gamma rays, which are harmful to all living organisms. There's an assumption that 450 million years ago, there was already such a gamma ray burst near the Earth. Under the influence of gamma rays, the ozone layer was reduced, and the whole planet turned into something like a huge tanning bed. Strong ultraviolet radiation sun poured onto the Earth. Unfortunately, getting such a tan isn't so good for everyone. Approximately 85% of the species of all existing marine organisms went extinct. This event is known in science as the Ordovician-Silurian extinction event. Could a similar explosion be repeated these days? Most likely, yes, and moreover, quite soon. Right now, at a distance of about 650 light years from us, the star Betelgeuse is living out its last days. When an explosion occurs, it could shine brighter than the full moon in the night sky. Would you like to see such a beautiful glow with its powerful stream of hazardous radiation? I would advise against it. True, scientists reassure us. Radiation from a supernova explosion will take millions of years to reach our planet. But such cosmic threats are not lessening. Like this video and subscribe to our channel to keep abreast of events happening near our planet. It can be very difficult today for a person to imagine that life on our planet was once different than it is now. Of course, you can imagine yourself as a medieval knight or even a Viking thanks to historical films, TV shows, and a bit from school textbooks. But what about the time when there were no people on Earth at all? Or were there once distant ancestors of humans who lived so far in the past that they aren't even remembered by Hollywood? Well, while scientists have not yet invented a time machine, I suggest you take a look at the history of our planet with your own eyes. To begin with, let's go back to the past. 4,600,000,000 years ago, our Earth didn't exist yet. There was only a newly formed proto-sun and a ring of gas and dust. An incredibly beautiful sight, but we're interested in something a little different. Fast forward time a little bit ahead. 4,540,000,000 years ago, our planet was formed. Back then, it was about as far from inhabitable as possible. The conditions on Earth were really hellish. Instead of the usual landscapes, there was a sea of fire from molten rock. There were radioactive elements all around, and the surface temperature reached 4,700 degrees Celsius. That's about 8,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Instead of air, there was carbon dioxide, nitrogen, sulfur, and water vapor. Instead of solid land, magmatic oceans. Add to that the constant bombardment from large asteroids, and you get a picture that's more like the end of the Earth than its beginning. After several million years, as the result of a collision with a young planet called Theia, the moon was gradually formed. One day back then lasted about 6 hours. With such a short day, having time for anything would be simply impossible. It's good that the workday didn't exist yet. From about 4,100,000,000 years ago to 3,800,000,000 years ago, the late heavy bombardment hit the Earth, a huge number of asteroids. Some scientists suggest that at this time, there were already oceans on Earth, despite its high temperature. Honestly, I barely believe it, but who am I to argue with scientists? It was the asteroids that helped the planet gradually become covered with water. According to one theory, the asteroids carried with them a tiny amount of life-giving moisture and delivered it to Earth. That's how, over billions of years, about half of the water of the world ocean came to Earth from space. After the bombing ended, that is about 3,800,000,000 years ago, the temperature of the Earth began to slowly decline. But current life forms couldn't survive on the planet's surface anyway, because there was no oxygen in its atmosphere, and there was no ozone layer to block ultraviolet radiation. However, there are fossils which are about 3,500,000,000 years old, which means that life on Earth could have arisen much earlier than we used to think. From 3,200,000,000 to 2,800,000,000 years ago, almost the entire surface of the planet was occupied by a shallow ocean, the temperature of which ranged from 55 to 88 degrees Celsius. That's 131 to 190 Fahrenheit. However, microorganisms were already inhabiting this hot water. The land was only volcanic islands, which were slowly growing over time. Just imagine how hot it was. The days began to lengthen, and about 2,500,000,000 years ago, the first supercontinent, Kennerland, began to form. So let's fast forward a little. 1,500,000,000 years ago. Earth days now lasted at least 16 hours, though complex organisms still didn't exist. But lithospheric plates continued moving, and after 400 million years, created another supercontinent, Rodinia, and after some time, Pangaea. About 650 million years ago, according to popular theory, our planet was a snowball. Literally. This theory is called Snowball Earth. Scientists assume that everything was completely covered with ice, and even the equator was as cold as modern Antarctica. It's scary to even think what the temperature was at the poles at this time. But even under a thick layer of ice, the planet maintained a fairly high temperature. No ice age can kill volcanoes, and the carbon dioxide from their eruptions, which accumulated in the atmosphere, gradually melted the glaciers. This melting released a huge amount of oxygen, which forever changed the planet. About 541 million years ago, the Cambrian explosion occurred. Temperatures rising to 30 degrees Celsius or 86 Fahrenheit, and a record concentration of oxygen caused a huge number of living organisms to emerge. The biological diversity was so impressive that some creatures even developed exoskeletons to protect themselves from being eaten by others. Researchers believe that almost all of the existing types of animals appeared during this period. The length of the day now reached 22 hours. 450 million years ago, plants and arthropods began to actively conquer the land. 419 million years ago, the first insects appeared. About 300 million years ago, most of our planet was occupied by swamps. Many scientists, such as Professor Frederick Rich, hold this view. But the swamps of antiquity were not like modern ones. Some plants reached 30 meters in height, that's about 100 feet, and giant insects flew everywhere. This was thanks to the high oxygen concentration. Be glad that our modern dragonfly's huge ancestors didn't survive to this day. Seriously, that wouldn't be the most pleasant replacement for pigeons. 252 million years ago, the Permian-Triassic extinction event took place, destroying 96% of marine species and 73% of terrestrial vertebrate species. Most likely, numerous eruptions became the cause of extinction. The air was filled with ash and carbon dioxide. There was little sunlight, plus lava was flowing everywhere. Anyone could die in this environment. Dinosaurs then arrived to replace the destroyed species. But not only did huge dinosaurs divide the planet among themselves, the continents also moved. About 175 million years ago, Pangaea began breaking up. The Atlantic and other oceans appeared, and the world began taking on its current form that we see today. At this time, you could find the first pine trees, praying mantises, and bees. 50 million years ago, the power over the planet was then passed on to mammals. Without dinosaurs, they began feeling freedom, actively spreading around the planet and evolving with all their might. Meanwhile, the length of the day had reached almost 24 hours, and the temperature stably remained near the 24 degrees Celsius mark. That's about 75 Fahrenheit. About 8 to 4 million years ago, according to scientists an important split occurred. The ancestors of modern apes began separating from our ancestors, each heading down their own evolutionary path. About 4 million years ago, the climate on the planet once again changed. Of course, this didn't happen right away, but it was the climate that turned part of the dense forest into the savanna. According to one theory, this is what made our distant ancestors climb down from the trees, stand up straight, and start looking for food. They were not the only particular species that began fighting for survival. Many tried to adapt to the changes. But in the end, only humans succeeded to the degree that they went on to invent tools, the wheel, and Netflix. 1,400,000 years ago, Homo erectus began to colonize Eurasia. 790,000 years ago, they already knew how to use fire. What the population of the Earth was exactly during this period is rather difficult to calculate. You know, the population census at that time wasn't very good. And then, about 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens appeared, the reasoning human. They appeared and began to populate the entire Earth so actively that they still can't stop. If about 130,000 years ago, the number of our ancestors ranged from between 100 to 300,000 individuals, then already 40,000 years ago, the expansion of reasoning human beings covered almost the entire planet. Today, the world's population is 7,800,000,000 people and continues to grow. However, the planet is changing along with its people, so who knows what turn of history awaits us in the future. If you liked the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. What would you see if you looked at the sky right now? Of course, the landscape will differ depending on the weather and time of day, but it will still look like most days. Sky, clouds, sun or moon with stars. All of this is familiar and understandable to every inhabitant of the planet. But if we left the borders of our native planet and found ourselves somewhere else, the sky would immediately change. Yes, the same sun would still be shining, but you may not recognize it. This is pretty hard to believe, so I suggest looking at everything with your own eyes, using scientific evidence, and of course, a little imagination. To begin with, we'll go over a few important concepts. Experience suggests that the closer an object is to a light source, the brighter it's illuminated. This is easy to check, even at home with the help of a floor lamp and any object around that you can find. The further you move the object away from the lamp, the less intense the light shines upon it. Similar logic applies in space. In other words, the further we move away from our star, the lower the light intensity and the dimmer it appears. In my opinion, this sounds pretty logical, but it's one thing to understand it in theory and quite another to apply it in practice. Let's start from the beginning. Mercury. This is the smallest planet in the solar system and also the closest to the sun. The distance between these two ranges from between 46 million to 70 million kilometers. That's about 29 million to 43 million miles. It takes approximately 87.9 Earth days to make a complete revolution around the sun. So yes, if Mercury celebrated New Year's and Christmas, they would happen quite often. The surface of this planet is similar to the surface of our moon and consists of plains and craters. In addition, Mercury is too small and hot to have any significant atmosphere. Seriously, the surface temperature here ranges from minus 173 to 427 Celsius. That's minus 279 to 801 Fahrenheit. And since Mercury is the planet closest to the sun, from here, the sun sun looks about 2.5 times larger than it does from the surface of the Earth. And no, clouds don't interfere with the nice view. Let's move on. Most of the surface of Venus was formed by volcanic activity. Venus has several tens of times more volcanoes than the Earth. Its surface is 90% composed of solidified basalt lava. And Venus has a dense atmosphere, consisting of more than 96% carbon dioxide. And all of this, of course, affects the local environment. Despite the fact that the average distance from the planet to the sun is 108 million kilometers, or about 67 million miles, it feels much hotter than on Mercury. Here, it's 462 degrees Celsius. That's 863 Fahrenheit. The sky is orange, like Fanta. And because of its special rotation, the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Its large number of clouds makes the day on Venus look like an endless twilight. So it's unlikely someone would be able to enjoy the view of the sun from here. Earth revolves around the sun at an average distance of about 150 million kilometers, or 93 million miles. Because of the atmosphere, the sky here is blue, which you of course are aware of, and the moon makes it possible to observe a solar eclipse. Home sweet home. However, it's unlikely that I'll show you anything that you don't already know if we spend much more time on our home planet. So let's move on. Our next stop is a place that never fails to impress. The Red Planet, Mars, is located at a distance of approximately 230 million kilometers, or 143 million miles from the sun. But this figure may vary slightly. Well, insignificantly by the scale of the universe, of course. But for a person, these are gigantic numbers. Compared to Earth, the atmosphere of Mars is sparse and consists mainly of carbon dioxide. In addition, it's quite cold here. No wonder the Red Planet is too far from the sun to properly warm up, and it's periodic dust storms, and you have the perfect Martian landscape. Unlike our understanding of other planets, humanity has a lot of real evidence of what Mars looks like. Photos of Martian sunsets and sunrises show that here the sun appears only 2/3 the size of what we're accustomed to on Earth. And don't think that Mars is actually blue and that all of these stories about it being the red planet are just big words. It truly has that exact rusty shade that everyone is so familiar with. Remember that footage from the film The Martian? That's very close to reality. But the sunset and dawn rays slightly change the surrounding palette. Yes, just as it happens on Earth, but in a different gamut. The atmosphere of Mars has its own filters. Now, we'll take a slight detour. Since Jupiter is a gas giant, we won't try to land on its surface. Instead, I propose checking out what the sun looks like from nearby Europa, Jupiter's moon. It mainly consists of silicate rocks covered with ice and has almost no craters. Because of this, Europa is often called one of the smoothest objects in the solar system. This particular moon of Jupiter is located at a distance of approximately 778 million kilometers, or 483 million miles from the sun. So it takes a bit of effort to see it. Firstly, because at such a great distance, the sun looks about 1/5 the size of our full moon. And, well, secondly, the gas giant Jupiter sometimes completely blocks the sun. Now, let's try hovering in the sky above Saturn. It won't be easy due to the strong winds, but let's use our imagination. On average, Saturn is located at a distance of 1,400,000,000 kilometers. That's about 800 million miles from the sun, which is 9.5 times larger than the distance between the sun and the Earth. It's not surprising that it's quite cool here. The temperature in the upper layers fluctuates from minus 113 to minus 173 Celsius. That's minus 172 to minus 280 Fahrenheit. At this distance, sunlight is at least 90 times dimmer than what we're used to. Nonetheless, the clouds of ammonia ice and the giant rings of Saturn would make this spectacle fantastically beautiful. Although it would feel quite dark for us inhabitants of the Earth. Our next stop is no less exotic. The solar system never ceases to impress. Get this, the ice giant Uranus makes a revolution around the sun once every 84 years, and so is generally in no hurry. After all, is it really necessary to rush when you're so huge? While the planet itself slowly floats through space, wind speeds on it can reach 900 kilometers or 560 miles per hour. So it's better to move to Uranus moon, Ariel. The distance from Ariel to the sun is almost 3 billion kilometers. That's 1.8 billion miles. That is, instead of a flaming ball, from here you would only see a point of light. While it would be a rather large point, the sunlight here is still several hundred times weaker than on Earth. Scientists believe that Ariel is approximately half composed of water ice and half composed of dense rocks. The average temperature here is about minus 213 Celsius. That's minus 351 Fahrenheit. And as there's no atmosphere, the sun would appear to be slightly white. Now, we've reached the last planet of our solar system. Neptune is the furthest from the sun, with 4.5 billion kilometers, or 2.8 billion miles of outer space between the two. However, I'm more interested not in Neptune itself, but in its companion, Triton. Scientists suspect that Triton has a stone metal core, an ice mantle with a crust of water ice, and a layer of nitrogen ice on its surface. There are also cryovolcanoes that spew nitrogen. Now, the atmosphere on Triton is also nitrogen and very weak. However, it's possible that light winds are present within it. If you looked at the sun from the surface of Triton, it would appear 30 times smaller than the Earth, and the sunlight would be about 900 times dimmer. Like many other distant objects of the solar system, scientists don't yet know a lot about Triton. Over the past decades, NASA scientists have repeatedly proposed new concepts for missions that would study Neptune and its moons, but they've all come down to a lack of funding. Perhaps, in a few years, humanity will get real pictures of the most distant planet of the solar system. But for now, we'll use our imagination. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. And click on the bell to receive notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. It's impossible to see one with the naked eye, even if you're close, but it will tear you apart before you can realize what's happening. As you may have guessed, we're talking about a black hole. You may be asking yourself, what else is there to say about this topic? Since every 10th video on YouTube is dedicated to a particular black hole. This is true, but in this release, I'll push all the black holes together and see what happens. Is such a thing possible? Would the resulting monster absorb absolutely all matter in the universe? In fact, a black hole can still be seen, but only in the form in which it exists before birth. Many black holes are extinct stars whose mass and density are so great that even light cannot escape their surface. Others form from the collision of individual stars. According to scientists, some black holes appeared immediately after the Big Bang. It's now been proven that in the center of many galaxies, there's a supermassive black hole millions of times the mass of our sun. There may be exceptions, but no one can verify this. Considering that there are about 200 billion galaxies in the universe, the total mass of all black holes looms simply gigantic. But that's not all. In elliptical galaxies, a swarm of black holes can exist. Like stars, they line up in an elliptical orbit around the center of the galaxy. Many of them eventually fall in the direction of a supermassive hole in the center and are absorbed by it. Most of the objects from this swarm are binary systems in which two black holes rotate around each other. Such a pair, in most cases, is doomed for a collision. The first such event observed by scientists occurred between a black hole of 36 solar masses and its rival of 29 solar masses. The resulting giant, respectively, should have amounted to 65 solar masses. But the collision was so powerful that a huge amount of matter weighing about 3 of our suns was scattered in the form of energy billions of light years into space. The collision itself was lightning fast and occurred in a split second. In this short period of time, these black holes released more energy than all of the stars observed in the universe. Despite the power of this event, it was completely silent and invisible, since light couldn't escape the surface of the black holes. The main sign scientists use to identify similar collisions is gravitational waves. They are oscillations of space itself, arising due to the presence of a supermassive object. They look like ripples in water from a thrown rock. Another way to catch a collision of black holes is to measure X-rays, which are invisible to the human eye, but visible to special devices. In this way, it was possible to detect the merging of as many as 3 black holes. Consequently, as we record more and more powerful gravitational waves and X-rays with terrestrial instruments, the likelihood increases of discovering that a massive brawl occurred somewhere in space. Fortunately, such a collision took place far from our planet and didn't affect the Earth in any way, at least for now. In billions of years, our Milky Way and the Andromeda Galaxy are expected to collide, forming a new galaxy called Milkomeda. If, after this event, the black hole from our galaxy doesn't fly far off into space, it will begin rotating around its neighbor in Andromeda. Sooner or later, the moment will come when they merge into one supermassive black hole. Now, the distance from the Earth to the nearest supermassive black hole is about 26,000 light years, which is not particularly dangerous for our planet. But we have absolutely no idea where the future giant black hole will be located in the newly formed galaxy. With its potential size and potentially short distance from the Earth, things could end badly for our planet. In addition, the Milkomeda Galaxy will continue to rotate through the vastness of the universe, pulling all of the other galaxies and their black holes into itself. Thus, in millions of years, there may be more black holes in the Milky Way than there are stars and planets. After all, supermassive giants, as they rotate, absorb every space object unlucky enough to be nearby. One of them one day could be the Earth. Perhaps by then, we'll be able to leave our planet in search of a better life. Since the newly formed Milkomeda Galaxy will be quite dangerous, humanity will probably want to leave the Milky Way before the massive collision event. It would take several million years just to cover a distance of 100,000 light years. And this doesn't guarantee that the cosmic permutation outside of the galaxy will be favorable for us. Meanwhile, black holes will probably continue to merge both inside Milkomeda and beyond. Gravitational waves from the collision will destroy stars' orbits. When any object in space loses its orbit, it can't remain free-floating for long. It will begin gravitating towards the nearest object with the highest mass. If they are both stars, then their merging can also produce a black hole. Even without collisions, more than 0.1% of all the stars in the universe will eventually turn into black holes. This applies even to unborn stars. The rest will simply float on and, along with their planets, eventually be swallowed up by countless black holes in the universe. If there's nothing left in the universe but black holes, they'll also eventually begin converging with each other. This could end in the formation of one giant black hole, which will have swallowed all of the ever-existing matter along with the surrounding space. Such an arrangement of events is possible only in a period of time that exceeds the entire current age of the universe. That is, more than 13.8 billion years. But this could become a reality only under ideal conditions, in which other objects do not interfere with the black holes performing their dark deeds. Given many other factors, it's possible that many celestial objects will still be able to survive. When two large objects interact, there can be many other small and insignificant objects between them. For example, Jupiter and our Sun are very closely connected gravitationally. Nearby asteroids may be freer, but due to the gravitational interaction between the Sun and Jupiter, asteroids can be thrown out of the solar system. Perhaps a similar fate befell other hypothetical planets of the solar system at the time of its origin. Similar phenomena can also occur with stars. The gravitational interaction between two supermassive black holes can push 99% of all stars into intergalactic space. There, these stars are relatively out of reach of black holes until they themselves turn into them. Black holes will probably start throwing stars out of galaxies in about 10 quintillion years. That's 10 to the 19th power years. By then, they will be the main masters of the galaxies, but most of the matter in the universe will settle into intergalactic space. In this scenario, many stars, planets, and asteroids will still be swallowed up by black holes. Perhaps the Earth will be among them, if there's anything left of it at that time. But this will still be less than 0.1% of everything in the universe as we currently know it. There's a chance that most of the surviving universe would one day be able to return to the borders of the galaxies. After all, black holes are also not eternal and can evaporate due to so-called Hawking radiation. If new matter ceases flowing into a black hole, it can eventually disappear completely, with all of the matter from inside it spreading across the expanses of the universe. But a more terrible threat may lie herein. When a black hole shrinks, it can trigger something called vacuum decay. As it loses mass, a true vacuum can form inside of it. When this happens, it can release a gigantic supply of energy from the false vacuum, that is, from the whole universe. Existing matter would collapse, and the laws of physics would change entirely. A new world would form with a true vacuum. Individual atoms and particles would be torn apart and never again reunite. Like boiling overheated liquid, only on a universal scale. It would be impossible to stop such an apocalypse with any method, even if we knew about it in advance. However, maybe we should already be looking for a cozy space between two distant galaxies. What do you think? Let us know in the comments. If you like this video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so, and click on the bell to receive timely notifications about the release of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. Did you ever wonder how dangerous being neighbors with a black hole can be? Watch the NASA video with the terrible details of one of them having its lunch. A black hole with 6 million times the mass of our sun tore a star to pieces and swallowed it. This happened in the constellation Volans, the flying fish, at a distance of 375 million light years from our solar system. But what if such a monster were hiding near our cosmic border, ready to cross it at any time? How close are black holes to the Earth? And at what distance can we feel safe from them? But before we get started, I want to let you know about a very interesting way to increase your knowledge without spending too much time on it. For this, the folks at Blinkist created a unique app where you'll find all the key highlights from over 3,000 nonfiction scientific books. This means that it takes no more than 15 minutes to absorb the main content from an entire book. And you can also listen to them in audio format on your way to the office or back home. This is great because in our age of digital technology, knowledge is the most valuable resource, and every minute of our personal time must be spent wisely. Click on my link in the description and receive unlimited access to Blinkist for 1 week, as well as a 25% discount off of a full subscription. Blinkist already has over 12 million users worldwide. It's time for you to join them. At the very center of our galaxy, there's a giant, similar to the one that tore apart the star in the constellation Flying Fish. This is the supermassive black hole Sagittarius A star, which has a mass 4 million times that of our sun. Like its brothers, Sagittarius A star feeds on clouds of gas and dust, along with other celestial bodies that are affected by its gravity. But don't be scared. This monster is located 25,640 light years from Earth. Astronomers believe that at such a great distance, it doesn't pose a threat to our planet. In addition to Sagittarius A star in the Milky Way galaxy, according to some estimates, another several million black holes, about 30 times heavier than our sun, are hiding somewhere out there. Although astronomers have not found any of them in dangerous proximity to our solar system. While the closest candidate among black holes near us, V616 Mon, was found by scientists in the Monoceros constellation. It's located in a binary system at a distance of 3,000 light years from the Earth, paired with a star with a mass equal to half that of our sun. In second place, at 7.8 thousand light years away, is Cygnus X1, which is also part of a binary system. By the way, until 2009, it was believed that V404 Cygni was twice as far from our planet. However, with the help of an array of new generation high-sensitivity array radio telescopes, astronomers were able to accurately determine its location. They tracked how the position of V404 Cygni is shifting in the sky as the Earth rotates around the sun. This method is called parallax measurement. It's used to establish the distance of space objects. New equipment made it possible to evaluate the position of V404 Cygni, taking into account the influence of a rather dense layer of dust in galactic space. It's noteworthy that this black hole also has a partner star. The system includes a blue giant with variable brightness, designated HDE 226868. But generally, only a small part of these space objects in the galaxy are in binary systems. It's easier for astronomers to find them paired with stars. Light can't escape the area of a black hole. It cannot be seen directly. And the source of X-ray radiation in space is a binary system, where a young large star is paired with either the remains of a neutron star or a black hole. hole. Astronomers can detect these. Astrophysicist Charles Haley from Columbia University, New York, and colleagues recently examined data on radiation emitting from space from NASA's Chandra X-ray Observatory. Scientists have discovered 12 low-mass binary systems of stars with black holes in the center of our galaxy. However, astronomers hope that over time they'll be able to identify individual black holes. And one day, they'll find that one of them is not far from Earth. We just don't know about it yet. The black holes we can't see are likely to be very dangerous neighbors. It's better to be as far away from them as possible because we're talking about space objects with an incredibly high density of matter. The matter there is compressed so densely that the Earth, under such compression, would become the size of a peanut. Space and time inside the black holes cease to have any meaning. And all the laws of physics known to us, which can explain these two concepts, are no longer relevant. Gravity in black holes is immeasurably high and draws inward all celestial bodies that fall in the way. Even light is not able to break out of this abyss. Hypothetically, according to some estimates, a spaceship weighing 24 million tons would be able to escape from the force of a black hole's gravity. This giant will need more than 2 octillion, that's 2 times 10 to the 27th power, joules of energy to free itself from the captivity of a black hole whose mass is just over 1 nonillion. This is a unit with 30 zeros, or 10 to the 30th power kilograms, or 2.2 nonillion. That's 2.2 times 10 to the 30th power pounds. Unfortunately, the creation of such a heavy and powerful craft is not yet possible, even in theory. Scientists claim that a black hole could catch our planet in a gravitational trap at a maximum distance of several tens of light years. In this case, it will first tear the Earth to pieces and then swallow it. However, even if the black hole appears a little further away, we still shouldn't expect anything good. The monster is strong enough to create a catastrophe in the solar system. In the best case, its gravity would somewhat push the planet out of its orbit or send it closer to the sun. Then we would suffer from numerous natural disasters. And in the worst case scenarios, the Earth would fall into the sun or go into the depths of space, dooming us to an icy death. But this hasn't happened even once in billions of years. So most likely there's no black hole dangerously close to the Earth. The sun, fortunately, will also never turn into an invisible monster. To do this, it should have 10 to 15 times more mass than it does now. Only under such a condition could gravitational collapse occur, when under the influence of gravity, the matter of a star literally collapses to one tiny point. Stars in neighboring galaxies are also not suitable for the role of potential black holes. Most of them are red dwarfs, greatly inferior to our sun in mass. Here we should sigh a breath of relief and believe that this cosmic danger doesn't threaten us. But no, it turns out there are wandering supermassive black holes. Most likely, they're pushed from their home by the process of merging galaxies. This hypothesis of wandering supermassive black holes was put forward by one Michael Tremel and his colleagues from the Yale Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics. According to the scientist, during a merger, a supermassive black hole will be ejected from the center of a smaller galaxy to the periphery of the newly formed structure. To test the hypothesis, the researcher conducted a computer simulation of the collision of galaxies with different masses. It confirmed the possibility that a black hole from one of them would go wandering. Then there's a chance that someday one of these wanderers decides to visit our sun. To determine if dangerous guests are threatening us, scientists used Romulus simulations. The purpose is to create computer simulations of the evolution of galaxies centuries, researchers have studied the dynamics of the alleged wandering black holes in the Milky Way. It turned out that convergence with one of these wanderers capable of affecting our solar system could occur approximately every 100 billion years. This is almost 7 times the age of the universe, 13.8 billion years, and it's unlikely that we will ever see such a guest, unless one day we ourselves invite a black hole. Of course, now it sounds fantastic, but scientists are already making plans for this. Thus, an astrophysicist from Columbia University, David Kipping, said that the attraction of black hole pairs will give us the ability to fly through the galaxy at an incredible speed. His idea is to direct photons around the black hole and then use the extra energy they receive to propel a light sail. There are millions of black holes in space. According to Kipping, in the future, humanity will turn them into a kind of astronomical fuel for interstellar flights. And the famous theoretical physicist and cosmologist Stephen Hawking admitted that a miniature black hole the size of a mountain could someday appear in low Earth orbit. Then it could be used as a power station. Such a miniature black hole should emit X-rays and gamma rays with an intensity of about 10 million megawatts, which is enough to provide energy to our entire planet. And if one day astronomers discover a black hole near the Earth, perhaps this won't be a catastrophe, but a new advance in development for mankind. Do you think it's worth the risk for such amazing opportunities? Let us know in the comments. If you like the video, give it a quick thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell so as not to miss new releases. All the most interesting stuff about the incredible mysteries of space and the achievements of science are yet to come. Until next time. The plot of disaster movies is often themed on some kind of natural catastrophe. Global warming, global cooling, giant waves that can wash away 2/3 of the planet's population. Horrific earthquakes, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions all take their place of honor among this madness. And it's no wonder humanity has failed to cope with them so far. Even predicting eruptions is not always possible. However, many real examples when whole cities, countries, and even continents suffered from the destructive force of volcanoes are known to history. For those who picture a volcano as a mountain filled with hot rock to the very brim, I want to explain that its structure is slightly different. Magma is not constantly located in the vent of the volcano, as they like to portray in the movies. Also, there are no boiling lakes. Incredibly hot rock usually rises from the depths only during an eruption and becomes lava when it reaches the surface. For the most part, it remains hidden under a layer of the Earth's crust or in the vent, cooling to the point that it becomes solid. You want it to stay that way, trust me, because many volcanic eruptions are real natural disasters. However, lava is only part of the problem. Volcanic ash ejected during the eruption can obscure the sun and cause volcanic winters. The result is cold, hunger, and other frightening consequences. In an attempt to regulate this volcanic horror show somehow, scientists developed several classifications and even created a special scale of volcanic activity called the Volcanic Explosivity Index, or VEI. Based on these data, I chose the most powerful eruptions in the history of our planet. Of course, most of the colossal eruptions occurred long ago when the Earth was young. But even hundreds of thousands of years after the first people appeared, volcanoes still have something to surprise us with. Let's start with relatively small eruptions. I emphasize relatively. Soon, you'll understand why it's important to use this word. Mount Nyiragongo is an active African stratovolcano with a very deep lava lake inside that almost never hardens. This sounds pretty dangerous already. The volcano often erupts. Since 1882, this has happened at least 34 times. In 2002, as a result of another eruption, lava flows up to 1 kilometer or 0.6 miles wide and up to 2 meters or 6.5 feet deep rushed through the city of Goma. About 15% of the buildings were destroyed and approximately 245 people died. Despite the casualties, according to the VEI, the eruption of Mount Nyiragongo was considered to be minor. Another volcano, Stromboli, is not so tall and is located in Italy. Its height does not exceed 1 kilometer or 0.6 miles, but the peculiarity of the volcano is not in its size. Stromboli has erupted almost constantly over the past 2,000 years, and according to some volcanologists, for as many as 5,000 years. The volcano regularly throws ash, lava flows, and rock fragments into the air in about the same amount as Mount Nyiragongo. All these fragments thrown by the eruptions may well kill a person. However, people continue to live near Stromboli. Very, very brave people. Galeras is the most active volcano in Colombia. In 1993, the volcano unexpectedly erupted, killing 3 tourists and 6 scientists who were studying the volcano and the threat it poses to local residents. In 2010, the Indonesian Mount Sinabung began to erupt after being silent for more than 400 years. Both eruptions were approximately equal in strength. Ashes were thrown into the air for at least 1.5 kilometers, or 0.93 miles. By the way, Mount Sinabung erupted several times practically in a row that year, turning life for the local population into something like a scene from an apocalyptic movie. Earthquakes, a terrible roar, huge plumes of smoke reaching up to 5 kilometers or 3.1 miles in height, all followed by a mud rain. Next is the volcanic eruption which many have heard of, but few can pronounce its name. Eyjafjallajökull volcano. Thank you very much. I'll be here all week. It woke up on the night of March 20th to 21st, 2010. Despite the fact that its activity was on a smaller scale, a huge cloud of ash paralyzed almost the entire European aviation industry. 250 million cubic meters, that's 8.8 billion cubic feet of various volcanic debris were thrown into the air. And this is not counting the lava flowing through the cracks. As a rule, the danger of a volcano is associated with fire, sulfur, ash, and lava. Yet, there are exceptions. When the Nevado del Ruiz woke up, it released its contents more than 30 kilometers, or 18.6 miles, into the atmosphere. A mixture of high-temperature volcanic gases, ash, and rock fragments melted the glaciers that covered Nevado del Ruiz, resulting in powerful mud flows. They swept along the slopes at an average speed of 60 kilometers or 37 miles per hour, and then crashed into the city of Armero before moving on. More than 23,000 people were killed. About 5,000 were injured, and 5,000 houses in 13 villages were destroyed. Mount Vesuvius has erupted many times and is still considered active. Its infamous eruption in 79 AD is considered one of the deadliest in European history. Then a huge hot cloud of stones, ash, and smoke burst out of Mount Vesuvius's vent at a speed of about 1.5 million tons per second. As a result of this cataclysm, several thousand residents of the Roman cities of Pompeii, Herculaneum, and Stabiae were killed. Also under attack were the inhabitants inhabitants of small villages and villas at the foot of the volcano. The cities themselves were virtually destroyed. It's believed that Mount Vesuvius generated thermal energy greatly exceeding the energy of the Hiroshima atomic bomb explosion. Lately, the active stratovolcano of Mount Tambora has been making the people of Indonesia nervous, as they can still remember the history of the eruption of 1815. After several centuries of hibernation, Mount Tambora had a very loud awakening. An explosion was heard at a distance of more than 2,000 kilometers, or 1,242 miles. The death toll was at least 71,000. The large amount of sulfur and ash released into the stratosphere caused climatic anomalies around the globe. 1816 became known as the year without summer, resulting in the worst famine of the century. In 1883, the volcano Krakatoa, no, it didn't just start to erupt, it exploded. The explosion was so strong that it was heard at a distance of 4,800 kilometers, or 2,982 miles. Some even call this sound the loudest in history. The energy released by the explosion was estimated at about 200 megatons of TNT. 70% of the island on which Krakatoa was located and the surrounding archipelago were destroyed. At least 36,417 people died as a result of the eruption and the tsunami. The Toba volcano is also responsible for one of the largest eruptions in human history. It happened about 75,000 years ago and turned into a real nightmare. The volume of lava, ash, and rocks was 20 times greater than during the eruption of Mount Tambora in 1815. Geologist Michael R. Rampino and volcanologist Stefan Self, along with other scientists, believe that such a volume of ash in the atmosphere could have caused a global volcanic winter. It lasted from 6 to 10 years, and for the next 10 centuries, the planet experienced cooling temperatures. As I said at the beginning of the video, the most powerful eruptions occurred a long time ago when the Earth was younger. As you know, this is for the best. About 2.1 million years ago, the first eruption of the Yellowstone caldera occurred. It was so grand that mountain ranges fell apart from the explosions, and emissions rose to a height of 50 kilometers or 31 miles. Perhaps the ash even fell over all of North America and covered more than a quarter of its territory. It was a huge explosion, but far from the last eruption in Yellowstone. All this is nonsense compared to real power. About 28 million years ago, one of the largest eruptions in history, the eruption of La Garita, occurred. As a result, the caldera of the same name was formed. Some scholars believe that the destruction was so great that it affected a significant part of modern Colorado. It's believed that it was 5,000 times stronger than the explosion of the famous Tsar Bomba. If you like the video, give it a thumbs up. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Click on the bell to receive timely notifications of new, interesting videos that are waiting for you ahead. Until next time. Imagine that you wake up early in the morning and go to the window. You're looking east, waiting for the sun to appear over the horizon. But it doesn't appear. You go out into the street and you see a bright sunny disk right above your head. Or perhaps the sun, for some reason, has appeared in the west, where it usually sets in the evening. At this moment, you understand with horror, all the planets have begun rotating in the opposite direction. What now awaits us and the other celestial bodies in this inverted solar system? Currently, 6 out of the 8 planets rotate around their axes in the same direction in which they move around the sun. Earth is one of them, but this is only for now. If you think that this will always be so, let's take a look at Venus. The planet is like Earth in mass and gravity. It's sometimes even called the sister of Earth, and at the same time, Venus seems to be turned upside down, rotating in the opposite direction of its movement around the sun. Billions of years ago, some unknown force turned its axis almost 180 degrees. How did it happen? According to one version of events, this happened because of its proximity to the sun. It seems to have pulled in a dense Venusian atmosphere. First, Venus rotation stopped and then started again, but in the other direction. However, if we're talking about planets' axes of rotation, then there's an even more unusual example in the solar system, Uranus. Its axis is tilted almost 98 degrees, so this planet is now lying on its side. Now, let's imagine that something similar happened to Earth. If one morning you saw that the sun hadn't risen in the east, then something would be wrong with the Earth's axis. At the moment, its angle is 23.5 degrees. It's gradually changing, but within fairly narrow limits. According to one theory, this is due to the moon. Its gravity keeps our planet's axis from strong oscillations. The current angle